And at the beginning of it all, a flash of energy cuts through the sky and a man falls into an alleyway completely injured and quite tired. So he begins to think that soon Kaden has been reduced, giving the deplorable state, saying that this would not have happened if the enemies had not had attacked him all at once. And he thinks that for now he needs to preserve his body and restore his strength, and if he keeps running away he will eventually be caught and will not be able to recover, and he has to find a way to hide and completely hide his presence. Meanwhile, a cat starts yawning near him, and he notices that cat thinking this might work, and he goes over to him and a light echoes from that alley. And another day in a convenience store, a boy stands totally excited about cat treats, saying he could never give them enough for his cats. Then he notices that they have put in a lot of stock and gets quite excited, but he starts to worry because there are so many, saying that he won't be able to carry them. But then he buys on impulse and ends up taking everything. And so from the outside he thinks who had to buy food at the market, but ended up only buying things for cats. But he doesn't care about that. After all, the kittens will love it. He puts everything in his backpack, but then he notices a little boy losing his ball in the middle of the intersection, and while his mother talks on the cell phone, the little boy will impulsively and unluckily pick up the ball. A car approaches the boy at high speed, and the protagonist notices that the boy is going to get hit, and in that half second before the car can hit him, the protagonist takes action, running at an absurd speed towards the boy, picking him up and taking him out of the front of the car and managing to take him to the other sidewalk. And so he starts to panic, noticing that he managed to save the boy. The boy doesn't even understand what happened, so the protagonist asks if he's okay, saying that thank heavens he didn't get hurt, noting that it was a big scare. And so the people around wonder turned into that because they swore that the car was going to hit the child, but she disappeared suddenly, and they wonder what happened. But then they notice that the boy is already in sidewalk next to them, so the protagonist says he has to go and leaves the little boy behind, and his mother runs to him. So the protagonist thinks it was good that he got it, saved the boy with his skills. And then his mother asks if he got hurt, questioning if he has any idea how scared she was, asking how he dodged the car, and the boy says he doesn't know, but that big brother saved him. However, the protagonist blends into the crowd and walks away, and he says he used his abilities on reflex when he saw the boy in danger, and he thinks that on that day he managed not to be seen. But if he is not careful, people will find out. And when he gets home, he asks if the kittens behaved well. He notices that cats always walk together, asking if they are family or friends, but the cats don't stop there. Of Mir, he asks what happened, noticing that they are not eating, and so the cats start to make him follow, calling the protagonist, and he says that they are very strange at that moment, wondering why they are leaving without eating. But then he notices that the cats want him to blind them, so he asks where they are taking them, and so on. When he turns into an alley, he notices a very large cat covered in blood, and so on. Inside the house, the cat shows consciousness, wondering if he lost his senses, wondering where he is, and so he starts looking at his paws, noticing that he is now a moment. Kaden remembers that moment he went up to the cat and grabbed its head, using his powers, and note that means he was well given and transmuted by a different way of life. And in this, the protagonist notices that the kitten woke up, saying that he is very happy because when he found it he couldn't even get up and was covered in blood, and he was afraid he had died, but now he seems 100% fine. So Kaden starts asking who that insect is, but he notices that he brought that child there while he was unconscious. And then the boy asks the cat to wait a minute and comes back with 2 bowls, asking why he was like that, because he didn't have no bruises and the blood made him think he had a bad cut or something, like asking if he got blood from somewhere else or if he was injured somewhere corner he didn't look at. But in that, Kaden starts to think that that insect talks too much and he hasn't stopped since he woke up, and so the boy hands him the milk, saying that he must be hungry, asking him to eat so he gets better soon. But in that, Kaden notices what he's doing, opening a can of snacks and putting them in the other bowl, telling him to eat it too to stay healthy. And Kaden gets very pissed off by this worm. I dared to offer feline food to Kaden. Then looking at the boy's face, he can't refuse and starts to get up, saying that there is nothing to do because he believes he is a cat. So to regain his strength, he has no choice other than eating that. He goes to the milk and starts drinking, but then he notices that something is happening and the boy is picking him up, wanting to see if the cat is it a boy or a boy. Irina examines and Kaden gets very angry, asking what he is doing and how dare he do this. And the boy starts looking around, noticing that something is wrong, asking if the cat heard anything, as it seemed a very deep and serious male voice, wondering if he left the TV on the other side room. But then Kaden tells him to release him right now, asking if he doesn't heard what he said, questioning if the boy is deaf or if he wants him to cut off his ears. So the boy just freaks out. After all, the cat is talking and Kaden stops to make the situation worse, simply tell him to be quiet because he is talking too much. And the boy notices that he is actually talking, but then Kaden tells him to shut up, telling him to be quiet because he's going to dig his claws into his head, performing a lobotomy, opening piece by piece. And the boy, already completely scared by a psychopathic cat, you're telling him to shut up, and he's saying that this is better. After all, he finally can hear his thoughts, so the cat turns to him asking what his name, and the boy can't even answer. And so Kaden asks again what the boy's name, but he's too scared to answer. So Kaden asks if we'll have to repeat it one more time, and he says that this is Jiwoo. And so Kaden starts giving orders, telling Jiwoo to bring that chair for him, and he says he doesn't like to stay repeating itself. And the boy runs quick, grabs the chair, and sits in front of her. So he watches that completely fat and obese cat climb onto the chair with a lot of difficulty, and he thinks it's strange, wondering why it's so hard to climb, and says that maybe he's not used to that body, but even so that difficulty is too much. But when he sits down fully humanized, looking like Garfield, he looks at the boy and tells him to listen carefully, saying that if he tells anyone about him, he will kill him. And so Jiwoo agrees under a lot of pressure. Then he says he was discovered fat faster than he expected. But then he looks to the side, noticing that there is a mirror there, and looking in the mirror he asks who that fat guy is, noticing that huge chat because it doesn't even look like a cat. So he squeezes his own belly, noticing that that disgusting fat cat is himself, and he lets out a huge scream, realizing their current situation. And then the Kaden collapses on the ground, leaving Jiwoo completely worried, and he thinks that soon he was transformed into that repulsive fat cat. And the boy asks what happened, but he screamed out of nowhere and passed out, and Kaden thinks he doesn't even have more strength to change shape again. This means he will have to remain in that deplorable state until his body recovers, and so Jiwoo begins to help he and Kaden tell him to stop. The boy notices that he is conscious, but Kaden says that didn't even lose consciousness, in which Jiwoo says she was scared because he had fainted and stays glad he's okay. But then Kaden asks why he would be afraid of him losing the senses, but the boy just smiles happily, and Kaden thinks that that child is very strange, and when he looks to the side he looks in the mirror thinking it's that one damn bag of fat, thinking that of all existence why did it have to be that cat. And then Jiwoo starts calling him Mr. Cat, but Kaden says his name and he says who has a question, asking why the cat can talk, but he says he can because it's a person, and the boy is surprised by this, and Kaden says he might be like this now, but he's a person just like the boy. He has that feline form and just temporary, and the boy keeps asking questions, but Kaden says he doesn't need to know of the details, and explaining it would require a lot of patience and he wouldn't understand. So the boy asks how it is possible for a person to turn into a cat, and Kaden says that the first question is answered obviously just by looking at him, and the second he thought be possible in theory, and it was proven correct. And so the boy says he doesn't understand, but he says he doesn't even need it, and he questions why Kaden turned into a cat, and Kaden says who doesn't give him respect, and also asks why he was unconscious with blood covering his entire body, and he says that this doesn't give him respect either, and the two stay standing in awkward silence, and he says that even though they had met in unexpected circumstances he doesn't need to know why anymore, and in reality he doesn't need to know anything, and the boy just agrees, and that awkward silence continues, and Kaden starts to snore, and Jiwoo gives him food right away because he was unconscious for some time and also had bruises, and Kaden asks if he has already explained it to us that that feline form is only temporary, and even after telling him that originally he is human, and he is still insisting on giving him cat food. But Jiwoo says that he may be human, but he is a cat at the moment, and it is not good for cats to eat people food, and it will be even worse since he is recovering, and he sends Kaden eat everything because he goes outside to feed the other cats, and things got quite agitated, and they must be hungry by now, and Kaden thinks the kid is right, and he has heard that it can be bad for a cat's health to eat human food, and since now he is a cat through and through he has to eat what cats normally eat, and it seems that he will have to force himself to eat that food to regain his strength quickly, and he and Kaden are being forced to eat that food, but he thinks he shouldn't focus on that and should just focus on his recovery. But then he notices that it tastes really good, and complaining that it's that because he can't stop eating, and starts wagging his tail. A while later that pilot's ball is completely full, and he refuses to be satisfied with cat food, but then he turns around thinking that body is a mess and there is not even any strength left in him, and if those damn people find him he will have a way to protect yourself, and the only solution is to remain in that state until you are completely recovered, and in that Jiwoo will have him saying that he will go out, and he says that he will at the veterinary hospital, saying that there is no cat food for tomorrow. So he bought several snacks earlier and no other food, and the boy asked if he is going to leave at that time, and Jiwoo ends up finding it cute, bending down and asking if he wants to go with him, and Kaden almost doesn't believe it, asking why he would want to, but then the boy keeps calling him to come along, asking what he will do if he talks to other people, gathering if Kaden doesn't get worried. Then he starts to think it's true and agree to go with him, because as he said, let him go alone is too risky, so he needs to go along to keep an eye on the boy, and so on. Jiwoo just picks up the cat out of nowhere, then Kaden asks what he's doing, and he says that the cat is donated, so of course he will carry it, but he says he doesn't want to be carried, asking how dare he handle it like an ordinary cat, ordering the boy to release him immediately. But in the end, already on the street, the cat is inside, the boy's blouse is taken as if it were a gangura, and Kaden begins to wonder what this annoying feeling plus relief at the same time, and he starts trying to remember he has the body of a cat, but he is not the cat, and he says he is just a little tired, and strange feelings come over him because it is the first time he is transformed into a cat, but he thinks it's not bad sleeping on the boy's lap, and so now at the veterinary hospital he talks to the doctor. He asks what he's doing there so late, and he says he came to buy some cat food and wanted him to take a look at that little animal, saying that he thinks he was hurt, and Kaden gets very angry with the boy after all Jiwoo ended up lying to him, and the vet says he doesn't remember seeing him asking what his name is, and the boy says it's Kaden, and the vet says it's a magnificent name compared to his appearance, and so Kaden starts asking if he should kill him, and so the vet actually does a checkup on him, looking at every corner, and Kaden is horrified by the embarrassment he is going through, but the vet says there's nothing in particular, and the boy asks if he swears because he was covered in blood when he found it, but the vet was surprised by this because he has no wounds from which blood could have come, and he has some bruises, but the boy has already took care of it, and so Jiwoo thinks it's a relief, and Kaden is upset that boy continues to worry about him, and so the vet says that honestly the cat needs to go on a diet above all else, and Kaden asks again if he should kill it or not. Then he says he doesn't need prescriptions and he should just take care of it, come back if any new symptoms appear, and on the way home the boy is all happy, but Kaden notices something, and Jiwoo starts telling the boy to stop asking if there are monster cats in this neighborhood, and he asks what he's talking talking about with monster cats. But when he looks back, he sees a very strange cat appears from the darkness, and the boy who found what it is asks the monster cat to jump because looks more like a tiger than a cat, and Kaden notices that he gives off a different air. Looking at that full sus. Then Jiwoo asks what he does, and the cat starts trying to attack him, and so he says he will just run away, and Kaden is surprised by the boy because he has great reflexes. Because he thinks that what he would do would be to freeze and tremble in fear, and he thinks that at this step they would hardly be able to reach it. But then the cat actually runs after him, jumping on Jiwoo using his claw on the boy's back, and he ends up falling, so Kaden asks if he's okay, and he says he's saying that the only thing that tore was his clothes. Asking what they do, then Kaden says that it would be good for them to have some kind of weapon, and so Jiwoo remembers that there is something in your pocket pulling a kind of stick. But at the end of that stick there is a little toy for the cat, and Kaden can't even believe it, asking if he's crazy, questioning what he intends to do. But Jiwoo says that this is the only weapon he could think of, so Kaden, looking for that, he gets hypnotized, and the monster cat really tries to attack, but in the end he is also hypnotized by that, so he tells Kaden that it is his chance and sends him to run. But that ball of fat is also hypnotized by the toy. In the middle of it, Kaden begins to remember what once was like, with an outburst of anger happening, and he is being on top of a defeated person floating there, and that person in front of you admits have wheel for Kaden, and everyone is surprised that he won again, asking how many. It has been said many times that he challenges and defeats any strong opponent, and they say that not even the strongest famous people want to challenge him, basically trying to avoid fighting him, and apparently none, even the most strong of the awakened ones, do not even come close to his feat of power. And the man goes to Kaden, calling him to join them because he will become their right-hand man, and together they will dominate the world, and they want to recruit him somehow, while others ask him to be their leader, and everyone Kaden's name. But Jiwoo is currently asking Kaden what he's doing while playing with that little cat toy, and then the monster cat starts preparing to attack and ends up taking the toy from the protagonist's hand and taking it away. And now that the distraction is over, he turns to the protagonist looking with a lot of blood in his eyes, that Jiwoo asked what he does now, but he notices that Scar, noticing that it is a kit that he already was, and in that the cat spits the toy to the side and jumps on top of Jiwoo, but he manages to dodge. Meanwhile, Kaden is still giving the delicios, asking why this body moves of its own accord. And then he looked at Kaden and acquired such a silly behavior, then protagonist simply go to him, grab that dick ball, and run away with that fat cat, while the cat monster manages to free itself from where it was and starts looking for the protagonist. And the boy continues gaining distance by hiding in an alley, and he talks to Kaden, saying he is right, that he was a cat, seeing how he reacted. But he asks why he is with that appearance, because it is much bigger than a cat, and Kaden questions how he would know this, asking if he got angry because the owner didn't give him treats. But then the boy says that he's not close, and maybe he stopped chasing you, saying that they are safe now. Then Kaden says that he may be safe, but it doesn't mean that other people are, and the boy asks what he's talking about, and Kaden says he managed to escape. But what does he think will happen if others cross that monster's path? And he says there aren't many people outside of the house due to the time, but he will attack people nearby that he finds, and unless that they also have quick reflexes and run away, they will die. And the boy starts to think about what are you going to do, and Kaden finds this strange, asking what do you mean, what should he do, saying that the only option is to run away like they ended up doing. But Gil asked if he saw how fast Cat runs, saying that there is no doubt that he will hurt someone, but then Kaden sends him call the competent authorities. They stay in this little discussion while Gil remembers that forgot his cell phone, and the boy says that then he can't help and much less him, but the boy he says he just needs to solve the problem, and Kaden asks what the hell this kid is talking about, asking if he needs to do something. Then he talks to Kaden, saying that this look coming from a cat is completely bizarre, but Kaden asks what he thinks he can do because he saw yet now, asked if he didn't notice those claws, saying that it could easily rip off her. But Gil says that they still can't sit around with their arms crossed, but Kaden questions because he is still arguing because it is not his problem if someone gets hurt or not. But the look on Gil's face moves Kaden to realize that this kid is serious, that he can make a little light, but still thinks about going back, noticing that he is really an idiot and sentimental. And so the boy says that Kaden can go home before him because he will see what does in relation to that cat, and he claims to be sure that it was the kitten he was taking care of, speaking, who was very cute and kind. He doesn't know what happened, but he can't leave him like that. So Kaden thinks for a bit and says that it's okay, if he's really going to do something he'll help. And the boy doesn't understand what Kaden wants to say, but he says it will be little, but he will give him power enough to neutralize that animal. And Gil gets all excited, asking if that kind of thing it exists, but Kaden tells him not to get too excited because even if he passes on powers, they will disappear quickly. Then he will only be able to use them for a very short time, asking if he at least is there listening. And so he tells the boy to crouch down because he needs to look into his eyes, and he extends his paw on Gil's face in the cutest way possible. Then Kaden notices something strange, and Morrow begins to emanate around the two of them, and the electricity causes part of the neighborhood to become darker. Then the boy is surprised to notice that he feels enormous power running through his interior of his body, and even has roots coming out of it. And Kaden says that this is because he has the power of lightning, and Gil thinks that's really incredible, saying he's going to look for that cat. But Kaden says there won't be a need because the cat is already there. So the boy tells him to stay behind him because it's very dangerous. Then Kaden asks what he's talking about, asking if he wants the Bravo to back off. But then he notices that there is something very strange with Gil, wondering why he is so full of suddenly saying that normal person would continue to be terrified in front of a monster, and fear would disappear so easily even with the acquisition of some power. And the boy begins to want to ask if the cat is the one from the other day, and Kaden gets really pissed asking if this first thing he will question in front of a monster. But Gil says he found it strange not to have seen him in the last few times, wondering what happened to him, but the cat doesn't care about the boy and jumps on top of Gil. Then Kaden asks what he's doing, telling him to dodge, but before the boy could hit, he quickly dodges, ducking, and Kaden is totally surprised by the boy being so calm. And so the cat starts to cost from one side to the other, and Kaden note that child is not avoiding the attacks by mere luck. He is reading the movements of the cat and reacting to them. He asks how this is possible, because even though his eyes are capable seeing it, a normal person wouldn't be able to react in time, and says that it's not just that he is not even using the powers. He passed on and completely avoids all attacks, and Gil starts to think that Kaden tells him that he could fight using the powers he gave, but for a short time, and he can't waste them, so he needs to wait for the right moment to defeat the cat. And so he thinks he will now disappear from the cat's side, appearing on the wall behind him with his speed, then preparing to attack the feline. But Kaden note that move is not the power he gave him, and the monster cat is no match against the boy, and so Gil once again uses his speed to escape the cat's claws. Appearing on top of him, now using the electricity he gave him, he begins to notice that the boy is a user of the power of speed, and Gil imbues his fist with electricity, asking apology to the cat, but he didn't even hit it, and so after being hit, the cat makes the boy faint, gets quite tired. Then Kaden says he was questioning him, or because he was eager to disrupt this lie, but he would not imagine that he possessed such skill. However, Gil gets straight to the point, asking if the cat is dead, but Kaden says he just is conscious, and so that aura leaves the cat, making it return to its normal size, and so on. The boy says he knew it was that kitten he took care of, but Kaden says they don't have time for that. People started arriving there because of the noise, and then that a guy with a good thing, it's definitely not on top of a cell phone tower, and you think it's weird, asking why the device cannot locate the specimen it planted, and it says it does not do any time that indicated being in that area, wondering if it had broken, and he begins to believe that he needs to awaken the ground using his ability, and thinks he tried to avoid using it to throw off the trackers, but he feels he has no choice, and he thinks he won't take the risk to lose this opportunity if the experiment was well managed. Then he uses his power, asking where he is sending back to him right now, while Rhoda is within the kitten, saying that he did everything he could, and asks Kaden if it's not. He says who said yes, saying that he is slightly electrocuted, but that's all. However, the protagonist says that going to the vet would still be a good idea, but Kaden asks what he said, saying that he may not have enough strength to transform, but nothing is guaranteed, and he asks what the boy will do if he wakes up after treatment at the hospital, and the protagonist says he knows about that, but he's still worried. But Kaden wants it better this way, telling him to stop complaining because he'll be fine, and the boy agrees with that. But Kaden thinks to himself, wondering what might have a cat turning into a monster like that, because he didn't just grow physically, but also strength, and it is not something that a common cat can do, because he looks like an awakened one. And so Prota says with Kaden saying he was a little too focused on giving first aid to the kitten. Then he didn't say this earlier, but then he tries to explain it to him, and Kaden tells him to be straight to the point. Then Rue talks about what he did when he was fighting with the kitten, and Kaden asks if it's about speed. He says that's right, but asks the cat to keep it a secret because he knows that others know about his ability, and he starts to beg. But Kaden asks what he thinks. The boy thinks he's someone who goes around spreading rumors that he has awakened abilities. So the boy asks about these abilities, asking, well, what is this? Then Kaden asks if he doesn't know what it's about, even though he is one himself awakened. And the boy also doesn't know that he is an awakened. And Kaden notices that he doesn't know nothing, now understanding, because he is not aware that he is an awakened one. He says that sometimes there is people who don't know how to be users of awakened abilities. Then the boy starts saying he has a question, and says as Kaden is talking about these abilities, he asks if his ability being fast is a thing of awakening, that Kaden confirms the boy's doubts. Then Rue questions if there are others like him. He says that it is clear after all he is looking at one of them, and so Rue stays surprised, asking if Kaden is an awakened someone with special abilities like him. Maybe you used electricity that came from a cat. I think that explains a lot. And Kaden even takes a stab at the boy's intelligence by asking if he really thought it was like a normal person would be able to turn into a cat like he did. But then the boy starts to cry, and Kaden is surprised by this, asking what's wrong with the boy. But Rue apologizes, that's why he always thought he was the only abnormal in the world, and Kaden realizes that even today he was the only one who knew about him having such an ability, and he begins to understand the other side boy, because an awakened person just wanted to live an ordinary life and was not aware of that the existence of others like him would not be easy at all. And Rue says that this is true because his mother told her never to use her abilities after she found out, but he says that when he was younger and ended up using it by accident, and he will never forget the look on his friends' faces when they saw, and the fact that they called him a monster, and so he began to hide with all his strength, that he also moved around a lot so that no one would trust him with anything, and he lives in fear of everything. But he doesn't tell his mother because he doesn't want her to worry, and questions come to his mind, wondering if he was sick or if someone found out, and if they did, would they kidnap you to experiment on you or desiccate your body? Yeah, bro, everyone is thinking about having skill and power, but no one thinks about the reality and sadness that must be imagined seeing a lab rat for years because they somehow want to get his powers, and Kaden is thoughtful about it. But the boy says that discovering that there are other skills, and not only Kaden who has special skills, makes him tear hero. And he says that knowing that you are not sick, but that you have an awakened ability is very good, and so Kaden, he says he also feels a certain relief. So he asks Kaden that he has a request, asking if he can teach him more about it. And so Kaden says that people with abilities special are users of awakened or just awakened abilities, and he says that they still haven't have knowledge of when these abilities arose or how humans acquire them, and they can be active to the body or mind, and some awakened ones have telekinetic abilities and other powers. Jiwoo's eyes begin to shine because it is like the heroes of the comic books, and Kaden says that it could be that, and says that depending on his ability he can do different things. And the boy's ability, for example, is to move in high speed, but he probably has the ability to do things related to that speed, and over the years his ability must have become more powerful. And the boy didn't explain because at first he could only use it once a day and for a second, but now he can use 3 to 5 seconds a day. But Kaden is not impressed by this thinking until recently, and note that apparently fear prevented him from using his abilities. He thinks that after listening to the story it is clear that he trained them, much less saying that he understands that he is desperately trying to hide them. But the boy asks if all the awakened ones train his abilities, and Kaden says that it is clear because what person would not want to become more powerful? After all, everyone would be excited just imagining the possibilities. And the boy asks if it's serious, saying that he still thinks he wants to hide it. But in this, Kaden says that he is a special case. However, the boy gets hungry and says he's going to eat, asking Kaden to wait a second, and the boy takes one bread, and Kaden is really eager to eat it, and Jiwoo notices that he is hungry, so she gives him cat food for him, and he is in disbelief that he will have to eat cat food again, and he sees that there will be no other alternative. He eats because he is very hungry, and so the two begin to speak very well. But the power of that guy who was up there begins to enter Jiwoo's house. Kaden immediately feels it, wondering what this energy is because he didn't realize it earlier because he was weak, but it takes over the surroundings of the entire house, and it is not just any energy, and so the cat becomes demonic again, running away quickly and not giving them a chance to see what happened. Then Kaden wonders what happened to him. The boy starts trying to pick up the cat again, but Kaden says he doesn't understand how he can already be standing up, wondering if energy has something to do with it. But then he notices the boy getting ready to leave, asking what is he doing, and the boy says he has to find him because it will be terrible if he crosses paths on the street with someone. But then Kaden asks how it is, asking if he will hunt him down once more, and he says that the first time was inevitable, but the boy's second choice besides that cat is too weak to make the transformation. But Jiwoo says it means it will be even easier bring him back out, that he even cares about other people, but what he really wants to know is who won't let anything happen to him. And so Kaden just agrees, saying he'll go with him. He says he needs to find out why the cat is like that. He felt a sinister energy emanating from the outside. He tells the boy not to misunderstand, saying that he is not going because he cares about him. And so Jiwoo thanks him, saying that he feels much better knowing that Kaden is going with him. He sends the boy stops talking and just keeps telling him not to confuse things. The best thing of all in this Manhwa is this fat Sundar cat, and so the two run desperately down the street, and Kaden says that the boy's movements now are as good as when he fought the cat, and speaks who is sure that his clever speed as well as some other skills will be developed and intensified soon. And so the boy says he also realizes that it is faster, but he asks what other skills he is talking about, remembering that Kaden talked about this earlier too. And Kaden says that all the parts of your body that are affected by your movements will continue to develop, as will your nervous system and cognitive abilities. And he says he can assume that the boy already has developed the passive skills throughout the time, and says that it is the same for everyone, and so he begins to understand. However, Kaden sends him quickly turn left, and the boy does it really fast, and Kaden notices that he used his power, asking Jiwoo how long he can stay active. He says that as he already does a few hours after he last ran, he thinks he can stay for about 2 seconds, and if for short intervals of time he probably gets a little more. So Kaden thinks about the possibilities, and the boy asks where he should go now, and Kaden just tells him to go ahead, and he asks how he knows, and Kaden just tells him to do what he says because he's feeling it, that energy up in the sky. And he says that if the guess is correct, this incident is related to an awakening, and the cat monster is going to meet him, and the boy is surprised by the responsible to be another like them, and Kaden tells them to get ready. So they follow the cat, who goes slowly to that guy who was on top of that tower. He says he appeared after his command, but then he wonders if something went wrong because he looks different than he was and could barely stand. After all, he wouldn't be able to escape from that seal in the state that he is in. And when the cat looks at him, he remembers everything that happened in the hands of this guy, being imprisoned and suffering various possible evils. Then the cat stays all bristly, and the man notices that he is showing hostility and asking if the seal placed during the procedure broke, and asked it. He's getting stronger, saying who knew. After all, the cat woke up, and as soon as Jiwoo turns the street, he notices that the two are there, but that is cat. But then Kaden yells at the boy to stop, immediately asking him to hide by pulling. He comes back, and Kaden looks from the corner, and the boy asks what was that kitten after all. Then Kaden says that the man with him is the awakened one, and the boy doesn't quite understand, and Kaden tells him not to even think about facing him without a plan, because from what he sees there is definitely a connection between him and the cat that he creates, that energy before has been a calling. But he thinks to himself that he is not one of the damned ones they are looking for, saying that this is a relief and for the way his powers flow. He is there for the cat, but in this the cat tries to attack him. He quickly stops the cat with just his hand hitting the wall, and states that he knew he wouldn't die so easily, and the cat gets up staggering, trying to escape. But then the man stops him with his powers awakened, stopping the cat in the air, asking if he can guarantee to withstand that. cat and throws the cat against the wall once more, telling him to get up, and Jiwoo doesn't like what's going on at all. Scene, and Kaden thinks that old man is a very skilled awakened, thinking that the reports with the hand indicate that he has full control over his own powers, and judging by the power of the force he used on the cat, it is psychokinesis. So the old man is disappointed with the cat, asking if that is all, because it seems that he has acquired greater physical power and is more stronger than a common cat, but thinks that something is still missing, wondering if this extension of potential to wake him up. But the cat wakes up again, getting pissed off, and he notices that the cat still hasn't fell, and Jiwoo becomes more and more serious. He says he doesn't know what's happening, but says he will, and says he's not 100% yet, but wants to do something, and Kaden yells at him not to be stupid, and the boy is surprised by Kaden getting serious. He questions the boy if he didn't just say that man is an awakened one, and asks the boy if he thinks he is in the same situation as Winfa. The cat, he says he knows not, because it is clearly different, but Jiwoo says that awakened or not, no one has the right to do with the kitten what that guy is doing. However, Kaden gets angry with the boy again, telling him to stop being naive by asking what he can do, by asking the boy if he thinks he's just going to let him go after rescuing the cat. And he questions what Jiwoo will do if he decides to go after him, asking if he is aware of the risk he can put his life in, and Jiwoo understands very well that Kaden is okay. Then Kaden says that until today he lived without having any idea of the existence of awakened ones, and asked what makes the boy think he can fight one, and he says the feeling of fighting against the cat or the tiger or whatever it was might have been great, but fighting the boy is something completely different. And he talks to Jiwoo, saying that it is impossible to beat that combat, telling him to put that on his head. Then the boy remains down, and Kaden thinks, which he now understands, because facing another awakened person means facing the death and stupidity, thinking about victory facing the experienced opponent. And so the old man says that it's okay for the cat to say that he shouldn't be able to get up, and so the cat goes back to being bristling. He asks why he doesn't run away, asking if he is trying to threaten by talking, which would be disappointing, but then Jiwoo just disappears from Kaden's side and appears next to the cat, catching him. Then he questions what is this and where that boy came from, but then he remembers there is something more important, asking how dare that boy steal your experiment. Then he tries to use his power on Jiwoo, but the boy quickly disappears, and he is left wondering where is he, because he was right there. He starts asking if he would be a tracker, saying that I knew I shouldn't have spread the powers like that, because I thought they would be able to find it so quickly. So he thinks he needs to get out of there before another tracker arrive, running away after deceiving yourself with your own thoughts. And thus, after catching the cat, Jiwoo and his furballs start running. He tells Kaden that they made it, but Kaden stays very mad at the kid because they didn't do anything, and now he knows about him, asking if he is aware of the size of the risk he is running. Then he starts yelling at Jiwoo, but he just looks at the kitten, saying that he knows about the period that is going on, but not even dead would he let it happen to go there. And Kaden doesn't like it at all, but Jiwoo says he had to try because he could stand still, and Kaden gets even more irritated, thinking that the boy is hopeless, but thinking with him he is really surprised that they succeeded because he acted right in front of the opponent. He says that his speed is greater than he expected. Then the boy talks to Kaden, saying that this may be strange, but he is very happy now, and says that today he learned with the powers he tried so hard to hide are not bad, and soon after learning this he was able of having a determination to do something, thinking that it is amazing. But Kaden tells him to shut up mouth, saying that this is not a reason to be proud at all, and the boy continues to be all happy while Kaden tells him to shut up, while the old man in the office gets really pissed because he can't believe he lost his experiment like that, and that specimen was very important. And he talks to one, assuming it's a tracker on his trail, and he says that the experiment of that specimen was probably his first success, but he was taken by a tracker before he could bring it back to confirm. Then they need to abandon those facilities, but they can't leave without getting it back. He orders to use information they gathered as a basis for locating, but the boy must be careful from now on, and so he confirms the orders of the master. And so a while later, Kaden uses his skills on the kitten. Then Jiwoo asks how is he. He says he will live his life, no more risks, but he is completely exhausted from being so mistreated, so he starts asking why he's trying so hard. So Jiwoo says it's a relief because he thought he would be much worse after seeing him getting beaten like that. Then Kaden says that if he was a normal cat he would have died, and Jiwoo must remember how the wall was broken and how this cat went through the process of awakening him, became strong enough to survive those blows. And Jiwoo is surprised that the kitten also be awakened, but Kaden thinks he may not be fully awakened, but his body emanates the correct time, and it is the first time he has seen it happen to a creature other than awakened. And he remembers cases of experiments and animals in the past that resulted in a state similar to the awakened one, and this cat was a first good given, and that means that this is work of that man, thinking that they got involved in something dangerous. And Jiwoo calls Kaden, saying that he doesn't look very well, and he says that of course he isn't, because they just got involved in something extremely complicated because of the boy's interference. And Jiwoo says she thought about it too, but asks what he should have done because he saw what he did to the cat if he had ignored the cat for having died. But Kaden says that why he rescued him is not relevant now, and the problem arose when he decided to face that awaken, and even taking the cat he forces her to say that man will definitely come after the boy. And Jiwoo stays impressed by this, but thinks not, because he might get angry, but not enough to go behind him, saying that he only saved the kitten. And Kaden notices that this idiot has no idea confusion he got himself into by saying that experiences forcing them to awaken are one of the biggest taboos in the world, and those damn people didn't stand still with the fact that he took the physical proof of his crime. And not only that, they don't know who they are or what their relationship is with with the awakened world. And to hush up the case, they will not excite and kill everyone involved. He thinks it is too much unlucky for something like this to happen to Jiwoo, who didn't even know what it was until a few hours ago, and he wonders if he should explain the details of the situation, but thinks not, because he just found out truth still needs to treat him like a common human being. After all, it's not like anything is going to change anyway. Then he asks if Kaden is mad, and he says he's sorry for doing things he did in his head, and because he's worried, then Kaden says he's not worried about him at all, sooner telling him not to be an idiot, and says that he is because the situation is dangerous and not because he's thinking about him. And the boy just agrees, and Kaden says it doesn't matter talking to the boy, just be careful playing forward because the result of your action made you win the enemy, and says that he will most likely come looking for the stolen cat. And so the boy starts laughing. In that naivety, then his phone rings, noticing that it is already 7 in the morning, and Kaden asks where the boy goes, saying that he hasn't finished talking yet. He says he has to go to school, and Kaden is shocked by the boy's idea. He says he ended up staying up all night taking care of the cat story. He will leave a lot of food for him, telling him not to forgetting to eat. So as he leaves, he asks what they will do if he wakes up while he doesn't is there. After all, he can't freak out again, but Kaden says that if that's what worries him, he is unconcerned, telling me to look at him because in his current state the cat doesn't have energy to even get up, and asked if he doesn't remember. After all, he was already very weak first time he meets him, and furthermore he asks Jiwoo what makes him think the cat would be able to defeat him, saying that he is the great Kaden with a huge pretentious smile on the face. So the kid thinks Kaden is amazing, stroking that crazy guy's ego. Then he says he has heard this countless times from many other people, and says he didn't tell him very important, but he is actually extremely strong and speaks what he normally wouldn't even speak with someone like a boy. Then Jiwoo says she didn't know he was so strong, but asks if Kaden remembers that he is now a fat cat. He starts to get pissed at the boy, he says, who is already leaving him alone, but then comes back to talk to Kaden, asking if he will still be there when he comes back, saying that his body is still not well, telling him to stay and rest, or at least stay with him until he gets better. Kaden can hardly believe it as the boy still not okay, telling him to keep asking him to promise, and Kaden starts to melt at his hunter, saying that since he begged so much he will stay for a little longer. However, when he looks in the mirror, he gets really pissed off with that round shape he took on. Then the other kittens come into the house talking to him and asking what's up with those cats, and all they start rubbing themselves against Kaden. He asks what they think they are doing, telling them not to steal his food. So when they get close, almost eating his little pot, Kaden starts to emanate his house, saying that they are getting in the way and asking them all to leave. So the poor 3 of cats start to tremble, but Kaden remembers something Jiwoo said to him when he asked how the boy he found. He says that those 3 cats that like to appear in his house they found and took him to, he would never have discovered Kaden if it weren't for they. Then become calmer, leaving the kittens aside. They stay. They are eating, still scalded, and start to enjoy themselves, and Kaden notices that they seem to be enjoying it, and he becomes calmer. But then he sees that little can of snacks that Jiwoo had bought and takes it. She wonders how she's going to open, but he remembers he has claws, so he can open them easily, and starts to wag his tail, all happy with his intelligence. But the 3 kittens notice that he is able to do something they can't. His eyes light up looking at that little can, and late the boy comes home from school talking to Kaden, but then he asks what they did because there are several open cans there, and he asks how they opened them, and notices that the outside is cut on all the cans, and asks how, but the fat scoundrel, the culprit of that, is passed out along with the other kittens. And in that, Jiwoo remembers to ask his mother if he is really human, and she says yes, saying that he is as human as she is, and he is just a little more special than normal people. But he says that other children at school, they say she can't run as fast as him. She says it's true, but that's because he has this incredible special ability. But he says that they stay with him, calling her a monster, asking if it's her fault for being different. She says no, saying that it's nobody's fault, much less his. But then he asks why they keep running away, and also because no one wants to be her friend, and she doesn't know what to respond by just hugging her son. And the boy is still a little sad and remembers the children isolating him until a kitten goes talk to him, and he is kind of shocked because the kitten rubbed against him out of nowhere, and continues with quite scared until you notice that he is not aggressive, and they call him in the classroom because he is scared. But he still remembers that kitten he petted for the first time, being amazed by that kitty. And then the teacher asked if the boy he is actually sleeping in class, so he says he tried to turn a blind eye since he is not of that, but says that he slept in his classes to days in a row. So the boy is surprised that class is over, and the teacher says yes. After all, the bell has just rung, asking if it is something happening to him because he should talk to the teacher if he has any problem. And the boy slowly starts getting up, saying that the teacher is leaving, and simply he is with his foot. And then the teacher yells at him again, and he thinks that because he is there, Kaden is giving him waiting. But while running, he almost bumps into someone and ends up bumping into the boy. And that boy he bumped into is Oin, and he says he was in a hurry. But the boy just passes by, and Ju notices that he didn't even say anything because he remembers well he is a transfer student in his class, and apologizes again, saying he has to run. And Oin starts looking at him and ends up receiving a call from his teacher, who asks where he is, and he says he is at school. And boy is surprised because they have work to do, asking if this is how he repays them for allow him to go to school for a while, asking if he really thought he could be a student of truth, question whether I hadn't already said that there are trackers behind them, saying that even so he keeps going over there, asking if he lost his mind. And the boy just replies that he's sorry. Then the master tells him to stop wasting time with futility and return to the hiding place, and he agrees with this, seeing all those people living a normal life while he has to go back to light and in that in Jiwoo's house the monster cat gets up again, surprised, wondering where, so he looks at all those cats around him and becomes wary of those who try to get close to him. They are afraid of this and run away. He becomes more and more aggressive, wanting to go after those people. But then when he jumps, Kaden appears, giving him a big slap. With all his form round and fluffy, he is thrown back on the couch, sleeping once again, asking what he thinks, "What are you doing in your house?" And so all three kittens treat Kaden as if he were a deity, and he tells them to stop being clingy. While Kaden is in that situation, Jiwoo arrives. The kittens, they run up to him and he asks how their day was. So Kaden just stares and the boy asks if they ate, but then he notices that they ate those cans again, and in that he becomes calmer, but says that what is worrying him is that cat that hasn't woken up yet, saying that his condition must be more serious than he thought, and Jiwoo becomes apprehensive because he doesn't even regain consciousness. Then Kaden says he woke up once, and the boy asks when it was. Then he says it was just before he arrived, and the boy says that's great because he was afraid that he would never wake up, saying it's a relief. But then Kaden talks to Jiwoo, saying that there is something he wants to ask you, because it seems he doesn't own those three cats, and Jiwoo confirms this by saying that they are street kittens. But then Kaden asks why he has so many things for Cat, and the boy is afraid of disappointing him if he tells him. But Kaden speaks that he will throw at him all full of swagger. Then Jiwoo says that when he was younger he didn't have friends, and he can imagine why, and his family moved all the time. He had to keep away from everyone in case he ended up using his abilities, so he was quite lonely, and his first real friend was a kitten. He was also a street cat, but whenever he needed he was there for him. But one day he disappeared. He looked for him until he couldn't anymore, and that was the same time he had to move again, so he ended up never being able to see him again. And he thinks that whenever he finds a stray kitten he wants to give it all the love in the world, so he buys food, snacks, and toys. Then before he knew it, Jiwoo became 3, and he knows that he can't take care of all the cats in the world, but he can love all the ones he meets very much. And the kid says he knows this is pretty stupid, and Kaden just looks at him, saying that it's not a big deal. And then Jiwoo changes the subject, saying that he slept at school but is still tired, and Kaden says that it is clear because his body is exhausted from using his electrical abilities of the boy, and besides he has not had any rest since the incident. The boy is surprised that it is. This is because he was finding his lack of energy strangely. He is already preparing to generate a nap. However, talks to Kaden, saying that he is very happy that he is there, telling him not to, forgetting that he needs to stay until he recovers, telling Kaden to promise. So he tells him forget about it and go to sleep, and so the boy actually lays down to sleep while Kaden stays sitting on the couch. Meanwhile, the awakened one, Oana's master, starts to throw a tantrum, asking because it doesn't work, saying that the other experiment was definitely a success, but that doesn't work, not even using the same drugs. And he talks to Oan, asking if he is sure they're all dead, asking if they will not revive at awakening like that. And Oan says that it arrived if the hearts were beating for an hour ago, and again a few minutes ago. And the old man starts to notice that this means that they are really dead, and the boy remains sad by his side, so he says no, have more time, saying that they will soon come to ask about the results, and sooner or later the trackers they will find. Then he talks to Oan, sending him bring some more for him to retake on all the tests, but he talks to his master, saying that they were the last animals they had in stock, so he asks if they used them all, sending the boy to get more. But Oan says that people are starting to suspect disappearance in the neighborhood, and the number of complaints also found out, and the police are watching. But this old man sort of throws his power in the face of the boy, telling him to be quiet, asking who he thinks he's talking to, and he just says he's sorry, and he says if it's dangerous to walk around there, he should go to other neighborhoods, but you must bring them, asking if you really have to say every detail then he needs to do, calling the boy a useless imbecile. And he begins to wonder if the boy has any idea how difficult it is to make any progress in this experiment, and he thinks he can't, he won't give up so easily. And so in the meantime, the protagonist is sleeping with all his cats, and Kaden is farming, and he slowly starts to gather some power and saw his claws, so he thinks that this is making him crazy because his strength is not returning, and he is not yet recovered. But the worst is that he has to use power superior to the capacity of that body, and he thinks that it could also be because he transferred some of his powers to Jiwoo. But he remembers the boy's face, totally happy, and thinks that there was no other alternative in moment, and if he hadn't helped, who knows what could have happened. That damn, it's still going to be a problem. And he says that not just anyone has the courage to do an experiment strictly banned in the awakened world, and he thinks that he would not kidnap him knowing that Jiwoo discovered his secret, and if they are lucky he will run away right away. But if he doesn't, the boy is in danger. And so Kaden hears Jiwoo talking in his sleep, noticing that he had a nightmare, so he goes to, he says it's no wonder, because at the same time he discovered the world of the awakened ones, he has to face our indirectly. And the boy begins to whisper Kaden's name, saying that he can't breathe because it feels like something is squeezing him, and Kaden, who forgot his light weight, is on top of the boy, and he starts to pass badly, and Kaden quickly runs away from there. Then he asks when he was stopped on top of the boy, saying he doesn't know anything. And so the boy wakes up, saying he had a nightmare horrible because someone came up to him and started to strangle him, and he couldn't breathe. And so Kaden gets really pissed off with this description, but when the boy look at him, he starts to pretend he had a nightmare, and the boy says which must have been because of everything that happened in the last few days, and the things he told you, they also don't leave his head. And Kaden, to make matters worse, tells him not to forget the owner of the experiment he stole, and so he says he doesn't forget about it either. But Kaden asks the medium, saying that he didn't even seem to be listening to him because he was laughing that way. He thought he hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation he was in. He got involved, and the kid just laughs, and Kaden gets pissed. But then Jiwoo thanks him for worrying, saying he knew he should feel bad about the problem, but for some reason he feels kind of happy. So Kaden tells him to be quiet, asking who said he is worried about him, and Tsundere once again, and Jiwoo asks if he is not, and he says that of course he is not, saying that he only guides you because he helped him when he needed it, and Kaden denies himself being worried because he only has time to think about himself, and so Jiwoo starts asking if he was wrong, and Kaden gets annoyed with the boy, saying that if he's so thoughtful, he'll tell him some efficient way to increase his abilities. So the boy asks if it is possible to do this, and Kaden says yes, and so they go to what looks like the basement, and Kaden says that that room will do, saying that it has plenty of space, and so he says that will start by saying that until now he has been using his abilities blindly. He only could develop them with regulated use, but if he uses the method he will teach you, his growth will be bigger and better. But he makes it clear to the boy that things are not will happen immediately, and your skills do not develop in days, and usually takes a long time, and factors such as talent and training method have a big influence, and there is no guarantee of development in years or even decades, and the boy begins to note that maybe he won't improve at all, because that's the possibility. But Kaden says he is not so sure about it, as it all depends on his talent. Being able to develop your skills is one thing, and being able to use them efficiently is another, and this development stage alone will last months. So he asks how long Kaden took, and he questions what he is talking about, as this is a method that he himself developed, and so Kaden tells the boy to come closer, touching his chest, and Jiwoo notices that it seems just like last time when Kaden gave him his powers, and Kaden tells him to escort carefully. The root of awakened abilities come from the heart, and every time it beats your blood, carries energy throughout your body. It will insert its own energy into your heart to make it easier for him to feel his own circulating through his body, and this will help him to better use his powers, telling him to remember that feeling. Then Kaden says he's going to start, and so he continues to shock the boy and tell him to resist the pain. So the power of Kaden eat his boy's body weak, and a bright light happens. So in the end of it all, the boy stays focused, and Kaden says that it will be a little difficult to redo this for now, but says that if he keeps trying to reproduce these effects for a few months without rest, then he will succeed. But in this, the boy automatically manages to ask Kaden if that wasn't what he just did with his hand, and then Kaden is surprised, and the boy says he can move that his energy is the same as he showed, wondering if that's how he does it. And Kaden is shocked, asking how he's doing. Then in the room, the boy continues cultivating. Then Kaden looks at him, and he thinks that even though he passed his energy to him, those results are unbelievable. And not only was he able to move what he went through own body instantly, how did he manage to do the same with his own energy in just a few hours? And so the boy says he doesn't know if he's doing it right like Kaden taught, asking this energy even and focusing on your heart. But Kaden says that if things weren't going to be difficult, then he wouldn't have said they would be. And he says that, to be honest, it is very strange, because the technique in this case is as if his skills were handed to him on a platter of cap. And the boy is happy about it, and says that even so he thought he would get it at least less feel the energy moving through his body. He felt it down there in the basement. Maybe he just have no talent. But while he thinks about it, his cell phone starts ringing. He notices that they are 8 hours, saying he's late, saying he didn't even see the time passing. So he thinks he forgot the cat's food, quickly putting it in as he hurries to leave, telling Kaden that he's going, asking him to take care of the house. But Kaden starts to think that the boy never remembers the food, and he thinks about guilt, saying he had no talent, and he thinks that's a lot funny, because the amount of energy may be too small for him to feel. But he does all certainly begins to concentrate in the heart, thinking that this is how the awakened develop their skills. And it is the first time he has seen someone whose progress is immediate, besides him of course. But then he remembers thinking of something, wondering if his method is really effective, because when you stop to think about it, he never taught or even showed this to anyone, and if he had, perhaps the awakened would have developed their abilities as quickly as Jiwoo, got much stronger, and he thinks he did that to Jiwoo, thinking he still did it a way for him to feel his own energy through his body, and he begins to think that boy may not be a genius, and it's the great Kaden who is extraordinary. And the beast narcissist with the mecho begins to wonder how he can be so amazing, and so the 3 kittens inside a place, he notices that it seems they have already finished their own food, and tells them not to even think about eating his food, and he gets pissed off looking at them, and realizes that they understand what he says, and so he walks away in the food bowl. As he looks at that cat that was the target of the experiments, then he remembers that guy. As the cats start to rub against him, he says it's okay, letting him eat his food, but asking to be left in peace. And he got dirty in the classroom. He thinks it was good he wasn't late, but he starts to obsess, and he says he's sleepy because he's been sleeping very little these days, but in fact a lot has happened, and he remembers everything he went through with Kaden in that short period of time, and still thinks that being with Kaden is much better than being alone. And then he calls Joe again, and the teacher wakes him up, asking what's wrong with the boy. In these times, because all he does is sleep in the classroom, and the boy doesn't understand anything, and the teacher says that the class is over again, and says that he doesn't know what to do with it because he was a model student. He also questions whether anyone knows about Joe, because he doesn't have a phone number, asking if anyone who is a friend of his knows how he can get in touch, saying that he hasn't been here for a long time, and Joe is surprised that he's missed it again. Kaden is definitely waiting for him, wondering if he ate what he left, or if the other kitten woke up, but then he notices that Oin is being bullied with some boys beating him up, and they open the boy's backpack, bullying him. Noticing that there is only food, and Oin is still silent, so the protagonist asks what he is doing looking over there, and they wonder who that boy is, telling them not to get involved, but then he says that there is no way, because he is your classmate, and so the bullies are full of brown looking to Prota, and they try to hit him, asking what a little chicken like him is going to do, and Prota just dodges the slap the boy was going to deal, and he is in disbelief, asking why he is dodging, and tries to hit Prota once more, but the boy keeps getting out of the way of all the attacks, and 2 against 1 can't hit Joe once, so he tells them to stop, and everyone starts asking if it's a fight, saying that the kids are scared, and so he sends them to the ring, tells them to stop because those idiots are embarrassing him, and talks to Prota, saying that he is the guy who feeds cats on the street. He asks if it is him, asking how he knows, and says he better keep his eyes open because if he sees them again, he dies, and so they leave Prota behind along with Oin. And the boy asks if he's okay, but he just walks away, going his way without saying anything. But Prota keeps following because he didn't show up at school, saying he saw that there was a lot of food in his bag, asking if he has cats and dogs at home, and he says he only has cats, while continuing to follow and speaking. He says he's going that way, saying goodbye to the boy, saying he'll see him tomorrow, but he noticed that Oin didn't say a word and left, and so he goes back home talking to Kaden. Then he asks where he is. He asks if Kaden is up there, looking for him in every corner, but seeing that Kaden isn't showing up, he wonders if he left without even saying goodbye, quite sad, calling Kaden evil, asking how he could have left without warning, but Kaden is still at home. And Jiwoo says that even after he asked him to stay until he gets better, even if he had an emergency, could have at least warned us before leaving. However, Kaden is very angry at the moment because he is using the toilet like a human, and he curses the imbecile boy. And I love this Manhwa. The cat is shitting in the toilet. Man, this is simply absurd. I really wanted my cat to do that because I can't stand it anymore. I'll change. So a while later, Kaden is pissed off looking outside, and Jiwoo starts apologizing because he freaked out for a moment and says he thought he had disappeared. He was very sorry for confusion, saying that it won't happen again, and asking Kaden to forgive him. And he says that everything is fine, saying that the boy can stop now. Then Jiwoo asks if he forgives her, and Kaden says no. It was so serious, saying that the ridiculous thing is that they are still discussing this, but Jiwoo it will make everything worse. Asked if he managed to shit or not, he screams so loud that he interrupted the boy, and he tells him to shut up. He almost got on the kid's hand. Then he talks to Kaden asking for him to lower his paw, saying that he is very happy that it was only his hand that understood. And so the heart Kaden's body starts to melt and he becomes calm. Then they hear an anatomical noise that the kitten got up again, and so he tells Kaden that the cat woke up, and he looking for Kaden, he gets all excited wanting to attack, but then he remembers what happened in hand of that cute cake, where he took that kick that made him pass out for a long time. Then the cat starts to act a little more relaxed, simply licking its paw and acting like a cat would act. So Kaden asked what's wrong with him, asking if he knows why he's acting so. Then the protagonist goes to the cat, grabbing him in his arms and petting him, saying that he stays happy that he is well, and the cat is even surprised by all this affection. So Jiwoo asks Kaden if he is okay to take him to the vet because he's very calm now, and I think he'll stay that way until the end of the consultation. But Kaden says he doesn't think he's calm. In fact, the animal is very scared. So the boy says he took a look, but he also wants the word of a veterinarian, saying that if he goes with them and everything will be fine. And Kaden agrees, but realizes that the boy wants him to go with him, and so he wants them to go together. But he says he doesn't want to because why would he go? After all, that place is boring. So the boy says that he gives some snacks in exchange, and says that come to think of it, they're out of canned food, and he'll have to buy some on the street too. And he notices all the open cans in the corner, and a while later in the middle of the street, everyone falls in love with that fat cat and that boy walking side by side. So the boy says that night air it's very refreshing. Kaden is very pissed, and he also tells the boy to stop talking to him public because he can't even answer in front of all these people, that the boy keeps talking with him in the same way. And Kaden starts to think that they're going to think that kid is a lunatic lonely, and in that he envied him in the middle of the street. He noticed something that was in his hand, noticing that it's the cat his master is looking for, and he remembers him saying he thinks he has a tracker inside them because he took the specimen. So the boy is in disbelief that it is frozen, and he goes to the vet, and he is surprised by the boy so late there that he says he wanted that he take a look at that kid because he thinks he's hurt, but he's not sure. So he thought it best to bring him there, and so Kaden looks around and notices the kin food right behind him and climbs onto a chair watching him get all excited wagging his tail. And the vet says that the cat is fine and says that he is actually more worried about that one cat there, saying that he really needs a diet. And Kaden gets really pissed, wondering whether to kill him. And in that the boy walking through the clinic notices something strange, wondering why that there are so many little animals hospitalized there. And the doctor says that they are all very hurt, and someone leaves them in front of the clinic and even leaves money for the treatment. At least he thinks that's what it's for. And Yo is surprised that someone is abandoning them there, and the doctor says yes, saying that just before he arrived he was undergoing treatment to new ones, and in fact all of them were in an emergency state. And Yo asks if they were abused. Then the doctor says he is not sure, and none of them had any physical injury, but there was another problem, and the boy asks what that problem is, and he says there isn't one adequate equipment to perform the test, but they all showed symptoms of dependence chemistry. And Kaden begins to notice what is happening, and so Oin returns to his master, and he asks if the boy is being silly again, and he says he was getting rid of the bodies. So the master tells him to be careful when he is outside, as trackers may appear at any time, and he says he can't understand why it's not working because are you sure you are administering the same amount of substance as in that specific case? Then Oin speaks to his master that he has a question to ask, so he asks which type of ability of the tracker he faced, and he says that from what he can see it had something to do with the movement, and it appeared in front of you and disappeared with the experiment in a split second. So he tried to react as quickly as he could, but before he could do anything he had already taken it on, and if he had prepared for it, he would never have lost that experiment. But now that he knows what kind of ability he has, if he finds it again he ruins the boy's race, and so Oin starts to get sad about this situation in which he got himself into. And so a few days later at school, the protagonist is calmly sitting in his place and notices Oin arriving, and he looks at the boy, remembering his master when he had the power of the guy who stole the cat. It had to do with the movement. He tried to react as much as possible as fast as he could, but before he could do anything, he had already taken over, and Oin keeps thinking about it. The boy is happy that he got hurt, and Jiwoo lets out a big with a smile, but Oin remains serious, and everyone begins to wonder if the two are close, asking when they became friends, and they say that Oin hasn't said a word since was transferred, and Jiwoo doesn't really get along with anyone, thinking it's weird to do both like this. And then during class, the protagonist continues looking at the picture of the kittens, and Kyron's sleeping too, smiling as he looks, and Oin thinks it would be a tracker. This means that he is a professional, has received the training, but he wonders how someone like that kid is a pro. Meanwhile, Kyron is waking up from a hell of a nap, and he wonders what's wrong with him because his body feels tired from an early age, wondering if there is something wrong with it, wondering if maybe it is the side effects of the wounds he suffered. But then he notices all 3 kittens sleeping, and he becomes scared by this, assuming it is the ability of some awakened one, wondering if they locate it. But then the cats start to snore very peacefully in their sleep, and he is fine disappointed, wondering if it's nap time for the cats, wondering if this means that because of that body, he also gets sleepy at that time of the day, and he thinks that all his energy is being drained little by little, and he will end up falling asleep. But he thinks he has to get out of the sun and go to the other side of the room. But as he staggers, he ends up falling and begins to think that the great Kaden would never lose to sleep, wondering how this is possible. And he also falls all sprawled out, taking his afternoon nap. While he goes back to Jiwoo, sees a cat in the middle of the street and notices that he has something for him. So he asks if the cat is hungry, giving him a snack, telling him he can stay. And Oin starts following the boy calling Jiwoo, and so he is surprised because he didn't even see it coming. And Oin goes straight to the point where he got his cat, and he says that this cat is not his. He just gave it some food because he looked hungry. But Oin says it's not that one, and it would be the striped cat he was carrying last night. And the boy remembers it, asking if it was when he went to the vet, and he says he knew him for a while. But one day he disappeared out of nowhere, and after a long time, he suddenly reappeared all hurt, and that was a few days ago, saying that was why they took him to the vet. Asking why, Oin was questioned, and he said he thought it could be his cat. And so the boy is surprised, asking if he lost his kid, asking if he wants him to bring it so he can see if it's his, saying he's going to bring it so he can have it sure, because it could be his cub, asking the boy to wait. And Oin asks if he isn't a tracker, because if he were, he would never show him the cat so easily. So Jiwoo runs home, and Kaden ends up waking up, so he carries the cat carefully. And Kaden asks what he's doing, and he says he thinks he found the owner of that kitten. And Kaden is like surprised by this, questioning what he is talking about. And so he says he will be back soon, but Kaden starts to get suspicious. Meanwhile, Oin is waiting for him. The boy comes back running, asking if this is his cat. And when Oin looks at the cat also looks at him, being scared. And Oin says that this is his cat. And so the cat remembers when he was with his master, while they were doing all those things to him. And he starts to get all ruffled. And Jiwoo tells him to stop because he is struggling too much. And so Oin tells him to deal with the cat, increasingly aggressive. Then Jiwoo notices that something is wrong and asks if this kitten is really him. And Oin says yes in a very serious tone. But then Jiwoo asks why he is like that again, because if he were the owner, he wouldn't be at risk. And asks again if he is. Then Oin continues silent, and Jiwoo says that he is not, asking why he is wanting to take him without being the owner. But Oin tells Jiwoo to deal with the cat because he will only be in danger by staying with him. But Jiwoo keeps saying no. But Oin says that he doesn't give her a choice, simply goes to the boy and knocks Jiwoo out with a punch, saying that he won't be able to get up for a few hours. And so the boy falls, while the cat growls, and Oin uses his power to trap the cat, levitating him. Then he grabs the cat by the skin to take him away. But Jiwoo asks him to he waits, while he gets up staggered, and seeing that Oin thinks he has hit Oin's vitals, wondering if he missed a blow. And Jiwoo talks to him, asking why he is doing so. And because he attacked and is taking the kitten that is not even his. Then he says that he attacked, saying he doesn't know why he was with that cat, but he wants him to forget everything that happened, including him. So Jiwoo asks what he is talking about, asking him explain better so he can understand what's going on. But in that, the boy remembers that guy who was mistreating the cat, asking if he is on that old man's side. And so Oin notices that it was he himself who stole his master's cat. And so Jiwoo doesn't quite understand what he's doing, speaking, and Oin uses his power, thinking that Jiwoo's awakened ability has to do with the acceleration, and he thinks he has to attack before he moves, attacking the boy without even thinking about it. Then Jiwoo is thrown away, suffering a lot of impact, and so Oin uses his power again to attack the boy, but Jiwoo manages to get out of the way, escaping that attack. And so Oin thinks it's no wonder he managed to steal the cat last time, saying Jiwoo is fast. Meanwhile, Oin thinks that Oin is also an awakened one and is in cahoots with that guy, and wonders why they want the kitten so much. And so Oin keeps attacking him without stopping, and Jiwoo uses his speed to get close to the boy, trying to steal the cat. And Jiwoo takes him out of the boy's sight, not giving Jiwoo a chance to catch the cat. But still, he is in disbelief that Jiwoo was able to shorten his distance so quickly. But no matter how fast a person is, if these movements are predictable, he will only need to attack the point where he will stop. And so the boy is thrown away or be attacked when burning close. And so Jiwoo thinks that those attacks hurt, and Oin continues to look at the boy standing up, wondering what's wrong with him, because he really is a tracker who is inside him. Then he should have received combat training, but all the movements so far, they have been sloppy. And so he keeps looking at the cat in total despair and goes after Oin again. And he notices that the boy is once again aiming at the cat and grabs Jiwoo by the collar, slamming him against a wall. Then he asks what Jiwoo is, asking which group the boy belongs to. But Jiwoo seems to know nothing about these groups, and so he remembers everything Jiwoo did during that day, noticing that he is not hunting him. The boy says he has no idea what he is talking about, asking why he would hunt him. And so Oin releases him, noticing that the boy is innocent, but he thinks that this makes sense, because it is not possible that someone of that level would be placed to face him, and perhaps he has accidentally falling into the middle of this whole story. And so he warns Jiwoo again, telling him to forget all that. Forget the cat, forget him, and also forget his master. And the boy turns and leaves, and Jiwoo wonders what he is doing because he is an imbecile and should have left the cat at home. Remembers everything he went through with the cat and clenches his fist, becoming more and more motivated. Meanwhile, Kaden is at home, calm, yawning and living his monotony, and says that ended up sleeping all day, wondering why Jiwoo hadn't come back yet. He remembers what boy did and thinks about the owner of that cat, thinking that the story is badly told and it's been a while since he left. So he gets up and says that the boy is really confusing sometimes, preparing to go after him, like a mother goes after her son. Meanwhile, Oin takes the boy to his master. He is all happy because the boy found him and says he had no idea that he would be so useful. But remember that the boy is always great when he sets his mind to something, and says that now he can finally continue with his research, saying that everyone else's experiments ended up dying before showing any results. And now he no longer needs to worry about none other than this. And he asks how the boy located him, and so Oin says which was by accident, because he found the person who was with him and managed to take him back. And so he asks if he found it by accident, saying that the boy was lucky, asking what happened to the guy. I don't know if he got rid of him, but Oin says he escaped. And so the master says it would have been better if he had killed him, as it will be difficult to capture him because of that full speed. So he tells you to make sure to kill him next time. But he says he's pleased that he was able to bring the specimen back, saying that the boy did very well, and also says that there is no time to waste, saying that he will start right now because all these problems were solved. And Oin looks at the cat, kind of sad, while he is in that cage. And meanwhile, the protagonist continues following Oin's trail to the building he entered and begins to question whether he can rescue the cat, as he had to use some of his ability to reach Oin there. But while he thinks about nonsense, the master ends up appearing, asking the boy if he is looking for something. And then Kaden goes to the hospital vet, looks for the boy, and wonders where Jiwoo got to, and he thinks it doesn't matter, saying that he is no longer a child because sooner or later he ends up coming back, that he is not even the part of him. But then he stops, thinking better of it, because still the fact that he doesn't know his location makes you uneasy, especially since they should be hiding. Right now, he says that he can give him a headache sometimes and keeps looking. And so Jiwoo notices that this is the guy, the uncle who was beating the cat, wondering what he was doing. And so he says that asked what the boy was doing, as it looked like he was heading in that direction. Then he says it's nothing because he was just passing by. But then the crown asked why he's lying, but he says he's not lying. And so the crown says he saw him looking at the alley since arrived, that he looks familiar. And so he remembers that he is the boy who stole that kiss, and notice that he escaped, saying that it is right, saying that he is the damned one who took the cat. And so he releases his power behind the protagonist, trying to catch him, and he notices that he is discovered, trying to escape, but he manages to hit the protagonist, throwing him into the wall, asking where he thinks goes. And the protagonist falls again, meanwhile, and notices through the cameras that his master is talking about Jiwoo, and notices that Jiwoo followed him. And the boy is already all screwed up on the floor, and the crown wonders what this is, asking if the tracker is a child. And Jiwoo stands up and runs away quickly with his speed, but doesn't get very far. After all, his legs are no longer. Woo and master again attacks the boy on his back, asking if he will run away again, attacking even further away. And he starts laughing sadistically at being hurt. And so Woo goes down to the street shouting his master, and notices that he is already attacking Jiwoo. And so he talks to Woo, who is the one who seems to have a tick stuck to him, but he thinks that this at least allowed him to capture him. And so Woo becomes sad, while his master kicks the boy, telling him to get up, asking what there is with him, questioning if this is all, even more so after just one blow, thinking that this tracker is too weak. And so he thinks that even if he has received a hit, still he must be pretending to create an opening for escape, saying that this is unacceptable, activating his powers even stronger to kill the boy. But Woon says that he probably was weak in the fight he had with him, and he was no longer able to use his ability properly even there. And so his master is surprised, and he says yes, saying that he takes care of the rest, saying that there is no need for the master to use his energies. And so he says he is right, and Woon becomes calmer. But his master, as he walks, begins to think that whenever remember the other day he got angry with the boy and said he would take care of him himself. And so he explodes the boy with his power, throwing his energy at Jiwoo's leg and tearing her apart. He says that if he breaks one of his legs, he won't be able to use his ability properly. And the boy starts to feel a terrible pain in his leg. So he says that this is funny, asking what all the fuss is about with just one broken leg, questioning Kim. The boy is trying to deceive in which group he should belong to. But in this, Woon becomes more and more distressed seeing Jiwoo being beaten. So he talks to his master, and he continues beating the boy, asking if Jiwoo won't speak. And Woon shouts again to his master, calling his attention, saying that they are there, saying that he is not a tracker who is after him. So the master asks what he is talking, questioning how come he is not a tracker. And Woon says he could be the one who took the cat, but it is not a tracker. But the master questions if he did not say that he took the cat from tracker, asking if he is saying now that he is not. And so the boy says that he is awakened, but it's not who's behind them. And apparently he picked up the cat after seeing it suffer abuse. So the master asks if that's it. Now that he talks about it, seeing it up close, the clothes, they seem familiar, asking if he is from the same school as Woon, and he says they are from the same school class. But in this, the master realizes that if what he is saying is true, then Woon lied to him. Then he says he's sorry, saying he didn't think there would be any problems after getting the cat. But at that, the master asks how he dares to lie to him, attacking the boy, throwing the Woon away, making him hit directly into the wall. And he says he will punish him later, and the priority now, it's time to get rid of that brat. But then Woon shouts at his master again, and he questions if it really is that everything was just a coincidence, questioning whether the boy really believes this. Even more so, one of the kind of him being coincidentally in the same class as the awakened one at school for which he was transferred, and that he somehow stole the specimen, asking what the chance of this all being a coincidence. But he thinks it doesn't matter, because it doesn't matter if he is a tracker or not. There can be no witnesses to your crime, and it starts to activate even more strongly his power. But then an attack occurs right next to him, and the master questions whether Woon attacked, and he says he hasn't hit him yet, and he aimed wrong on purpose. And he starts asking apologizes to his master, as he cannot let Jiwoo die, and he begins to call the boy wretch, while a huge fight is going on. And from afar, Kaden feels something on the horizon, and then the master asks if Woon has lost his mind, and the boy says he's sorry. So the master asks if he thinks he can stop it, and on top of that, he actually put force into that shot, and he says I know why. It was also for the good of his master, and he tells the boy to shut up. And again, Woon's saying that he saved him when he was being used as an experiment, and gave him food and taught him how to use his powers, but still he dares to betray, saying he will get rid of him before the kid. Then Woon is attacked more and more strongly, and starts using his powers to attack the master, hitting him, but he automatically regrets it, saying that he doesn't intend it, and the master becomes even more angry, attacking the boy more strongly, and so the two they start a fight of awakened one, and so he notices that he hit his master again, asking if he's fine, and so he says the boy is better than he expected, saying he understood, and since they have come to this, they will listen with strong, and he became activating and gives more of his powers, and his eyes begin to glow. An explosion of power throws Woon against the wall, again breaking part of it, and the master doesn't give the boy any opportunity to breathe, attacking him once more, lifting him in the air and slamming him into the ground. And then he asks if is all Woon has, saying that he rebelled against him with this lousy skill, so he never betrayed him, and so the master starts kicking him, asking what the hell he's talking about, because he just turned against him, all because of that fucking brat, and he asks if he is nothing to him, because he saved him and he fed him. And so Kaden gets into that situation, noticing that that guy over there is the one who was hitting his own cat. He says that at least it's not Jiwoo, and says he was worried for a moment, but then he wonders where the boy is, seeing Jiwoo lying across the street, all bruised, cut, and with his leg broken. And so Kaden calls his hand, poking the boy with his nose, asking Jiwoo how he is, and tells him that warned him to be careful and not to cause any more trouble, saying that he is an idiot, telling him to watch the what happened. And the boy ends up waking up, noticing that Kaden is there, and he says it's him, asking if he is okay. After all, he didn't come home, and he had to go look for him, saying that swears he's a problem sometimes. And the boy smiles at Kaden apologetically, or leaving more emotional still, and in that the master is panning after kicking the boy so much, and he talks to Woon, who will have to give him a full explanation later, after he gets rid of the boy. Then he talks to the master, saying that Jiwoo is not a tracker, but the master asks if he is not understand, saying that it doesn't matter whether he is or not, and he knows about his work, and they can't leave witnesses, and to make matters worse, he is still an awakened one. And so, when he turns around, he notices who has a cat near Jiwoo and asks who that whale is, saying that he can be useful, since they are out of guinea pigs. And so Jiwoo notices his intentions and tells Kaden to flee, and this may be quick, but in this he asks if the boy doesn't think he should think about himself before, telling him to look at his condition. But then the boy says he needs to get out of there, but then Kaden tells him not to worry, telling him to stay there for a while, activating his electricity, telling the boy who will take care of everything. Man, I'm going to cry. Man, I love Kaden. Kaden is the best character in this work, man. And in this he starts to shine in front of the boy, undoing his transformation into him. And so he gets up, becoming the fierce guy he always was, appearing with her long hair loose, asking if that guy is an idiot, wondering if he couldn't have created a separate dimension to play fight in. And so both Jiwoo and the other two are surprised to see that guy, and Kaden automatically creates a separate dimension from reality. And so the master notices that he has the ability to create dimensions, and Kaden talks to him, asking if he doesn't think he's being too hard on the boys, and he wonders what his relationship with the boy is, asking who he is, and he starts asking who he would be. And so he realizes that if it is a skill of this level with electrical properties, then it can only be one person, but he wonders why he is there, and in that Jiwoo calls Kaden, who the master listening to. This is discredited, while the boy asks if he is really Kaden, and so he notes that that is Kaden, the destroyer. So Kaden smiled very evilly at the master, and he says that if this is the real Kaden, then there is no way he can fight and defeat him. Then he asks him to wait a minute, saying he doesn't want to fight him, and he has no idea that he knew the boy. If he had known, he would never have attacked him, so he swears he didn't knew he was important to him. And Kaden just watches and asks how he is shut up, because he won't stop mumbling, and how about just dying. And he strikes a lightning bolt exactly on top of the master, making him well cooked, and he being electrocuted like that, falls to his knees, completely burned, and he swarms his master. And then Kaden notices that he is still alive, and he went to easy. Then if that's the case, he'll make sure to complete his work properly this time. But in this, Wayne steps in front of him, and Kaden asks what he thinks he's doing, so he thinks that's Kaden, the destroyer, one of the awakened, with the most powerful abilities that exist, and he is known for literally destroying every opponent that crosses his path. And he has a cold personality, and does not associate with anything, nor does he care about anyone. And yet, Jiwoo not only knows him, but lives with him. But then Kaden calls Wayne for him to stop staring and respond, and in that the boy remembers that he is in reality, and asks sorry, but asks to please let his master live, saying he begs. And Kaden asks if he is his master, saying that his master was giving him a beating just seconds ago, and yet he wants to save him. And the boy says that's exactly, and I really had no idea he had a connection with Jiwoo. And Kaden says that of course they don't would know, but it's a shame, because it turns out he knows that insect very well, and knows what he has done. And in this the boy still remains in front of his master, and Kaden tells him to leave, or he will die with him. And the boy doesn't seem to want to move from there, but his master orders Wayne to leave, and so he is surprised by his master, and he keeps telling the boy to leave. And Kaden says that if they wish for a death jointly, he will fulfill fulfill their wish, for he does not give him respect. But Jiwoo behind him calls Kaden and says that he thinks that's enough, saying that he can stop now. Then Kaden asks if he thinks it's enough, and they pose him in that state, asking if he's not even dead. But Kaden still says that being angry is one thing, but asks if he really understands his real situation, because if he hadn't arrived, he would have actually killed him. Then he asks if he didn't warn him, saying that this world is not a bed of roses for him, and depending on the agent's intention, an awakened person can easily be murdered with or without reason plausible. And the boy begins to notice the reality of that world and says he understood and knows he committed a mistake, but that also means he doesn't have to kill them. So Kaden is surprised by he asks Jiwoo why he thinks he is in this present state, and he says he knows that it's because of him. He knows it's because of you, but he doesn't want Kaden to have to kill anyone for him, and he is surprised by this. And he says that Wayne is his friend. He even tried to save him, and Kaden gets even more upset looking at the boy and starts to get pissed off with Jiwoo, saying he is really the king of speeches. Then he just scratches his head, sending them walk away, telling them to get out of their sight, and if they ever bump into them again, to kill them. And a day like that certainly doesn't happen twice. And so he gets his master thanking Kaden and leaving. Then he says he hopes Jiwoo is satisfied, and he thanks Kaden, but Kaden just says that he respects him. Then he remembers something, saying that he went to pick up the kid, and so already at home. Kaden is already wearing his clothes, healing the boy, and he uses his electricity to do so. And he thinks he knew that his leg was broken, but says he will recover quickly thanks to treatment with his powers. The scar and the boy will need a day or two, and his bones a week. And the boy starts laughing looking at him, and he watches Kaden all happy. He complained about what happened, asking if the boy hit his head, asking why he laughs, and he says he didn't imagine he would look like that. So he asks if he thought he was really a fat cat, but he says that's not the case because he's more cooler than he expected. And Kaden says that, as he said before, he is amazing. He says he is for real, and Kaden starts to feel all over. And he also notices that the cats are like that way since they arrived, asking what's wrong with them. Then Jiwoo says they must be scared because now he is a person. So he starts to feel something strange, wondering what happened. Then his powers go out of control, and notice that your body is changing, and he goes back to being the same old fat cat. And he is shocked by this, wondering what happened, and asks why he turned into a fat cat again, because this time he didn't do anything. Meanwhile, Kaden takes his master from his house, asking if he is okay, but the old man is already on his last legs, and he starts to say that it was bad. After all, it was all his fault, but the master tells him to forget, because if he had killed the boy, Kaden would not have spared his life. So he says he will treat his wounds, but he says no, saying that they will leave as soon as possible, ordering to collect all the data. And so, some time later, some awakened people go to the master, and when he feels that, quickly takes action by attacking Oi, asking how dare he the master. And the boy for the 10th time is thrown away and hits his back on something. And the master says he knew one day he would cheat, saying that was why he made sure he never teach him nothing. But Oin doesn't understand anything the master is saying, so he sends he shuts up. And so they arrive calling the master Professor Dylan, and he asks who those are people. They say they are from the association, saying they are there to arrest him for committing the crime of carrying out illegal research. So he talks to Oin, calling him damn, saying that it was his fault, because if it weren't for him, he wouldn't be like this. But in this, one of the men to before he could attack the boy, and he holds him. He starts asking to be let go, and says he's going to kill that traitor with his own hands. And the boy doesn't understand anything he's saying, is talking, and Dylan says that because of him he can't finish his research, blaming Oin for all. And that man sends Rain, orders them to take him out, and they say that Oin will need to accompany them. And the boy who is floating in this whole story just agrees with she. Meanwhile, the awakened leader of another organization receives images of everything that happened, and his subordinate says it's hard to confirm for sure since the evidence has been erased. Kaden has skill, and his subordinate says that the association still ignores this fact, and she orders him to make sure that this information would not be leaked, or they will have a lot of problems. And he agrees with her and asks how he should deal with the boy, and she watches Jiwoo through a recording. Meanwhile, he is at home playing with the guys using that little feather, thinking they're too cute. But meanwhile, Kaden is quite worried, wondering why his body has returned to this state, and he knows he has force. It is powers a little, but this is too weird, and he says he shouldn't be able to transform with no energy and left over, and this happens suddenly involuntarily. So he begins to think that the change he went through was not just physical, but a transformation complete from human to feline, and that means he is now really a cat. And he starts thinking he can't believe how amazing he is because his skills are really perfect, but then he wonders how he turns back into a human, and so he begins laughing even without knowing anything in that situation. And so he thinks about what he does, because everything will be fine, because something like this is simple once he has regained his strength. And meanwhile, the kidnapped kid, seeing everything strange, decides to go back to sleep pretend, and Jiwoo asks Kaden why he turned back into a cat, and he says it's because this body, it's really great. And he says Jiwoo hasn't realized how amazing that body is yet, but then he gets hypnotized by that little toy Jiwoo is using and jumps on top of it, acting like tells his instincts all silly, and he says he won't lose against that. And seeing Jiwoo watching, he looks embarrassed. He takes the toy and wonders why I had to perfectly transform into a cat, all embarrassed. And Jiwoo says that that kitten hasn't gotten up yet, asking if he's still hurt, but Kaden looks suspiciously, and the cat says that there were no wounds when Ilho examined him, saying that he should get up soon. So he says that he is actually in better condition than when he first arrived, but Jiwoo wants to ask why he's shaking, wondering if it's cold, and so he leans over on the cat, petting him, and Kaden feels calmer seeing that scene, and thinks that leaving that aside, he is a little apprehensive. He counts the marks he left when he used his powers, because even though he has returned to his original state, after leaving the scene he still worries. He says he's going out for a moment, saying he'll be back soon, and he feels that some awakened by the surroundings means they are on alert because of his little show. So the boy asks what is he talking about, saying he's going with him because he feels bad staying at home all day. But in this, Kaden tells him to take it easy because he can't think about walking around after everything that he passed that previous day. But in that, Jiwoo says it doesn't even hurt anymore. And what's more, what he thought he had to worry about, having someone strong like Kaden by his side and having his ego massaged, Kaden gets all silly, saying that Jiwoo finally realized how amazing he is. The boy says that he certainly noticed, saying that it is impossible to ignore the fact that he is even strong after having seen it with his own eyes. And Kaden says that the idiot really knows throw people. Besides, he says that the old man got scared and gave up right away to find out who Kaden is. He starts to smile excitedly, while Jiwoo says he wants to be just like him, while Jiwoo asks him to teach him how to be strong like that. But Kaden feels something and heads outside, while Jiwoo receives a call from the person on the other end from outside. He says it's him, asking who it is. He says it's Ryuki and Go, asking if he has time to talk. So he says he doesn't understand, and Ryuki says he can tell him that I would like to give him some advice. And the boy asks why. So he says that it's about the abilities of the awakened, and Jiwoo is scared by what he's hearing. And he says that either way he believes it would be better for them to meet in person to talk, saying he's outside, and he's actually standing by the window. The face is totally scary. He despairs that he will believe him when he says he is not there to fight. He wouldn't take the time to contact you like that if he wanted to hurt you. So Jiwoo lets him in while the cats just watch him from the corner, and he looks at another cat lying on the couch shaking like a leaf. And when he looks forward, he sees that Furball is sitting like a human mafia glaring at him, and Ryuki says he has a lot of cats, and the boy says yes, then asks what he was doing there, and Ryuki asks for forgiveness, and his cats caught him by surprise, and he says he'll be direct, saying that they would like to be his sponsors so that he can live as an awakened one, and the boy is surprised by this. Then Ryuki says that it is as he heard. He recently became aware of his situation and did a little research on it, and they asked for forgiveness for doing this without his consent. However, he asks that they understand that they were in a difficult situation at the time, and their job is to take care of all users of special abilities who want to ask themselves if their job is an awakening under the clock, wondering who is responsible for managing this. After all, he never stopped to think about this subject before, and in this, Yo questions himself and Ryuki too. He is an awakened one, and he says that he is showing his ability, which is a wind ability, and he is surprised that he can manipulate him, saying that this means that the responsibility is from Jiangyan. And Kaden thinks that the person at the top of the ranking of wind ability users should be Jiangyan, and he knew she lived somewhere in South Korea, but he never found that she could be there. He was surprised by this, while Ryuk says he can manipulate the air however he wants, depending on the situation. So he thinks this is too much talking, that he just moves fast, and both he and Kaden are surprised, and Kaden thinks that this idiot has no future, wondering why he would reveal this information like that. So when Ryuk says that this definitely proves he's new to this, and the boy asks like this, and Ryuk says that most users don't tell strangers about his skills, but then he says that he showed him his first, so he says that the nature of his abilities is already public knowledge, and this technique, what he showed him, was just a very simple one, so it's not a problem for him. However, in his case, the story is different, and he will have an advantage if people are unaware what skill he has. For example, enemies could quickly use the ability that makes his abilities ineffective, and he thinks that's why he couldn't do anything in his fight against Woon, and his master broke his leg before he could do anything. And Ryuk thinks that this is common among users who are ignorant about their situation, and that of the awakened. There will be warnings in which he will need to reveal his abilities, but except for specific cases, it will be more beneficial to keep this secret to yourself, as the boy will thank you for telling him that. Then Ryuk says that those who finish for today, saying that he will contact him again later, and he made this visit to meet him and talk a little, and he says that in fact he has a question, asking why Ryuk is helping him, and he says who taught the newly awakened, and the basics about this world is the responsibility of the leaders of territories, and it is a general rule among awakened groups, and the reason is that this world will turn into chaos if their existence is revealed. They don't want this kind of situation to occur in their area, and not only that, they also expect new users not to use their ability negatively, and so the boy understands, and he says that he may have said sponsors, but in reality they only give basic help, so he doesn't need to be apprehensive, saying that now his time has come. And so the boy continues to thank for the information, but Ryuk notices that Kaden is looking at him with a very ugly look, and when he leaves, you asks what they do from now on, and Kaden asks, what do you mean what? Speaking that he will need to live as an awakened person now. He truly would not want him to was part of it, but since he has captured their attention, it is too late to run away. And Kaden says that this is the result of him acting selfishly, and yet he feels relieved to know that this is Jiangyu's territory, and he asks about this girl. And Kaden says that she is one of the few Koreans in the ranking of the most powerful, and with an excellent reputation, behind which he explains to the boy that the territories are divided among the first in the ranking, and seeing that that man is a user of wind abilities, they can infer that he is part of Ji Yong's group. And he tells Jiwoo that if he were a suspicious group, they would use a rookie's skills as they saw fit, whenever claiming that all they want to help. So he talks to the boy, sending him no more messing around, because now he is officially part of the awakened world, so he needs to get stronger and learn to defend himself from now on. But like the leg his is broken, he must practice the control technique that Kaden taught him, and he agrees with this. So Kaden thinks that he always accepts so impulsively, but he probably has no idea what he's getting into. And Ryo, who tells Ji Yang that even though they managed to discover some things through their investigation, he even went to make direct contact with Jiwoo students, and as they assume that he seems to have had no connection with that incident. And she asks if he knew Delen's assistant by accident. She says yes, saying that he was already at school well before Woon transferred. And she remains thoughtful and asks about the association, and he says that they still ignore the existence of Jiwoo. And he also thinks better they don't find out about him, because the way they handled the situation of the teacher and invaded her territory was very unpleasant. But she continues to observe him, and he says that the boy is the type that you feel the need to protect. And he says that Jiwoo is a good boy, and someone like him would never act badly, and she doesn't quite understand, but he continues all cute. And meanwhile, Kaden continues cultivating, and he looks at the 3 kittens as the boy goes to school, and he asks why he needs to announce everything he does. And while he sees the kittens eating, he yells at them, asking if they can take it easy on the food, asking if the 3 want to be like him. And so, while he goes to school with his leg broken, he wonders how Oyen is, because he got hurt and fought with his own master because of you, wondering if he has received the treatment yet. And so as he walks, everyone noticed the boy walking to school, notice that it's the boy they fought with last time, and notice that it looks like he broke his leg, and they wonder which room he's from, with no intentions whatsoever. Good in mind, while the boy is inside the room, he notices that Oyen is not there, and remembers everything that happened with the boy, and when he was going to sit down those bullies. Enter the room boy saying he never thought they would find him, pretending to be surprised as if they hadn't followed Prota there. And the boy is surprised that they are talking to him, and they notice that Jiwoo doesn't even remember them, so he says no, asking who they are. They get pissed off asking if Prota is looking down on them, and they remember that those were the guys who were messing with Oyen, and they ask Jiwoo where the other boy is, and they try to corner him Prota while everyone is gossiping. They ask what they're looking at, and the boy is like cornered, and that half-assed bully asks if the protagonist hurt his leg, because it seems he didn't can run away like last time, then start kicking the protagonist's leg that is injured, making him fall, asking if he's going to cry to mom. Because they've barely started, there has to be that generic bully who takes 5 chapters with him, and they keep kicking the kid, throwing the protagonist further and further away, and he wonders what he does, because normally he just would avoid it, but his leg is broken, so he can't run away, and he starts to notice everyone observing that situation, and remembers his past, and so that guy grabs the boy, saying that there will be a massage on the face, but the protagonist manages to dodge it easily, and he gets more and more angry, kicking the protagonist's leg once more, and just as he falls, he manages to kick the boy in the face, and everyone gathers around him. They say that it's lucky for the boy they've been pretty bored lately, and it looks like they're going to have some fun coming to the pick these times, but they ask why that other one isn't there, asking if they didn't say they were in the room, and one of them says yes, but they think he hasn't arrived yet, and they start saying that they wanted to kill that kid while they were there, but they think they'll leave it for next time, and Ji remembers everything Owen did for him to save him from his master, and begins to get up, even more determined, and the bullies begin to assume that the boy wants more beatings, wanting to hit him, asking why he's getting up, but then Jiwoo easily hits him, and he thinks Owen was someone he protected, and he's not going to let them do it bullying him, putting the first of the bullies to sleep, and so he says he can do this, even without his skills, because he is fast even without them, and puts someone else to sleep, and in that he manages to knock down the 3 with the greatest ease in the world. So the professor arrives asking what is happening there, questioning who let them fight in the classroom, saying that they have the courage to start a fight, but in that all 3 are on the ground while the Predato is calm, asking who they were chasing this time, and he notices that it was Jiwoo, and he is surprised by this, asking if he fought with those boys, and he says yes, seeing that cute face the boy has. He asks if he fights, and also questions how he managed with his leg in those conditions. So he tells someone to take Jiwoo to the infirmary, understanding everything that's happened, and nobody wants to get involved with the boy, but he says he can go alone, and the teacher asks if he doesn't want someone to go with, but then he doesn't understand the situation, saying that everything is fine. But while Jiwoo looks at the teacher, he sees Kaden there at the window, and this psychopathic cat starts laughing, saying that the boy did very well passing by the subarch. His face is literally the best thing about this Makara. Look at this. Then Jiwoo becomes even happier, asking the teacher if he can leave early, because he thinks he needs to see a doctor, because his leg is hurting a lot, and the teacher ends up falling for this little talk, saying that it would be better for him to see the doctor, saying that he would help him, but the boy says it's okay, because he can do it, and the teacher ends up with a belly full of Scopio, and looks at the 3 bullies, telling someone to wake up those idiots and take them to the infirmary, and once outside the doctor asks what Kaden is doing at school, who was just patrolling the area, as he's been through so much lately, and he got worried, and he ends up noticing that the boy went there and caused trouble again, and so Jiwoo apologizes, but then Kaden talks to him, saying that after living with him for a few days, he can understand how he survived all this time, and he probably avoided people who tried to start fights, even though he as an awakened had the advantage physics on them, and not only that, he probably tried to avoid getting close to them people and make friends, because he was afraid of someone discovering his secret, but above all, he was afraid of his own strength, but he says he doesn't need to worry about it anymore because he is an awakened one, and his ability is not strange or weird, and in reality it is something that countless people would wish to have, so he must not be afraid of it, and must not run away anymore, because they can take care of anyone who thinks they can bring them down. And so the boy smiles quite comforting for Kaden, and says that on the way home he will buy some snacks, and remembers talking to Kaden that Owen didn't go to school that day. He says it's that he helped. Then he says he's the idiot who begged not to kill his master, and the boy says he's worried that something has happened to him, but Kaden asks if he hasn't forgot that they almost killed him, and the boy has nothing to say. Meanwhile, that boy who was part of the bullies who were messing with Owen by continuing his cell phone, and remembers Enric talking to him, showing a picture about Jiwoo, and says that he heard that he attends his school, telling the boy to take care of him. Then he remembers that little guy, and Enric asks if he knows, which he thought was likely since they must walk close to each other, but he says it's not exactly that, saying saying that he only bumped into him a few times and asked what his skill is. But Enric tells him that he knows he can't answer that question and tells him to stop trying to get it, which cannot be achieved. But he says that from what they discovered, Jiwoo didn't even know that we're awakened until recently, so he is probably going through a very difficult situation now, and the boy just ignores it, thinking that all this time he was an awakened one. And so Enric, looking to the side, sees his friends all beaten up and asked what happened to their faces, and Jiwoo, who asked what school they went to. They can't even speak, and as for questions, they went deaf, asking which school did this, so they say it was their school, asking if there are people who mess with them at that school. They ask him, remember that boy from a day ago, the one who feeds the street cats, saying he was the one who did it with them. Then he asks if they mess with him. They say they remember they ignore the boy, but when they saw his face, they got so pissed that they didn't manage to hold on. And they say that at first he did nothing and let them beat him, but after a while to another he started to fight back, and it was so fast that they couldn't even understand anything until they were in the ground. And Jiwoo, who thinks it's obvious that they would get caught easily since Jiwoo isn't awakened, and he remembers the boy's silly face and starts to smile evilly, while Kaden speaks that Jiwoo really is a headache. He questions how so, asking in what sense he wanted to know, so he says that in all, asking if it is not obvious, because when he was fighting with those delinquents, except for his speed, everything else was crap, saying that his punches were a mess and his footwork needs a lot of work too, and the amount of force he applied in the blows was pathetic, saying that he trusted his state awakened and just threw random punches, saying that the only valuable thing he witnessed there, he reacted against those amoebas. And Kaden says that if he were to fight against the awakened boy in his current state, he already imagines what would happen, and Jiwoo speaks that yes, so he thinks that if he was more skilled, wouldn't have gotten hurt like that. If he got hurt, wouldn't need to face his master. He wonders how he gets stronger, but Kaden says it seems like he's taking things seriously now, saying he'll teach something that will be quite useful, and he says that so far he has only taught how to control your energy, and starting today he will teach you some skills that use your energy awake, and the boy is happy about it. But Kaden asked what that answer is, telling him answer once more, and he agrees with Kaden that while he is with the punching back, Kaden tells him to be careful with his posture, telling him to concentrate as his leg is much better, so he doesn't want excuses, telling him to continue while listening to what he's going to speak, saying that most awakened people only train their skills to become stronger, and that's why your physical strength grows as your skills improve, and that's why they focus all their attention on training them exclusively. But Kaden believes it is so important to strengthen the body as well as the skills, and instead of being satisfied with growth natural of the body, physical training to make it stronger will represent a greater advantage when he fights another awakened. And he says that as one, it is important to hone your techniques physical combat, saying that this will also help you use your skills more efficient, and since speed is your skill, the basic exercise will be of great benefit to you. Develop him as a whole, and he tells the boy to concentrate because he is not hitting the sandbag, but he's training to get stronger, and he starts yelling at the boy if he loses his rhythm, asking him what he is doing, telling him to stop play and correct his posture because no one will go easy on him because he is tired, saying that your opponent will just take advantage of your situation and finish you off right away. And Kaden says he knows they've just started, but he's going to teach him something interesting, asking if he remembers the training where he brings energy from the heart and controls it through body, telling him to do the same and release his energy, directing it to his arm and then to his point, and he must give this energy to increase speed and strength of the punch. And if he can time the punch making contact with the opponent with the timing where your energy reaches your fist, this will create a powerful effect. And Kaden still makes fun, saying it's not light, he's going to get it on the first try, but he says this is the secret. But Jill concentrates and begins to gather energy at the tip of her hand while Kaden speaks nonsense, and he is surprised because the boy actually managed to reproduce what he just said with the greatest perfection in the world. And Kaden is left open-mouthed looking at the boy, and Jill asks if that was what he was supposed to do, and Kaden can't hide his astonishment and stays surprised by this. Then the boy says that he tried to do exactly as he said, and he felt that his punch was going faster. Then he felt a sensation of explosion at the end, talking to Kaden that this was too much, and he continues to be shocked by the boy and assumes the safest stance, telling the boy that he really is an excellent teacher, saying that he is a genius when it comes to explain things. And Jill says that Kaden is really amazing at massaging his ego, so they are having fun like this. And the next day, Jill is totally tired in the living room class, and he says he was so focused on training that he ended up staying up all night. And he notices that Owen hasn't shown up at school yet, being sad about it, and he thinks that his eyes won't close, and he thinks he's just going to take out a little rock. And so the teacher comes looking at Jill and is like feeling sorry for the boy, saying he can't imagine the shock a good boy like him would feel suffered after getting into a fight with those boys yesterday. So he's mad at them, saying that it will let him sleep a little. I'm sure Jill's skill is not only the speed, he must have some high charm because literally everyone likes the guy and wants to help the little animal. Meanwhile, Kaden goes to the office where Owen was, saying he checked the place, but it seems like he didn't miss anything, wondering if they ran away or someone, but sees behind them after they left. And so Kaden hears some guys talking about having withdrawn all the material, asking if they have any witnesses, and they say no, saying that the area is deserted. And Kaden notices that it looks like they were the ones who cleaned the place, wondering if are they Jiang Li's group or are they from some other group. And so one of them asks if they found out more or something, but he says they refuse to cooperate. And so they notice a very fat cat around there, and Kaden starts to think there's nothing he can do, so he pretends to be a regular cat licking his paw. They wonder how he got in there, and Kaden fills him with people, saying that they will let him live for now. Then they start asking if they have seen the size of that cat, when they say they've never seen such a fat animal in their life. Meanwhile, Meanwhile, Jiwoo leaves school, thinking that his leg is almost healed, and he knows that Kaden fixed it after training. But it's amazing, because he doesn't even feel pain anymore. And that's what they call Jiwoo. And Jisuk tells him to come closer, and he notices that it's those guys, asking if they're behind them again. And so Jisuk says that they will talk somewhere else, saying that it is not a reason of a vaccine in front of the school, asking if he doesn't think so. And the henchmen start talking that the boy is screwed, but Jisuk tells them to leave, and they ask why. And Jiwoo he follows him calmly, and when the two are alone in the empty lot, he says that's how it is better. And Jiwoo asks if they have to fight, and he says yes, after what he did to them. He can't just turn a blind eye. But Jiwoo says they were the ones who started it, and they said that they would go after their friend. So Jisuk says he believes, saying that must have been why he went. Then Jiwoo says that they don't have to fight, but Jisuk says no, saying that you also need to think from his perspective, telling him not to be upset, saying that the only difference in their opinions is perspective. So Jiwoo says that the only way to end this must be fighting, but he thinks he can. After all, he can win this fight. And so Jisuk says for him to stop talking and attacking, saying that he will let him start, saying that Jiwoo must make sure you hit it right. And then the kid thinks he's going to get it over with while he's at it from the side, and quickly goes after the boy, but misses the punch, and so Jisuk gets out of the way, leaving the boy aside. And when Jiwoo tries to throw another punch, Jiwoo manages to catch his hand of the boy, and thinks that what he seems to have misunderstood. And so he gives a big punch in the stomach of Jiwoo, making the boy fall, and talks to him, saying that he said to hit with all his strength, and not like when he beat up those idiots, asking if the kid is still confused, ordering he hits him with his awakened abilities. And so he jumps back, then he sends him with surprise as he comes across Enraya. And Jiwoo remembers that this is the guy he spoke to a few days ago, and Jisuk says that he is the awakened one just like him, and he belongs to the same group as him. Enraya telling him not to be so worried and go with everyone. And then Jiwoo says that Enraya said that he would help, asking why he wants to fight him, and Jisuk says it's to decide his ranking, of course, and the boy is surprised by this. And then Jisuk says that he heard that he ended up to find out about this world, and when they have a new member, and they need to test it to see the skill in which they belong, and he tells the boy not to worry, as he will take it easy with him. And so Jiwoo notices that he uses wine, the same ability as Enraya, and he also remembers that Ji Young and you also specialize in wind abilities. And Jisuk attacks the boy again, asking if he's just going to stand there like an idiot. And Jiwoo quickly manages to get out of the way using his powers, and Jisuk notices that he is fast, asking if the ability has something to do with it, with the speed. And so he attacks the boy again, and Jiwoo gets out of the way once more. Then he questions if that's it, and continues attacking. While Jiwoo speeds up, he thinks he's going to try to use what Kaden taught him, appearing behind the boy preparing to attack him. But when Jisuk's punch, he disappears, appearing behind the protagonist, and punches him in the rib. Boy playing far, and he says he's not the only one who knows how to be fast, and as he can see, he controls the wind, and he can create speed using that same wind. And so he attacks the boy, but the protagonist tries to get back, but Jisuk appears behind him, being even faster and giving punch him in the face. As he staggers back, he thinks he needs to dodge the next one, Jisuk's punch, but he ends up feeling his leg hurt and prepares to receive another punch and closes his eyes. But the boy stops, and Jisuk asks Jiwoo what's wrong with his leg, asking if she is hurt, and the boy says yes. Then he feels bad, saying that it would be shameful to hit someone with an injured leg, saying that this is very disappointing, saying he's going home, and they'll try again when the boy gets better. And Jiwoo stays behind sad, totally down. Hina was pathetic once again, and then that Ryuki is already with Jisuk's face, and he gets in a really bad situation, and he starts to get pissed off at the kid, asking what route he was thinking, because he warned him to stop doing that. And he says that this time it was different, because the boy hit his friends, so he couldn't leave it alone. But Ryuki asks if he thought he wouldn't find out about the fight, asking if it was because that's why he decided to go ahead. And the boy just stays quiet, and Ryuki says that Jiwoo is different from him, and he grew up not knowing he was an awakened and believing that his ability was a curse, while Jisuk grew up in that world, being recognized and praised since very small. And Jiwoo in turn for years gave up living a normal life in order to be able to prevent people from approaching him. And the boy asks if that's bad, and Ryuki says that yes, because he was really surprised when he investigated his past, because his family boy moved every year, and even these powers were not discovered, and he basically lived an extremely cautious life with everything, which explains why they didn't discover about him before. And Jisuk really dropped the ball by showing off his powers to a kid like that. Then he starts to get down, and Ryuki asks what he thinks would happen if the president found out, asking if she hadn't already warned that she wouldn't let it go past the next time. But he says it's not like his older sister will find out, since they haven't even broken up yet. The fight, and he didn't have to go to the hospital or anything, and it's just Ryuki staying quiet and not talking, nothing that will be okay. Besides, there's all this in her, a lot of exaggerated sensitivity. After all, fighting is something that awakened people do all the time, and he doesn't understand why she is so rigid about it. And her being stuck in that office of hers certainly doesn't help her relax anymore. And at that age, she doesn't even have a boyfriend and works all day wondering what kind of life this is. And Ryuki starts to get really quiet, totally scared shitless, and the boy notices that something is wrong. And so with the shadow covering him, he realizes and starts sweating, and his sister Jisuk was talking, who is right behind him. And she talks to Jisuk, saying that it's been a while since they bumped into each other. He started to shit himself, and she asked him to follow. The boy asked her to Ryuki save him, because he doesn't give a shit, because he will pray for his soul. And so on. In the meantime, at the protagonist house, he is playing with the kid, but is totally depressed, and Kaden questions what's wrong with him, and he says it's nothing. But Kaden asks and hits the nail on the head, questioning if the boy was beaten, asking if that's why he's so downcast. And Jisuk tells everything that happened, and Kaden discovers that the boy was analyzing the ranking. He says it's obvious that it was a troublemaker trying to pick a fight with him. And of course, it was a fight that would be unequal. And he says that the strange thing would actually be if he had won. So the boy's still depressed, and Kaden asks what he wants with this, asking if he expected to become an expert by training for the days, because it means that it is clear, compared to a person ordinary, he is exceptional. But with Awakening, he is just a rookie. And the boy continues talking, but Kaden tells him to be grateful for having come out of that fight alive. But Jiwoo still speaks, who didn't want to lose, and Kaden asks what's wrong with it, because he wants to be strong and doesn't wanting to lose are very different things. And he says he's just upset that he didn't manage to do nothing. Then Kaden understands him, asking if the boy's abilities are similar to Jin's and Ryuki, and he says yes, saying that he is able to increase his speed with manipulation of the wind. And the boy says he was as fast as him, but he was better in every way, and he didn't even manage to scratch him. So Kaden notices that he uses his powers both to attack and to increase his speed, and the boy confirms this. But Kaden asks if he is absolutely sure of that, and Jiwoo doesn't quite understand his question. But Kaden says he's asking if he is I'm sure his speed is a match for the boys, and Jiwoo says he managed to catch up with, so he thinks so. And Kaden says that probably all he did was get he reaches it. Then Jiwoo says he doesn't understand, and Kaden tells him to listen, saying that he managed to cope with his speed, but that was it, asking if Jiwoo or less tried to move at his full speed, and he bets that he adjusted his speed so that could conserve energy to fight for a longer period of time. Then he thinks that Kaden is right, because he tried to do exactly that, and Kaden says it looks like he was using his skills at once, one to attack and one to increase speed, and he doesn't know what level that awakened one was, but considering the fact that he was dividing its energy for distinct purposes can only mean that it is slower than the boy. And so Jiwoo starts to get excited thinking he's faster, and Kaden says of course, because his speed is so incredible that even he was impressed, and the boy is Kaden's words. And he hits the nail on the head that the boy probably said that would come back after Jiwoo healed his leg, so he says that means he doesn't have much time, thinking that maybe they have 5 days, and thinks that it is impossible to increase the powers of Awakened in such a short time, so he must focus on controlling his strength and developing the basic skills. And he asks if Kaden will help him, and he questions what he is doing speaking. After all, when he denied help, he starts to smile all excited, and Kaden is bothered by the boy's glare and tells him to prepare for hell on earth, and the boy gives a shout agreeing with Kaden, and after a while he starts training even more intensely. However, he asks Kaden if he didn't say that the training would be different from before, and he says he won't be able to see the results so quick, but he should remember that the goal is to increase his efficiency by making his body memorize the skills basic to the point where he is instinctively able to perform them. Then he must stay focused, telling the boy to go faster, and he says that the fight is not over, even if he runs out of energies, and tells him to move using his body and not just his ability, and he will train more and more of his super speed. And at school, those bullies go to Prota's room, noticing that he is not there. Meanwhile, at home, he is sleeping a lot, so Kaden doesn't know what authorized him to sleep, asking if boy thinks he has time to rest. After all, he said to practice and accumulate energy while sleeping. He starts to fall asleep while practicing, and Kaden gets pissed, slapping the boy in the face. Meanwhile, Jisaka's sister finds out that the boy hasn't been going to school, and Yuki also talks about it, who can't contact him, and says that Jiwoo hasn't actually been to school since the incident with Jisaka, and he believes it was a big shock for him. And he says that even though Jisaka had a belly, Jiwoo is an innocent child who has not yet learned how that world works, and it wouldn't be strange if he was traumatized after experiencing a real battle with another Awakened. He thinks it must have been terrifying for him. He must be so terrified that he has isolated himself from the rest of the world, and he speaks to Jiang, asking her to authorize him. They're at his house to check if everything is okay, while Jisaka is on a terrace thinking that her shoulders are still stiff, saying she didn't need to be so heavy just because it's no wonder she can't find a boyfriend. And then his bully friends go after the boy, saying that they went to the protagonist's room and he wasn't there and was absent again, assuming that Jisaka must have exaggerated, asking how hard he hit him for him to have to stay home so many days, asking if he went to the hospital. But the boy becomes more and more uncomfortable. Meanwhile, the protagonist is training and saying he's dead, so Karam says he doesn't believe it, that he is tired after such a light training session. But Jiwoo asks if he doesn't think that there is some improvement, because he thinks he is stronger than he was before. But Karam says that with just that amount of training he must be wanting to make you laugh, and so the boy says it's serious because he feels different, and it's almost like he can actually feel the smallest awakened energy particles circulate through your body. Then Karam says that it is clear that he feels this way because he has never trained his skills before, so he says he will start to know more and more about your own body from now on, but there is still a long way to go, and he is still weak. But Jiwoo asks Karam to remember that they are different people, and this would only apply to his case, and he thinks it might, because if he had a body like yours, the world would be totally doomed, because it can barely handle a Karam. Man, Karam is a total psychopath. Look at this cat's face. Then the boy starts to think he's it's nice to lie down like that, but Karam says they still need to continue training, and he gets up saying that it's fine, but he thinks that before he starts he needs to give food to everyone, and he thinks it's hard to move, and he orders them all to eat, giving food to all of them. So Karam thinks that no matter how tired he is, he never fails to feed them, saying that he would be much stronger if he didn't waste so much time with those cats. While the arranged cat looks at the protagonist as he smiles like the fool, the doorbell starts playing, and he notices that it's Ryuki, and Karam automatically gets pissed, asking if he is not from the same group as that boy he attacked, and Jiwoo says yes, saying no knows what he would be there, and Kaden doesn't like it at all. But when he enters, Ryuki starts to apologize, saying that he had no idea that Jiwoo would go after him. Then the boy realizes that what it seems he feels sorry for apologizing, and Kaden continues continues to sit all cute next to the protagonist, still looking back, and Ryuki says he was very worried, so he stopped by to see how he was. And he tried to call countless times, but his cell phone kept going to voicemail, and he says that in fact he was so focused that he forgot he had turned off his cell phone. Ryuki begins to think that the boy looks tired and exhausted, wondering if the boy is sleeping. Well, it's good that he decided to go through with it, and he says he understands how he feels, because they said who would protect him. Instead, one of his own members confronts him and forces him to engage in a fight of awakening, saying that he is sure he must have felt betrayed, and because this is avoiding his calls. But Jiwoo thinks to himself that he just wanted to focus on training, and he says that he found out from Jiwoo himself about what happened and reveals that the boy's name is Ryukyu, the president's younger brother, and says he didn't know about it, and Ryuki reveals that her name is Jiyangjia, and he is well known for being her brother, and Jiwoo, who may be younger, but he is very talented and already receives a lot of recognition for his skill, and he says that maybe for that reason he has caused some problems for some time now. They thought that he would behave since he is closely monitored by the president, but even so, they never thought he would do something like that, and so the boy begins to calm down. The guy is very angry, and Ryuki says that what he did was not authorized by the group, so he sincerely apologizes, and he also says that the president was particularly upset and punished him personally for everything he did, and he says he will not persecute him anymore. And Ryuki, looking at the boy's silly face, thinks that what looks like he was Jiwoo in a situation complicated, and he's not sure if he'll be able to forgive them for what happened, and he says that thinking about it, of course he wouldn't forgive, for a simple apology wasn't enough to ease the pain that Jiwoo. But Jiwoo then asks if it means he won't be able to fight the boy again. Then Ryuki doesn't understand anything, and the boy says that he said they would fight again like that with his leg healed. So he asks if the boy means he wants to fight with him again, and Jiwoo agrees to, and Ryuki begins to wonder if it is his pride of a teenager talking, but thinks that this reaction might be better than being traumatized by experience. But he says that he even understands what Jiwoo is talking about, but he says that the request can be a little tricky to answer because Jiwoo is strong, and he doesn't just say that he is the president's brother, and as he told Time, he grew up training since he was brand new, and there are very few people who are as strong as him at that age, and that's why he shouldn't be upset about losing and believe that it's better that the boy doesn't fight him again. But Jiwoo looks at him very seriously, saying that it is not for that reason that he wants one rematch, and he says he wants to test himself to see how strong he is, and Ryuki is surprised by this. But they also leave, so looking at the boy, he thinks that now he does look like an awakened truth, giving him a smile and a plow. Then Ryuki says he understands and says he will provide a place and time for them to have their fight, and the boy is all happy, and Ryuki says is of course telling him to contact you as soon as he is ready, and he starts asking if he had made a mistake, because he thought that falling suddenly into his world and being forced to live a violent experience would end up making him run away and hide, but it seems he himself is willing to try this head place and live like a true awakened one. But in that, Ryuki looks to the side and Kaden looks at him, noticing that there is something strange about that cat, and talks to Jiwoo. Then he gets worried, wondering if Ryuki is suspicious of Kaden, and he begins to question what that guy is staring, and he calls Jiwoo very seriously, leaving the boy even more apprehensive. He asks very seriously, shamelessly throwing a tantrum, asking if he can scratch his little belly, and so the silence takes over that room, and he says he really wants to get sick of soft brown thing reaching your hand near the fur ball. Then Prota gets discredited and Kaden too, so he starts roaming with a murderous intent. That gives being able to feel it from afar, but Ryuki is so enchanted that he doesn't even feel it. Look, I'm not gonna play no, because there is nothing better than playing with a fat cat's belly. Who knows with sure knows. And Jiwoo Yang is surprised that Jiwoo wants to fight Jiwoo again, not understanding the boy's head. Then Ryuki says that even after explaining the foundations that Jiwoo has, Jiwoo still insists on fighting, because it seems like he wants to test his skills, and he begins to believe that he has judged the boy wrong, because Jiwoo seems to be prepared to live the life of an awakened one. And so he tells her not to worry so much, because they will take care of everything, carefully choosing the location of the battle, and he will preside over the event and will personally ensure that Jiwoo is not seriously injured. And she speaks well, asking Ryuki to keep an eye on him, and when he leaves the office, Jiwoo will talk with him, because he knew that he went after Jiwoo, asking how he is. So he says that it will be in 5 days, and the boy questions what he is talking about, and Ryuki says that Jiwoo wants to fight against him in 5 days when his leg will be completely healed and bro the kid is ready. And Jiwoo stands face to face with him, smiling, saying that that kid is very funny, asking if he wants to fight him again, because last time he took it easy, and I hope he doesn't. I was confident that it would happen again. In the meantime, the boy is training a lot, doing push-ups, and Kaden says that no matter what he does, he shouldn't try to restore his ability. He must focus on using his muscles and bones, and in this way his strength and speed will grow. But then Jiwoo says it's not that easy, shaking and dripping, and Kaden says that if he wants to become strong, he must keep training. He really keeps going and starts to crush, then notices that there is something heavy on top of him. He notices that it is Kaden saying that he is very heavy, and he tells him to stop acting like a child, because his weight is not that big. But Jiwoo desperately says that it is heavy, and he tells him to shut up, telling the boy to do what he says, and he will be able to lift even heavier things as the training continues. Kaden asks what he's doing, as his awakened abilities aren't showing up at all for his movement, ordering him to use his true strength to deliver the punches and maintain your focus, because everything needs to flow naturally as a result of your reflexes. And so the boy continues training and punching back and wasting time with his pickpocket friends who are at Jujutsu's house. Kaden continues meditating, and he thinks that now the boy is also doing very well, and at seeing he is managing to accumulate energy during sleep, saying that he he is not doing not bad, and thinking about it he doesn't remember him complaining to himself once pushing hard, and on the contrary he seemed to enjoy it. He wonders if this would be masochism, and so the boy falls asleep stopping meditating and apologizes because he ended up stopping. He must have been strengthening his abilities in his sleep, but Colin says he was, so the boy is surprised by this, and Colin says it was nothing exceptional, but he's doing well. Then the boy starts smiling all silly. He says it's also happiness about something insignificant. It's ridiculous. But Jiwoo ends up thanking Colin, saying that he's been having a lot of fun with everything, and he says that even though his body feels sore, he never felt his powers so well, and thanks to his training, each day is getting easier, and the fact getting stronger is very fulfilling. He says that if it weren't for Colin, he would have lived his life covered in fear without knowing it. It really is, and he would continue to distance himself of others afraid of himself. He says it's all thanks to Colin, and he finally knows that he really is. All happy looking at Colin, and he tells the boy to just keep going with his good work, and he yells at Colin, ending up waking everyone up. Then the boy continues training while Colin is on top of him with weight too, and he starts to have some leg work better and be able to throw even more powerful punches, eating a lot even if it's just noodles, something which is not that nutritious, and training with Colin side by side, and so on. Over time he puts on his shirt and says that the day has finally arrived, and Colin tells him not to be nervous because it is not a life or death fight. Besides Enryu, who will preside over the event, so no one will be severely injured, and the boy says he knows about it and notices that there is a car at the door of his house, and Enryu says that he should be ready by now, and he says that he is, but asks why he is in the cab. So Colin gets very angry, and he says he's going to take him because with him he can't sit alone, asking if he can't, and Enryu says that it's not that he can't, but the boy starts saying that he is very gentle and good too. But Enryu, who looks at that ball fat with hate and revenge in the boy's hand, asks if he is really good and mean, and Jiwoo uses her begging cat eyes to make him agree, while Colin himself isn't helping at all. As protagonist follows Enryu to his facility, he is surprised by this, and Colin thinks that he is related in a place that can easily be dangerous. Speaking honestly, he would rather not have even come, but still he can't leave him alone there. So he asks himself, what energy is this? Because there is only one person capable of holding such energy, and he wonders if it was Ji Young, and he says that apparently it wasn't just rumors about them will be awakened more powerful people in Korea. So he talks to the director, saying that he brought Jiwoo. She tells him to come in, and the boy is satisfied with the cat in his hand, and Colin is amazed that that is Ji Young. But Jiwoo gets stuck in the door, and Colin wonders why he's so scared. And in Ryu, he wonders what happened. And Jiwoo asks if this girl is the director there, and he says yes, asking if there is a problem. But he says no. It's just that he expected her to be much more old, and Colin asks why that face, and I can only say that it is love, and she gets up going up to Jiwoo and says it's a pleasure to meet him, saying his name is Ji Young, saying that it's the director of Shinhwa. Then the boy gets all embarrassed, saying that his name is Jiwoo, looking at boy, and she asks if she can ask him a question, and he says yes. So she asks if he changed his mind about fighting Jiwoo, but he says no, and she says Jiwoo is too strong for someone like him who just discovered that he is an awakened, and besides he has a vast combat experience. So the boy says he is aware of this, because Enryu says he explained everything, but he doesn't want to give up the fight. So she says that if that's what he wants, he can do, and he thanks her for worrying about him, saying that he doesn't believe he will win against anyone like him. Of course he wants to say he wants to win, but that will be very difficult having trained only a few days. Then she asks why he goes there, and he says that the important thing now is not win or lose, and she asks how not, and Jiwoo says she is aware of the coward that one day he went, and so he needs to know how well he can do on this new path that he chose, and so everyone is surprised. Kaden says that as always the boy is a holder of the gift of the gap, and so they go to the combat installation, and he is surprised that this is where the train, thinking that place is huge. Then Jihyun notices that Jisik hasn't arrived, and Enryu, who says he hasn't been able to contact him since early, and says he will come because he warned him a few days ago, and he certainly hasn't forgotten. But then he wonders why he isn't there still, so he finally arrives at full will, and Enryu gets very angry with him. He says it was bad because he was a little late, looking at the two of them who are very upset, and he notices that his sister is there asking what she is doing there. So he says he was in class, but Enryu tells him to stay, saying that he's not the type to go to all his classes, asking if he had to be in late on such an important day. As he goes to the boy, he talks to Jihyun, who does a few days he doesn't go to school, so he says he was at home. Then Jisik asks if he was having a secret training at home. He asks how the boy answering honestly, and Kaden thinks that child is a lost cause because there is no answer to that type of question. So Jisik thinks about this training, wondering if he thinks he can win having trained so much, and the boy is a little apprehensive about Kaden, thinking that the energy emanating from his body could ensure that he is quite strong for his age, and now he understands why Gio is lost so miserably. Then he talks to Enryu, who tells him to start that crap right away. So he asks if they are both ready, and Gio says yes, and they say they will start after the third signal, and the first beep happens, and with the second beep Gio gets into position, thinking that he shouldn't be afraid, and they say it was just a few days, but he trained hard with Kaden, and he thinks he will do his best. But with the third beep, Jisik disappears from in front of the boy, appearing close to Prota, and ends up punching him in the ribs, throwing him aside. But to top it off, he manages to punch Prota in the face, throwing him back and hitting the wall with the boy, and so on. Everyone notices that that result was already expected, and Jisik asks if that's all, asking where the boy's training. So after those first attacks, Jisik turns and starts walking, saying it was too easy. He doesn't even know why he tried so hard to come. And Ryu, who thinks he was directly disarmed and certainly did not expect an immediate attack after after the fight began, and Jisik didn't put much force into the punch, but it still had a big impact on Jiwoo, and he thinks it's a shame because they even said they'd come watch, and he tells his sister that not even the one her spell found time to watch some kid fight, and she remains silent looking back, and the boy starts to get up in pain, and Jisik is surprised by this while Jiwoo says that it hurt, and Enryu thinks that Jiwoo's resistance seems to be greater than he thought, and so Kyron thinks this is very good because he lost focus and was hit. However, he lessened the damage by channeling his powers into the area of impact, and Jisik is having thought that his attack had hurt enough, asking if he was mistaken, and Jiwoo raises her guard again thinking he got distracted like an idiot and didn't expect him to attack immediately, and so Jisik thinks that kid is very annoying, and the boy thinks that this time he who will attack first, and Jiwoo sets off at full speed getting close to Jisik trying to hit the punch, but the boy manages to dodge, but Jiwoo uses her other hand to throw a punch in the other direction, and then he thinks that kid is starting to think he's all that and tries to hit Jiwoo with a punch, but the boy manages to dodge and starts hitting Jisik with the rain punches quick. So Enryu, who thinks that Jiwoo's movement is very fluid and sense that his skill and movement speed are out of the ordinary, and the boy starts getting hit, and Jisik loses control, saying that all he has is speed, throwing the boy away with a rain of wind and quickly aims a punch at the protagonist, but he manages to defend and close in on his guard and takes a step back, and Jisik repeats what he said before, saying that he is as fast as he, and Enryu, who notices that Jisik is increasing speed. His movements are also very impressive, and he has already completely adjusted to Jiwoo's rhythm, and they begin to walk side by side. So Jiwoo thinks he can keep up with her pace just like that time, but he remembers what Kaden said, asking if he wasn't mistaken, saying that boy only is adjusting to his speed, and he remembers that Kaden said he is able to reach a pretty impressive generation even for him. So Jiwoo starts to distance herself, getting faster and faster, and this leaves Jisik quite impressed, and so everyone notices that Jiwoo's speed has increased and he is going further and further away. Kaden thinks that's it because another girl is quite strong for her age, but that's not enough to keep up with Jiwoo when he is at his best, and Jiwoo starts to take over almost the entire arena. While Jisik tries to kick him, he manages to dodge, engaging and trying to land a kick stops Jisik, but he manages to stop it with his arm, and he starts to wonder if that kid is faster than him, and Jiwoo starts to get more and more excited, thinking that Kaden was right, and he thinks of the boy thinking that he initially thought he would freeze in front of him. Opponent real, but he is doing really well, and Jiwoo thinks Jiwoo's movement is impressive because he didn't think he would be that good, but it's a shame he's fighting Jisik because that alone won't be enough to beat him, and Jisik getting more and more irritated states that will play with, launching his wind power at the boy, dealing the punch that even if he doesn't having hit Jiwoo, cuts off part of his jacket, causing slight injuries to his abdomen. Boy and Jisik says he was going easy on him, but he thinks he can impress him and starts to get more and more serious, and Enryu thinks he is exaggerating because Jiwoo can get hurt badly, and Jisik says he may have gotten better since last week, but he still has a long trail until he gets there, and he will make sure he never wants to again attack with him, and he goes all out on Jiwoo, throwing the boy aside, but Jiwoo continues running away from all his attacks, and Jisik asks if he's going to continue like this, so he ends up hitting the boy, making Jiwoo fall crouch, and the boy thinks that even using her abilities to defend herself, her body seems like it's going to fall apart. So Jisik doesn't give up for him, because even with him falling, he begins to gather his power, asking how he still is moving and tells him to try to defend himself from, but then Enryu shouts at him, but that boy's attack ends up hitting Jiwoo, cutting him all over, and Yuhu thinks that Jiwoo's movements are better than he expected, and the behavior from Jisik he distracted. Then he talks to Jisik saying that he had already asked him to take it easy, but then the boy asks what he did, since he was the one who started it, saying that this Enryu's fault, that he and his sister are asking why he has to take it easy, but then Jiwoo says he's right by getting up, and furthermore he says that they're not done yet. So Jisik is surprised that he can still stand up, and Kaden thinks which he can do because it was not a direct hit, and he knows where the attacks would have less impact, and therefore this he assumed the exact position, aiming for the least absorption of the attack, and was still able to protect your body by concentrating your skills in fixed locations. Then Kaden starts laughing as the boy did all this in a split second, and Jiwoo watches everything very closely and attentively. Then Enryu asks if the boy is sure about this, and Jiwoo says he can still fight. Jisika's attack just now was intense, but Jiwoo seems fine despite having been hit directly, and he thinks that apparently the boy has a secret bigger than being in shape, wondering if he did anything to reduce the impact or he actually defended himself. And so Enryu saws his fist, saying that now even he wants to test Jiwoo's powers. And so Jisik wonders who this kid is, because that should have ended him, and he thinks that maybe his powers come from defense in addition to speed, and he thinks that the boy seems to be better than he imagined. But that ends now and says that if he can handle one of those, then he just has to hit harder, and Jiwoo starts observing the rotation of power in the boy's hand. And Ryuhu thinks that this has increased his energy. Now he wants to see how Jiwoo will come out, but if they continue with that, he could end up getting seriously hurt. So he makes the tough decision, saying that arrives for now, saying that Jiwoo that it will be dangerous to continue, saying that they will stop over there. But all three look at him, and Jisik thinks he understands why he came to watch the fight, because they were trying to protect the brat. But Jiwoo says that if it is because of him, he can still continue. But Enryu says that he left extremely well. He's surprised and is a stronger awakening than he imagined. However, if he continues to get seriously hurt, and Jisik doesn't even use his powers at maximum potential, but if he does, then the boy will get hurt, and Jiwoo doesn't like it, knowing that this was not the boy's full potential, and Kaden likes this situation with the opponent yet to show his true strength, asking Jiwoo Jiwoo what he's going to do if he will give up or continue the fight, and so he says he wants to continue fighting his hands, and Kaden thinks that's it, and he says it's okay because he wants to fight until the end. Then he sets up his guard looking straight at Jiwoo, and he thinks he is starting to like that kid, and he tells Enro that he's going to let the fight continue because he is begging and he wants it so much, saying that he can learn valuable lessons with this, especially that of knowing your own limits, and Jiwoo puts his powers in an even greater power than Enro, who yells at him, but Jiwoo tells him to leave, so the battle continues, and so Jiang herself orders them to continue. He is shocked with that, and she says that he will come out better than he thinks, and so she watches the boy, and Enro, who thinks that if she thinks that it means that Jiwoo is something special, he says that if that's the case, they'll continue, and so Jiwoo quickly leaves, on top of Jiwoo trying to hit him, but he manages to get out of the way. But he remembered that time where Jiwoo used his speed and hit your rib, and Jiwoo notices that he is copying these movements from the beginning, and Jiwoo thinks he has an advantage when there is distance between them, and Jiwoo wonders if he realized it, saying he might end up learning something with this fight after all, so he tries to hit Jiwoo, but he manages to get away. Jiwoo doesn't even come back, quickly trying to hit the boy, but Jiwoo's entire body starts emanating, throwing the boy away, and he says that his speed is impressive, but this has a limit, and Jiwoo is a melee fighter. All he needs to do is not let he approaches, and he attacks the boy, but Jiwoo starts to get out of the way using his speed approaching Jiwoo, but he gives a little smile and creates another air barrier stopping the boy, and he acts as if it were a shield. Then Jiwoo stops in front of that, and Jiwoo says he used the wine to create a wall, and when you have absolute control of your skills, tricks like kill are child's play, wondering if he understands now the distance between them, saying that the boy can't beat him. So Jiwoo doesn't have much to do, and Kaden thinks he definitely has a lot of combat experience, and has already noticed the Jiwoo attack patterns, and there is no rush for him because his awakened skills are very superiors, and Jiwoo says that at first he lost focus due to the unexpected movements of the boy, but now he has managed to adapt well, and it seems that things have become difficult for the boy, and so Janky continues to just watch, while Enro talks about his skill levels make a huge difference, and Jiwoo attacks Jiwoo again, injuring him again and throwing away, and it gets more and more spread out. Then Enro starts yelling at the boy, but Jiwoo asks what he did this time, because he was the one who wanted to fight him until the end, but he keeps talking, but Jiwoo says that if he keeps interrupting, he asks if the boy will be able to survive if he finds a real opponent, and says he is better than him, learn now than die fighting someone without being prepared, and Karen says he exploded the wind before Jiwoo could react, and that didn't happen because Jiwoo lost focus during the fight. This only happened because Jiwoo has no experience against self-awakened people, so he never could block that, and so Janky orders Jiwoo to be taken to the infirmary, and everyone agrees, but the boy gets up again saying he can't fight, all bloody, and so he orders he stops, and Jiwoo says he's right because he's going to be in a lot of trouble. He continues, but the boy continues to set up his guard, and Enro thinks that the internal injuries with all certainty are much greater than the external ones, asking how he manages to get up. He says he understands how he feels, but he cannot allow this fight to continue, but Jiwoo says that it is his decision, and he thanks them for worrying about him, but he manages to take care of himself, saying he will fight until the end, and even Karen starts to worry, and so a while ago the boy in his childhood finds a kitten in the middle of the street, and the boy returns home, so he wonders what to do because a car might crash on it, and so a car actually comes towards the kitten, so Jiwoo uses his speed to take the cat out of there, saving him and ask if he is okay, asking what the cat was doing in the middle of the street, but then everyone around starts gossiping about someone taking the cat that was in the middle of the street, so they say they saw the cat in the middle of the street, but the boy appeared out of nowhere and then disappeared with the cat, and so Jiwoo starts to tremble hearing people talking about him, and so he thinks he let someone see him using his powers, but wonders if anyone else saw him, asking if they are going to take it away, and so her mother comes home, asking Jiwoo what happened, telling him to open the door, but he apologizes to his mother mentally, saying that he feels very sorry, and so in the present he thinks it is difficult to stand because his skin burns and hurts as if it had been cut with a knife, and to make matters worse it feels as if a truck had run over, and so everyone looks at the boy saying that it's not too late, but he says he doesn't want to. Jiwoo is more shocked by the boy not wanting to give up, wondering what he wants to prove with this fight, and even Jiwoo, who doesn't understand, wondering why risk her life like that, but he thinks he can't back down in the face of all the stubbornness, activating his powers, saying that he won't waste time finishing it, and he says that's what he can do to help you, and Jiwoo, seeing that, thinks he is stronger than before, thinking that that is a lot of power, and asks how can he be so strong at the same age as him, but in this the boy thinks about Jiwoo, that he doesn't want to torture him, and so he's going to end it all with that one blow, and Jiwoo thinks he was scared because it hurts so much now. He wonders how much worse this attack will be, he hits even harder, but he thinks about what Kaden told him, saying he didn't see that boy with his own eyes, but from what he told him he can guarantee that the boy did not will be able to beat him in his current state, and his enemy has been training since he was very young, and this makes the two not comparable. After all, he started training a few days ago, and Jiwoo questions whether there really is no way to win, and Kaden says that there is a way. He says that probably the opponent thinks it's easy and he should use that to his advantage, sending the kid not to use the full extent of your powers, ordering them to be rationed during the fight. It is important to save your energies, even if it seems impossible, and over time your opponent will get used to it with his movements and will react accordingly, and that's where his chance lies, and when the time comes he must channel all his energy into a single attack, betting everything he has on it, and the chance of attack can be 0, 1 seconds or maybe less. He says that the only way to win is to count the results of that instant, and so Jiwoo prepares himself while receiving that attack. Then Kaden thinks Jisuke's attack attack comes towards Prota. He thinks he won't, turning away, remembering everything that happened. He says that he no longer has to hide, remembering Kaden saying that he is an awakened and that there is no shame in it. So the boy simply disappears in the midst of those attacks, leaving only its residual image, and everyone is left shocked by this. And even Jiang widens his eyes, and Jisuke can't even see what's going on happening. And when you notice, Jiwoo is already by your side, channeling all the energy he can into a single punch. And Jisuke already knows the result of his action, so Jiwoo remembers Kaden telling him put all his strength into an attack and exploded. And so he manages to land such a strong blow, and everyone there is shocked. And Jisuke is thrown away, already unconscious, and so Ryuki thinks that couldn't see his movements as it was too sudden, wondering if that was his speed. And so he starts to notice that cat going to Jiwoo, and so he talks to the boy, telling Jiwoo that he did very well. And so the boy continues to call out his name incessantly from Kaden, thanking him. Then everyone runs to Jiwoo, leaving Jisuke there in the corner all exhausted. Jiwoo manages to get up with great difficulty, twisting a lot, and thinks that that kid managed to do it, catch him. Shocked that he could move at that speed, but hit it as all the time, and he says he won't fall for it again. But then when he gets ready to continue fighting, Jiang goes to him saying that enough is enough, and says that neither Jisuke nor Jiwoo can continue more that dispute. And so he asks how so, because he can't, but she says that Jiwoo can't move anymore, and so he gets frustrated. So he talks to Jisuke, saying that he lost a lot in that fight and did very well. So he is shocked that his sister has him praised. Then she turns and goes back to the boy, telling Jiwoo that his perseverance inspires about it, and so he thanks her for putting up with his stubbornness. But she says that it was an excellent experience for both him and Jisuke, and he talks to the boy, thanking him for the fight. So he tells him to stop being ridiculous, because he's thanking him after getting the beating of those, and he continues thanking him, smiling all silly, and he tells him to stop smiling like an idiot. Tsundere characters, one of which is Kaden, and Kaden is not just a tsundere, he's kind of megalomaniac, and I don't know, psychopath. And it's sometime later in Ru that he speaks, who honestly had no idea you could move so fast, specifically his last movement, and it was so fast that he couldn't even keep up with it. And you can't say that Jisuke has power, so considering the fact that he just discovered his tight skills, he feels that he genuinely has a gift. And she remembers everything that happened, remembering the beating her brother took. She becomes thoughtful, and Ru here brings her back. She asks how he is, and he says he must be awake now, and she gets up to go see him. And so, while the boy is all bandaged up like a mummy, he thinks he has lost again, but he is not angry or frustrated like that time, and instead he feels at peace, and he talks to Kaden, saying that he feels like he has finally become an awakened being. True. And so he says that he has always been one, and the boy only knows how to smile, but he thinks he is so injured that he can barely move, and he should be training his skills instead of staying wasting his time. So he starts cultivating while lying down, and Kaden, seeing this, becomes surprised, because he is training without him having to force him. So he tells Jiwoo to stop, noticing that someone is coming, because someone is close. So when they open the door, and Ru says that knew he was awake, he is happy about it. Then he says he was unconscious for 2 days, and the boy is shocked by this. He asks how he is feeling. Then Jiwoo gets very golden, he can't even move, and he says that of course he does, because he broke it 5 stars and fractured for more. And he says that in addition to that, he has wounds and bruises all over his body, and the boy is shocked by this. So Kaden thinks it's nothing, and Ru, who in turn says that this is not something he needs to worry about, as it is a condition serious for an ordinary person, but he will recover in the blink of an eye, and they are doing your best for him to recover soon. And when he least expects it, he will be normal again. And so the boy thanks him, and he says that he can stay calm and focus calmly, but then he gets lost in what he's saying, looking at Kaden, thinking he wants to touch in that round, chubby, and soft little body, but he thinks he needs to control himself, and Kaden in turn begins to notice that he has seen this expression before. Meanwhile, Jiang talks to Prota, asking if he has ever heard of the name Kaden, and all three are shocked to hear that, and Ru asks why she is questioning him out of nowhere. And Kaden starts to talk about whether she felt that the energy Jiwoo used at the end was related to him, and he says no. Thought someone would notice, since the amount was tiny, and he says that Jiang is much more perceptive of what he expected. And the boy remains quiet, putting on a very fake Miguel, asking who Kaden is. Then she questions if he really doesn't know who he is, and the boy says no, because she's never heard that name. And she stays quiet, just watching him sweating like a lid of hot. So she disagrees, but asking the boy if she can ask what that boy's name is, Cat. So Kaden gets stuck and is afraid that that woman is suspecting who he is beat. And the boy starts stuttering Kaden's name and starts with Ka, and she is surprised by this. Kaden's real name, and he simply says the cat's name is Nitrate of Cassian, simply the legendary Cassian Nitrate. And Kaden gets very pissed off, wondering what the hell is this. And Dapato unraveled and started to think that this is very original. And Kaden looks at the boy with a very angry, murderous look, wanting to skin him, and asks the question. That ends to say, so Jiang says it's a pretty unique name, and he's always with it, saying it doesn't is like the other cats. And he is surprised that she noticed that. And Yogi asks why she is asking these things, questioning if there is something wrong with the cat being next to its human. And he thinks that of course most cats are not like that, but there are exceptions. Look, I have to speak, and there are exceptions, yes, because my cat is totally needy, and she gets so stuck to me that it feels like I'm going to step on her foot, because she walks under my feet all the time. And Yogi says this is a dream for every cat owner. It really is a dream for every cat owner until you have a cat that won't let go of you, because you see that this is complicated. And Yogi acts like every cat owner, saying that even those who are cold to their owners are very adorable, and there are also some that want to get close to their owners, but can only stay looking into the distance. And he keeps talking a lot about cats while they are in decline. He's all friendly. Oin is still very down, and the guy from from the association says that taking into considering all the circumstances, they decided to let him go free for now. However, he cannot leave his neighborhood and will be under constant surveillance. So he asks what will be from his master. He says that he will face the consequences of disobeying the laws, and so Owen feels down, but returns to the classroom, sitting down and looking around, wondering if it happened, because it's already the third period and Jiwoo should be there. So he asks the boy next door he saw Jiwoo, and he notices that he has been missing for a few days, and he asks how so. And the boy says that it was more or less during the period that he stopped coming to, and the last once he came some seniors came looking for the two of them, and Jiwoo hasn't shown up since then. And Owen starts to get down, and Jisik in turn rubs his rib. Remember, he gets pissed because he wants a rematch as soon as the kid gets better, and he remembers thanking him for the fight and not liking it at all. And those troublemakers come to Jisik asking what is he doing, wondering why he didn't go to school and what's wrong with his face. And he says he had to take care of some things, that the boys start asking too many questions, and he says it's none of their business. Then he says he's been calling you for a while now and I wanted to talk about something, saying that he's been quiet for a few days now and the other kids' schools are moving and they think they will soon have some visitors, so he speak correctly but say they are not interested, saying they can take care of it alone. And they stay behind asking what happened to him because they don't understand why he's acting like this being here. And so everyone wonders if they want to go for a walk to the land house, and they start to just want to waste time. But Owen goes to them with a pretty dark face, so they think that crazy guy is back at school, giving a little smile quite evil and thinking about doing something to the boy. Meanwhile, Jisik is shocked by what Meg noticed, and she says that in Jiho's final move his lines seem to have traces electrical abilities, and he realizes that the boy has electrical powers and high speed, as he is, as she said. This means that Jiho has two types of abilities and not just one, saying that it is virtually impossible without proper training, asking how it can be possible for him who only recently discovered that he was an awakened one. And she says she is not mistaken, even if it was for a brief moment. She is sure of what she saw, and so Jisik remembers something, questions what it is, but he apologizes, saying that he will submit his report as soon as returned, quickly leaving the room. Meanwhile, the protagonist is in a very bad situation, with Kaden looking at him, and he asks what kind of name that is, and the boy apologizes because he could think of nothing more than Master K. So Kaden asks what it means. He says that he doesn't know because he heard it somewhere, and so he questions whether it really is. So he says that he heard something he doesn't even know what it is, and he says he's sorry because he had no other choice option. Kaden lets it go, but Jiwoo asks why the director thought he had some relation to him. He says it's probably because of the attack used at the end of the fight to hit the opponent, and even though there were few traces of electricity in him, and Jiwoo stays impressed, asking if she was able to deduce that connection just based on that. And he says that do not believe that it can prove anything, and the presence of electricity was very low, but this deduction Jian has real ability. But while he speaks seriously and concentratedly, he freezes, noticing that he is licking his part, and asks why he keeps doing that. Then he jumps, noticing that someone is approaching with incredible speed, and he says that they don't are running, and they are using their ability to move at that speed. And so quickly Ryuki goes to the boy, and he asks why he came back, and he says he came to check something, and so he goes to Kaden looking at him, and Jiwoo gets worried, but Ryuki moves his balls and ends up taking out a bunch of cat food, saying he forgot to leave it earlier, and he notices that they are toys for the kitten, and he says that they are gifts made from casein nitrate. And so Kaden gets really pissed off with that name, but notices that Ryuki is really happy. Then he asks what that expression is, and he says he's going now because he was in the middle of a conversation important with the director, and he leaves the two behind, saying goodbye to Kaden, all loving, but he just wants it to add up. So he goes back to talk to the director, saying he had forgotten to make a gift for nitrate, and she starts looking at him like he's a weirdo, not that he isn't. Meanwhile, Jisik thinks his ribs still hurt, and he remembers his henchmen wanting him to fight against the other schools, asking him where he goes, and he starts to wonder if he's been neglecting those guys, but he thinks he's too tired and let them get screwed. So they meanwhile are together with Owen, asking if he went back to school, wanting to touch the boy, and they say it's not cool to stay a while away, and they say it's great to see you because they missed you a lot, especially now that they are not in a very good mood, saying that he will not escape today. But Owen is already tired of if you hold on, simply give him a big punch in the mouth of that kid, and once again he got hit by being stuck up and getting mixed up with the wrong person, and he's already out cold. So the kid asks what they did with Jiwoo, and the other of the three stooges tries to hit Owen, but he quickly blocks the punch and gives him another one in the face, knocking out another one, and the third one leaves him sweating as if he were in a school. He gets totally terrified, and then Owen looks at him, and he starts asking for boy weights, saying that it was Jisuk who picked up his friend, and says that since then he hasn't come back to school. They don't know what happened to him, so he asks about Jisuk, and he says that that's right, because he took him somewhere and taught him a lesson, and that was the last time he showed up, and they have nothing to do with his friend's disappearance, and Owen is still pretty pissed off. But remember one of them saying that even when he kicked his injured leg, he remained calm. Then he starts asking if he wants him to call Jisuk, because he was there waiting for water, but then Owen beats the kid up just for hitting Jiwoo, and he thinks that it's impossible for Jiwoo to have lost to those kids, and they would never be able to lay a hand on him, and he begins to wonder if his master has hurt him too much. But then Jisuk comes back there asking what's going on, and they stand face to face, and he remembers that he is that guy from that time who was getting beaten, and he notices the three lying on the floor. He thinks this is interesting, wondering if he did it. Then he questions if he is the one called Jisuk, but he is upset and tells him to answer his question first. But then Owen says he asked if he is the Jisuk guy, so he says that this is funny, saying that he is the person he is looking for, and Owen goes after him, totally few ideas. Meanwhile, Jiwoo is still cultivating activating, sleeping in the hospital. He ends up waking up startled and falling and asks what happened, and they finally remember the 3 kids. He says he hasn't left the bed for days and they must be hungry, wondering what will happen if they starve to death waiting for him all this time. But Kaden says that everything is fine because the one who said he would go to his house every day feed them while he was there, so he was more relaxed, saying that they were both very strange, both crazy about cats. He becomes calmer. Meanwhile, Jisuk tries to get it right, a big punch to Owen's face and thinks he's fast, but Owen quickly tries to hit the Jisuk, but he manages to get out of the way and thinks that damn guy is pretending to be a nerd so far, but he keeps asking where Jiwoo is. So Jisuk says he went hospitalized days ago. Then he becomes even more shocked, asking what Jisuk did to him. He says that you can say it was him, even though things didn't end the way he expected. Then Owen gets even more pissed off and attacks Jisuk, but he says not there. They continue exchanging blows, but Jisuk can't hit him so easily, receiving a punch that leaves his hand very sore. And he thinks that kid has good reflexes, and even without using their skills, it is very difficult for normal people to keep up with the speed. So Owen thinks that Jisuk is definitely not an ordinary thug. So Jisuk says that she will give a joke with him then, giving an even stronger punch to Owen, and so he notices that if he blocks with the upper part of the body, everything else will be unprotected, and he tries to hit the punch to Owen's abdomen. But he is shocked that the boy was able to block it quickly using his footwork. He tries to hit Jisuk's head, but he manages to block it. But while he defends on top, he gets it right where he is being hurt by Jiwoo, and he gets really pissed, attacking the boy with even more ferocity, saying that it hurt, and so on Owen flies back asking who Jisuk is, as his last blow should have knocked him out, saying that he is extremely strong and fast. And Jisuk asks if he thinks he can play with him because he's taking it easy on the kid. So Owen says he should be the one in the head, and Jisuk gets even more pissed off. But then that guy from the organization who took the master of Owen arrives, telling the two to stop, and Jisuk asks who he is, and he talks to Owen asking how he causes such bad luck after being released, saying that this is not beneficial for any of them two, and he starts to get down guarding his power, and Jisuk questions if the committee released him, asking if he is an awakened, and so the boy also asks if Jisuk is, so he says that this is explained, saying that this was obvious due to its movement and speed outside of Owen, saying that it is great news because now they will do it right, and he starts to activate his power of the wind. But that guy tells them to wait, saying that Jisuk must know that the director would never approve of that commotion, asking what he was going to do and if the use of his powers would draw the attention of civilians, saying that she would never support such circumstances. Then Owen notices that he is using the wind, asking if he put you in the hospital with that skill, and so he gets pissed, telling Jisuk that he's not the only one happy with this letter, saying that he won't need to go easy on him. So that government agent asks the Owen what is he doing, wondering if he forgot that he is being monitored by the committee, but he says he remembers it very well, and Jisuk says she likes his attention. So that guy thinks this is a problem because Jisuk is well known for being problematic, but he's not was counting on such rebellion from Owen. So they question what is happening there. It comes to Ryuk, and he asks Jisuk what he's doing this time, but Jisuk starts to get pissed off because he always thinks he starts things, saying that that kid came after him first, but then Ryuk tells him to forget it, saying that they'll get to it later, and says that the important thing now is with Sion Jairaj. He goes to him, asking what the committee is doing it on your territory without prior notice again, asking if the last situation had not been resolved, and he says that this information does not concern him. But then Ryuk does not like this at all, saying that he has a very funny way of expressing himself, asking if he forgot who was in that territory, and he says he has full knowledge that it belongs to Jiang, but he should be aware that no one can interfere in the actions of the committee. But then Ryuk says that this does not give him the right to unsupervised movement in the territory there, and if he wants he needs to ask for your cooperation first, asking if they at least don't should maintain good manners, and so the atmosphere becomes very heavy, and Owen questions whether there is no another way for him to face Jisuk, because if the problem is them being spotted, then they'll put him somewhere away from people, saying that he has unresolved issues with he. Then he talks to Ryuk, saying that he wasn't the one who started it, and so they ask why the boys are so careless nowadays. So he talks to Sion Jiha, asking what he finds it, and so Sion Jiha says that they could use their facilities. Meanwhile, Kaden is Morgado along with Jiwoo hitting the boy who should be recovering in the face, and in that the two angry teenagers come face to face, and Sion Jiha apologizes for the inconvenience. Then Young asks if anyone can explain the situation, and Ryuk takes it upon himself to explain, saying that that committee member wants to battle Jisuk, and since it's better than that happen under control, they brought him there. But Sion Jiha says that Ryuk is not one of them. He says that he is only under his supervision, but then he asks if it is not the same thing. After all, it's like he said, asking if it wouldn't be good to control it better, and he says the same, because Kyrie, there's a big chance that Jisuk provoked Owen first. Then he asks what he's talking about, asking how dare he talk like that in his territory, asking if he wants to take action, and Sion Jiha agrees, saying what he wants with pleasure, and so Yoon tells them both to stop, and they agree right away. And so looking to the side, he notes that the battle between the two is about to begin, with both of them invoking their powers, and so Jisuk says he's dead, and Owen just looks at him activating his power, and attacking Jisuk, only raising his hand, and Jisuk says he attacked out of nowhere, and then Owen asked if he wants to attack or want to fight, and so the boy tells him to be quiet, attacking from afar, but those powers do not reach Owen, who also attacks from afar, making Jisuk have to leave his place, and he thinks he can't predict the direction of their attacks, and they continue that fight that most it looks like Harry Potter attacking from far away. All that's missing is the wand, and Hulk wonders if the name is Owen, saying he is very strong, saying he is turning against Jisuk. Jisoo, noting that his ability is telekinesis, asking if he learned the unique style of DLN, saying that he is sucking and compressing the energy from his surroundings to blow everything up of his attacks, and therefore it is difficult to predict his movements if he is used to only launch the attacks on Ismo. And as the battle continues, Hulk says it's going to be a battle difficult for Jisoo, and he is completely replicating DLN's style, telling be a giraffe, asking how he captured the DLN, and so he stays quiet. But Hulk says that if he doesn't want to tell, it's okay not to tell, and Jeong just watches this little fight between the two. Meanwhile, in the fight, the first to be hit is Jisoo, then he attacks the boy again with even more ferocity, but Owen manages to dodge from all those attacks he launches, and then launches even more attacks towards Jisoo. He thinks it's very difficult to dodge attacks, even though he's sure his attacks are stronger, so he wonders what about doing something different using his speed to get close to him, and Owen realizes that he is accelerating. He ends up becoming almost a melee, punching the kid, and the only thing Owen can do is put his guard up as he receives a meteor shot until he manages to find a gap and tries to attack Jisoo, but he succeeds dodge and say he's too slow, kicking the boy away once more. While he's fallen feeling that attack, Jisoo continues attacking him and then goes close to him and gives more a kick in the boy's abdomen and continues attacking more and more using speed until it ends Owen's glasses. And everyone there is surprised by that battle, and Jisoo becomes more and more fiercely attacking the boy and throwing him away. Then Jisoo asks if Owen has noticed now who he is fighting, saying that they are not even in the same ranking, and Owen does not even respond to him, just raises his head and starts using his power, and Jisoo notices that there is something strange, realizing that there is something around his neck, and Ryuki refuses to believe it, wondering if that's another one of his skills, one that can simply strangle his opponent, and so Jisoo thinks she needs to attack him once more. But Owen takes the lead and attacks his face Jisoo, making him fall to the ground bleeding. Then he wonders what he did, and the two of them Jisoo notices that Owen is not just any boy. He used telekinesis to grab Jisoo's throat, and Seon Jiwoo thinks this is impressive, as he didn't expect him to use these powers so well. Then he remembers talking to Delenn, saying that there's no point in him staying quiet, and they have sufficient evidence that he violated the rules of the Awakened, and so he remains quiet. But while Seon Jiwoo is about to leave the room, he says that his pupil will also be punished, and even though he betrayed him, the two perpetrated the crimes together. But then Delenn speaks that Owen, he notices that he is finally reacting after not saying a word for days, and Delenn asks him to send the committee to keep an eye on him. But Seon Jiwoo says it will be difficult because he Delen's pupil, but he says he is not asking for much. They just should let him live alone, as he will cooperate if he can guarantee it. After all, the committee also wants things from him, and so Seon Jiwoo remembers the boy asking if he was so powerful like that. And in Jisoo's past, people are talking about him because he just is 11 years old and managed to pass level 3 of the test, which is already difficult even for adults. But they attribute to that to him being the younger brother of the Jongs, saying that it is very impressive, saying that at this point he is probably the first in the country, not the world. And he speaks that they are very fortunate that their country has produced yet another powerful awakening, but it is somewhat disappointing that he and Jeong aren't part of Shinhwa. But Jisoo thinks that's a bummer, and already in the present he asks how an insect like him dares to do this to his face. Then he invokes this even more fiercely, and Owen says that he didn't imagine that Jisoo was so powerful, and all three become apprehensive, while Ryuk notices that he must be furious, and sure is, because unlike when he fought with Jiwoo, when he was caught off guard, this is the first time in his life that he has fought someone his own age and almost lost. And Seon Jiwoo thinks he is young but very powerful, and he thought people exaggerated his abilities from Jisoo, but apparently he was mistaken. And Jisoo says she knows he is not a tart, saying that from now on he will fight properly with Owen. But he receives almost that another attack in the middle of the face, and he asks Win if he will give another attack without warning. But Owen wonders if his attack had no effect, but he notices that he is using an air to protect himself. Then Jisoo asks if he is surprised that his attacks they don't hit him, saying that he has some very deadly blows. They are all blockable, and all he has to do is stop him from getting close. And then he attacks the boy once more away, slamming Owen's back into the wall while he's already all torn up and dripping blood. Jisoo smiles, saying he wasn't so bad. Then they go back to attacking each other with Owen hitting his ear, and Jisoo gets pissed that he did it again, saying he was still talking. Owen is definitely very tough, attacking him with a blast of wind directly at Owen, and he asks if he understands, telling him to know his place, questioning how he dares to think that can face him when he was just taking it easy, and say he was never an opponent for Anjira. Influence out there thinks it's hard to believe in Jisoo's powers, even though he saw it with his own eyes, and he thinks that with these two brothers, the influence Shinwoo Oz will only grow, and he says that Win did well, but it's a shame that the opponent was so powerful, and says that if he trains harder he will surely become a better version of herself. But then out of nowhere Ju called Win, arriving in a wheelchair, and Jisoo says that she already called the boy a long time ago, asking why he took so long. The boy and his guide ask who that is, and Jisoo wonders how he got there, and so Win is surprised to see the boy, and Jiho asks what he is doing there, while Kaden says that the sea boy got beat, and Win looking at Jiho thinks that he hurt so much he can't even walk on his own, and he starts to remember when I was with Dylan, with Lee asking why he was lowering his head like that, so he talks to his teacher, but Dylan says he heard he will live in the place where they used to stay, and he says yes, because the committee instructed him to stay under supervision, and for that he will be there for a while, and Dylan just agrees, talking to the boy who if he needs anything he should ask the committee, and the boy doesn't understand much Dylan's words, and he says he probably isn't doing much sense against him, and he knows he may seem helpless right now, but he is aware of comfort his skills are, and he says that at the time he was out of his mind and was too late to exercise his self-control, and he knows how he loses his temper from time to time, and he says he shouldn't have done that to him, and that boy was the first person he saw Wing call a friend, and the fact that he protected him from him means who cares about him, and he recognizes that Jiwoo didn't seem like a bad boy. Sending Wing is a good friend to him, so he gets really mad at Jiwoo, even summoning plus his aura. Then Jiwoo wonders what got into him, and the boy summons more of his power, and Jiwoo almost gets hit. He thinks he still has something up his sleeve, then his powers emerge even more, and Jiwoo starts to get totally bombarded, and when he is just a dusty tail, Wing attacks again, and the situation gets worse, increasingly narrow, and Jiwoo doesn't understand anything that's going on there. While the two, they are still angry and covered in blood. Sion Jiha says that there are only 3 other known teenagers in their country who are in the same ranking as Jiwoo, and yet this kid is holding the ends in the fight, and he talks about Dylan asking how he managed to train and awaken so powerful, and so the protagonist looks at it wondering what is happening and why those two are fighting, and so they keep going head to head with their powers, and they make a huge mess in that arena, throwing shrapnel everywhere, which is side, and Jiwoo starts to get hit until Yang goes to him to protect the boy using their powers, and the two continue that tug of war using their powers, and Sion Jiha says it's unbelievable that this fight is between teenagers, and Enryoki thinks Wing is the amazing kid, and then Kaden thinks these little grasshoppers are going the same, however, and the place starts to break, and Enryoki thinks that this is bad because if they continue like this, they will both be severely injured, and he speaks to Sion Jiha, and he automatically agrees, and so they go to both of them stopping that fight, stopping all that power. So Kaden thinks that this is disappointing because just now that things were starting to get interesting, they're stopped, and Jiwoo asks why Enryoki is interfering, so he says that's enough, but the boy asks how, which is because he just started, but Yang tells him to stop, saying that if you want to keep fighting, it will be with her, and he says that's fine, it's not really necessary, you can leave it there. Then Sion Jiha says the same goes for Wing, but he says that wants to continue, and Jiwoo takes advantage of this gap to talk to his sister, saying that he doesn't want to stop the fight, and he likes that kid's attitude, and so Enryoki gets very kid, and talk to Wing asking why he wants to fight Jiwoo so much, and he just looks at Jiwoo. Then Enryoki asks why he is looking at Jiwoo instead of answering. Then the boy stands up and asks if by any chance he wants to fight Jiwoo or because of Jiwoo, so he says that's it. Now that he thinks about it, this idiot asked about Jiwoo, and he wanted to know if he was the reason Jiwoo was in the hospital, and Enryoki asks if it's because Jiwoo hurt Jiwoo. The boy can't say anything, but at this Jiwoo gets all excited because he wants to defend his friend, and Jiwoo gets pissed about it, asking if he attacked because of what he did to Jiwoo. Question of what matters, asking if Jiwoo will say that it wasn't his work. Enryoki says not exactly, but then Owen says that wouldn't be the case either. First time, and he asks how so, and Owen says that he and his friends have been chasing Jiwoo, has been around school for a while now. He asks what he's talking about, and so the two over there, they keep an eye on him, not liking the direction of the conversation at all. So he says he was lost in this because this is disconcerting, but there is some truth in what that guy is talking, and Enryoki doesn't like knowing that he is bullying him Jiwoo all this time. But in this, the boy says that Jiwoo didn't do anything to him, and he tell Owen that he actually got hurt fighting Jiwoo, but it was him who wanted to fight, and so the boy is surprised, and Jiwoo, who was taking all the blame, asks if he hurt because he finally told the truth, but his sister doesn't like it much that the conversation doesn't, and Enryoki remembers to ask why Jiwoo is there. He says that Jiwoo called him and said that someone was going to pick him up. Then he speaks who wanted to show him personally how strong he was, and wanted him to see that it was by luck that he managed to hit him, and not because he is good, and so on. Enryoki thinks he is very clueless, as he brought an injured patient to the field just to brag, and so a while later they are all together in the infirmary, and Prota is all happy, and Jiwoo wonders why he is there, saying that is perfectly fine, but Owen says he also finds this unnecessary, but Enryoki says that he will stay there for now, and they will monitor his health, and the same goes for Owen. Meanwhile, Prota thinks this is very illegal, because now he won't feel bored. Meanwhile, the two are in front of Yang, and Seunghwa says he doesn't understand why he insists on keeping the 3 of them in the same room, saying that Jiwoo and Owen are always causing trouble, but Enryoki asks how dare he question the director's decision, and she says that they are awakened and that they represented their country in the future, saying that they will not become enemies, and she thinks it is a good idea to let them interact a little so they can prepare for what's coming, and so Enryoki says that's it, but asks how the organization intends to take care of Owen, and then Enryoki says that they don't think much of Owen and Dr. Day, asking because they don't take it out of his hand, and so he doesn't like it at all, and Seunghwa says Owen is officially registered under his supervision, and Enryoki says that it's not like they're concerned about his well-being, saying they're just keeping an eye on him because he is Dr. Day Lang's pulpit. Now that he has seen his powers live, they are thinking about making him a member probably, and he says he has no reason to answer you, and Enryoki continues to torment him, saying that his reaction already gives him away, but he says who doesn't deliver, and Enryoki tells him to admit his shame right away, and poor Jian can't take it anymore, but stay in front of these two, and in that Enryoki receives a call, and they speak to him apologizing, but they need him to come there because they are both starting over. In the meantime, they are stuck fighting, but it's actually because of card games. So Jiwoo calls he's a damn guy, saying he played that card by mistake, and is going to play another one, asking what the problem is, but and says that if he lets this one go, he'll keep using it as an excuse every time who made a bad move, but Jiwoo tells him to be serious because he's just asking this once, and says that playing the way he plays will definitely not be the last, and Jiwoo already can't stand that atmosphere anymore, and Enryoki arrives very angry, asking if they are saying that the fight is over a game, and he tells Jisuk if he wants to use his powers for something so trivial. He says he's annoying him, but Enryoki asks if it is, and he himself is already pissed off, asking how about he train with him, and the boy doesn't seem to like it a lot. And Sion Jiwoo talks to Open, saying that he keeps complicating things for himself, but Jiwoo apologizes for this because he was the one who asked for to play with him, even without them wanting more. And Enryoki asks how it would be his fault, saying that he just wanted to distract himself, and the culprits are the two who can't even control the game. So Kaden continues eating calmly, asking why he keeps interrupting, because they learn when they let him fill up, but in that he kept eating everything cute. So Enryoki thinks that Cassian didn't exist with all this, and that Jiwoo opens his mouth to talk shit, talking to Enryoki that the cat eats too much, asking if it's really supposed to be like that, and Enryoki gets really pissed, ordering Jiwoo to repeat that. Boy asks what he said wrong, if it was that the cat eats too much, and Enryoki says that's right, asking if cats don't may have a lot of appetite, but he says he never said that. He just says he finds it strange, but Enryoki doesn't eat more than him, but wonders what the problem would be if he did. After all, the boy does too is a dredge, and tells him to be careful with what he says, and so after that crazy atmosphere, he goes back to being loving to give, giving some snacks to Kaden, and none of them are there. He can believe what they are seeing, and can now calm down. And Jiwoo asking Enryoki if he might stop by your house, and he asks why, and then Jiwoo says she knows that he is taking care of his cats, but he wanted to see them, saying that in fact he was for real, and Jiwoo who can't even believe this madness, and Enryoki says that of course he can, because now he is much better, and so he won't hurt you, saying that he gives you a ride. Then he asks if Win wants to go with him, asking Sionhwa if there is any problem, and so they agree, and everyone ends up going in the car to the boy's house, and he arrives all happy together with Kaden, greeting the kittens, asking how they are, and they run away, hug the boy, while one of them goes to Kaden, and Owen is surprised to see that cat, but Jiwoo says she wanted to show the kitten that the teacher used as a guinea pig, saying that he is fine, better now, and since then he has been sleeping a lot, and doesn't even care about what happens around him, and when it feels a bit bad, but Jiwoo says that it's a good thing there was nothing physically wrong with him, and he saw on the security cameras that he was the one who left the animals and the money at the clinic, asking if they were all guinea pigs, and then Owen says yes, saying that he told the teacher that they would die, and took them to the vet, and the boy says that the vet said that they were all getting abandoned, but Owen still remains down. However, one of the kittens stops in front of him, then the boy stands still as he begins to rub himself against his leg. Meanwhile, at Jiwoo's house, Jisuk wonders why there are so many cats. He notices that the house is a mess, so Enryuki asks him to let him help him, but he says it's okay because he can do it alone, but Enryuki insists on wanting to help because it wasn't like that yesterday, so Jisuk asks if he's joking because all this dirt was in a single day. He says that what seems much more like that. Yes, he says that they are healthy and energetic kittens, and Jiwoo is happy with his speech saying that. These three are very energetic, and the two understand each other very well, and Jisuk begins to notice that those two are very crazy and really freaked out about the cats, and he starts to wonder, but he thinks it doesn't matter. After all, that place isn't brackish to live, so one of the kittens goes near him and starts to meow, rubbing itself on his leg, making the cute little eyes, and he starts to get totally tempted, talking that the kitten is cute. So looking from the other side, he ends up looking at Kaden, who is not at all happy with him there, so he talks to Jiwoo asking what's up with that cat, because every time he looks at him, he gives that protagonist look, and he says he doesn't know, acting like Jowo without an arm, and Ryoki grabs him by the collar once more, asking about that poto look, questioning how he dares to talk about a cat, but Jisuk once again asked why he can't say this, and Ryoki asks if he is bullying cats now, but he says that it's not like that either, and he asks if he doesn't think that expression of his is strange, and so Ryoki looks at him, saying that Ash is adorable, saying that it's part of his charm. Besides, Jisuk also has a very unpleasant expression, asking why is he complaining about the cat, and he says that's not what he meant, while Kaden is all happy back there, and then that Ryoki talks to Shangohara, asking what he's looking at, and he says it's nothing, but he's still very attentive. So when Ryoki notices that there is something wrong with him and ends up realizing that Shangohara is paralyzed and static, trembling even with fear of the cat, and so Ryoki takes advantage by grabbing one of the kittens, asking if he is scared, and he starts asking Ryoki not to come closer, and he asks why, questioning what's wrong, and so he simply runs away, saying he'll wait in the car, and Ryoki says he can't be afraid of cats, and Shangohara gets pissed off at him and makes fun of him, because who would have thought that one of the most powerful awakened people from Korea are afraid of cats, and he says it's nonsense, saying he doesn't have afraid of them, and he just finds them kind of weird, and Ryoki starts to have fun with that, asking why is he running like that, and so Kaden, Jisuk, and Woon can't believe what are seen, and Shangohara, who is running away from Ryoki, says he is not running, just there is no reason for him to stay there. He asks if it really is, and he says he thinks so that Ryoki is scared and wants to fight with him, but then Jiwoo appears wanting to put order in the situation, telling them to stop and sit down for a bit, and he says he will bring them something to drink, telling Jisuk to sit with Woon as well, and so Kaden thinks that this last day has been quite tiring hiding people around, and he needs care about everything he says and does, but then he notices that the boy is getting happy with so many people around, seeing Jiwoo smiling all silly, and he thinks there is nothing due and believes he will have to put up with it a little longer. Meanwhile, Jiang notices that they are having a sleepover at Jiwoo's house, and Ryoki says yes, speaking that the three of them will return to the hospital tomorrow for a final checkup, and she asks if this also includes Jisoo, and he says yes, and she questions if he is telling her that Jisoo said that she will also stay at Jiwoo's house, and he says yes, and she stays thoughtful about it, but the reality is that he himself doesn't even believe it, who is there, wonders why he stayed in that house. While the protagonist is all happy for having friends, and Jisoo asks why he keeps giggling, and he says that it's the first time he's brought friends home, and so he asks what it's like, and because they are friends, and Jisoo starts saying that he has never been to a friend's house, or they were born until today. And so Jisoo remembers Ryoki saying that Jiwoo didn't know what were his abilities, and he lived in fear that others would find out. So his family moved all the time, and naturally he grew up distant from everything and everyone, and his life has been quite lonely, and the boy is calmer and leaves things alone role. While this protagonist asks Sui how about him, and he says he never had either friend, saying that he has always been traveling with the teachers since he was young, and so the boy stays mess with the story. So Jisoo thinks it's great, and now the mood is depressed out of nowhere, saying that those pathetic losers will never be their friends. But then they ask about Jisoo, and he starts bragging, asking them if they think he will be like him, because of course he's already asleep. But then he starts thinking, remembering his life, and realizes who has never done this. So he refuses with all his strength, saying that he cannot be like these losers, and soon he Jisoo. And so looking to the side, they begin to understand the situation of the boy appearing with him, but Jisoo gets very angry about it, saying that he is not like them, and that's not what they're thinking at all. And so all three of them are moved and feel sorry for him. He says he finds sleep at other people's houses very boring, and he couldn't bring his friends to the house for obvious reasons, and so everyone starts to feel sorry while Kaden is with an absurd face. Man, my god, I love this fat cat. And so he tells them to stop it and just go to sleep because it's already making him angry, and so tells them not to look at him with that face because he's not a loser, and he keeps asking why they're looking like that, and he gets even more pissed off, going to sleep totally irritated. He sounds and remembers his past when they talked about him at school, noting that he was transferred there, and he doesn't speak. That he doesn't know that the teacher forces him, and one of the students says that he ignored her when she tried to start a conversation with him, and heard from the teacher in the classroom that he keeps being transferred from school, and gossip that it seems he went to 10 different gyms, and they don't believe, asking if he has any kind of problem. And as soon as he arrives at his teacher's house, he notices Delane doing those experiments. Still, he asks where are the other animals, and he says that they died, so he got rid of them, and the boy didn't like it at that time, and Delane said to him that they are, and by the looks of it, he doesn't think he can do any more tests. So he wonders if that one is also a lost cause, because he seems very weak, and says he'll be back soon, a few hours, to see how he is. But the boy looks at that kitten there and starts to get mess with that one, while Delane tells him not to forget to feed that cat. He puts food in the pot, throw it inside the cage, but while he leaves food there, the cat smells it and ends up licking at the boy's hand. He gets super moved by it and ends up liking the cat, so he wonders and he hurts, and yet the cat treats him so well that when Delane comes back, he sends the Wayne brings the guinea pig because it's time. The boy talks to the teacher, and he asks what he is doing talking, and the boy says that the guinea pig died, lying to him, while he gets totally nervous. And Delane asks how come she was fine a short time ago, asking if he is sure she is dead. He says yes, saying that the vital signs arrived, and Delane asks where the body is, and the boy says he buried him on the hill back there, and Delane just accepts what the boy is saying and is asking if he failed again, and Wayne doesn't look him in the eye because he knows what is doing is wrong, and he thinks he lied to the teacher. But now the kitten can live free. And so we already present times, the boy wakes up completely scared, and then wonders why he dreamed about that her. While he is going through this moment, all 7 sleep peacefully around him. He notices that it is 3:06, and Kaden ends up noticing that the boy is awake, looking at him. He keeps looking at the cat, remembering Jill saying that he has been sleeping too much, and he cares about what's happening around him, and says it's probably the side effects of test. And in this, Jisoo also wakes up, saying that it is very uncomfortable to sleep there. Getting up, he leaves, all pissed off, scratching his head, leaving the room, and Wayne asks where he is going. He asks what it matters to him, what he does or doesn't do. He leaves, slamming the door, waking Jill and also the kittens. He asks where Jisoo is, asking if he left, and Wayne says yes, saying that he is also walking, and the boy starts to get sad. But as they leave, Kaden says that thank heavens they left, because avoiding speaking and acting like a human for all this time is very bad, saying that the stress was driving him crazy, and Jill says she was also worried about it because he knew he would be very uncomfortable. And so Kaden asks if he was worried about he, because he was happy playing with those two, asking if he is sure he was, even though he was worried about him. He said he was blushing embarrassment, but Kaden told him he stops lying, and the boy starts apologizing because he should have paid more attention to him because it was his first time talking to friends. He says he also had friends before with whom he talked from time to time, but he kept a certain distance because he was afraid that they would find out about him. And so Kaden, noticing that the boy is going through difficulties, orders he forgets because he's mumbling too much, saying it was just a joke, and says it doesn't matter because now that they've left, he can go back to focusing on his training, and says that the boy will have to train hard. He doesn't want to lose again, and so he agrees, getting excited, but Kaden asking if he maybe got upset because he didn't give him any attention, all cute, and Kaden gets pissed off about this, calling him an idiot, asking if he wants to die. But the boy says who didn't apologize for his madness, and so the next day he says he feels very good because until doing that everyday path, and it makes you feel refreshed. Then he asks how the cats at the street he feeds is putting food out for a bunch of them, so he tells them not to fight is important for everyone. While he has fun doing the daily actions, Kaden thinks that really can't understand that child. As he heads to school, he finally finishes his wave, and Kaden says that something is strange with him because he has just recovered and is already wandering around, then feeding cats, asking if he doesn't get tired of it. He says he does it because he likes it, and he says that he missed them as much as he missed the 3 of them in his house. But in the meantime, they keep walking. Kaden starts to hear hear some Latin dogs, and Jiwoo notices that those dogs are very big, and so that guy tells them not to be scared because his dogs don't bite. Then he says that they are looking in his direction, and that guy asks that guy is doing it, and Kaden doesn't like it anymore, thinking he's going to lose control. And that's when that guy who is also fat given his abdominal circumference asks Jiwoo if he doesn't think so that your cat is too fat, asking why he left him like that, saying he's never seen a cat so fat in his entire life, and so he wonders if he can even run. Then the two dogs already in hand, he starts to growl, getting close to Kaden. He starts to laugh, all convinced, asking for both of them to stop because they're going to make that cat have a fit, saying he's so scared he can't even move. But then Kaden just looks at him standing still, then looking right at those dogs and that well-trained body they have, thinking they should have transformed in this type of animal, and asks why among all the cats in the world shows that one obese. Then the dogs start barking, going after Kaden while beer belly, that you will lose control of them and they will attack you. But then the dogs sit in front, Kaden wagging his tail as if they were his feet. The angry man just caresses his nose and turns around, leaving all majestic, thinking that he should have turned into one of them, and so Jiwoo greets him, leaving the pot-bellied man behind, who is left speechless with his mouth open at what happened with his dogs. And after all this general chaos, Dylan finds out about Won's behavior and almost doesn't believe it. The boy is acting rebellious and unbridled, and he starts laughing, but Seang-ha tells him that he could get into trouble with this. However, Dylan says that he is just a hot-blooded young man acting as he should, and that this is something trivial. Besides, Won would have a reason to act like this because he is not the type to do something without a good reason. So Dylan says that he just has to hurry up and bring what he asked for because the association is in a hurry and he is not. Seang-ha realizes that he is saying something right and will do what he asked. Dylan thinks that this kind little boy rebelled against him and must be better than he thought. Meanwhile, the boy gets dressed to go to school, while Seang-ha at home fills up all those food containers. Kren asks why he's going to school so early, and the boy says he's been absent too long. He says he feels well enough to go to school, but Kren says he's not the one who's going to stop him. Meanwhile, the striped cat gets confused, lifting his head. His protagonist ends up writing it down, asking if he slept well. However, the cat looks at Kren and says he didn't see anything, simply going back to pretending to be asleep. Seang-ha notices that he's pretending to sleep once again, and it seems he does it when they're around. The boy says he's going to school. Hearing that, the cat notices that he left, gets up and starts to stretch, but then he realizes that Kaden is still there and gets irritated by this, pretending to go back to sleep once more. Kaden starts to cultivate, thinking that he can renew his powers in peace now. There were too many people there, and he could only do that at night on the roof of the hospital. He says that it wasn't enough to return to his normal state, but he starts to get irritated. As he cultivates, the kittens come closer, rubbing against each other and playing with their wagging tails. He says that they are very annoying, asking them to get out of there. Meanwhile, the striped cat is still scared, pretending to be asleep and shaking. At school, the boy notices that Owen has arrived and asks if he is back today. Then he asks if he is okay to go to school. Owen says that his injuries were worse than the boy's. The boy says that it is true. Meanwhile, everyone in the class finds this interaction between the two of them super strange. Owen says that now school won't be so boring with him there, saying that he thought he would be the only one to go back to school, and he wonders if Jessica is back too. Since there is still time until class starts, he goes there to see him. Owen looks at the boy, thinking about what Seung-ha said. He asks the boy if he would be interested in joining the union since, as he knows, Dylan is currently in union custody. He is under surveillance due to his crimes, but he is being treated well. His treatment would also change if he joined the union, and he could stay with Dylan. The boy still hesitates, so Seung-ha tells him to take his time. The boy does not have enough time to decide yet. So Jiwoo goes to Jisuk's room and asks if he's absent. The boy cries, asking why he's asking about Jisuk. He says he's just curious, but the nerd says he doesn't know. After all, Jisuk hasn't been here for a few days, rushing in, not even wanting to know. Outside, those Yanks are all irritated, all because they haven't been able to get in touch with Jisuk. They think this is crazy, wondering if he's ignoring them on purpose, saying that even that crazy Owen is back. Then they wonder if something happened to him. Well, he never ignored them, so time. But one of them questions what could have happened to him, saying that he must just find it problematic, saying that he has been ignoring them ever since they asked for help to beat up the other boys at school. They think that because of him, they got beaten up by Owen. They start to say that this is irritating them because he is very conceited these days. They were the ones who took that loner, saying that he is a great fighter, but also his money. They start to laugh at this, while the boy, in turn, listens to everything they are saying and the interest they had in him, saying that this is how they started paying off. For him, the boy's money started to flow like water. They become more and more interested, saying that the boy might be filthy rich. They say that just by mentioning his name to Zoo at school, they made the others kneel for them. His name helped them get a good income, but they are not so sweet now that Jisuk is stopped. The boy wonders what is going on, realizing that they were taking money from students using his name. At that moment, Jiwoo arrives, asking what they were talking about. They ask where the boy came from, but Jiwoo, in turn, only asks if Jisuk knows about this. They ask who the fuck cares, telling him not to meddle in other people's business, saying that that piece of shit Jisoo never thought of them as friends. They tell him to find out the truth before opening his mouth, but Jiwoo says that they were still their friends and that they have nothing to talk about. Jisuk also doesn't like the subject at all, asking why he is meddling in other people's business and simply walks away, leaving the four behind. When it was time to go home, Jiwoo talked to Wing. The school staff was surprised because, as he knows, he had been absent for many days without warning. He thought they would suspend him. He said it was good that Shinhua covered for him. Then Wink said that they didn't try very hard to come up with an excuse. The teacher told Wink that it was good that he was feeling better because he was shocked when he found out that he was also in the car car accident. He said that that troublesome boy, Jiwoo, was also there. He said that it was a coincidence that the three of them were involved in the car accident without being in the same car. He said that people should drive more carefully. Then he thought that using the same excuse for everyone was not very smart, but Jiwoo just ignored it, asking Wink to come over. He said that in case Wink was wondering, that Kitten woke up that morning. Halfway there, he ends up meeting Jiwoo, who was waiting for them. Jiwoo asks why they took so long. Jiwoo replies that they came right after school, asking if he waited too long. But Jiwoo, who immediately whispers, says that he wasn't doing that, saying that he just arrived. Then he asks why the sudden visit, asking if he came to hang out with them. He starts to whisper, asking the boy if he thinks he came of his own free will. Jiwoo replies that he said he would pick him up there, and remembers that he has to go to the hospital for a checkup. He says that it was good that O intervened with him. At that moment, the kittens run to greet the boy as he arrives. Kaden also appears, touching Jiwoo on the shoulder, giving Jiwoo away. He says that he has been waiting for over an hour and continues to try to play the good guy. At that moment, Striped Cat ends up fighting with him, being more and more irritated. But then, Kaden puts his paw on his head, telling him to get down and calm down. He asks this with a lot of love and peace, looking directly into the kitten's eyes. And he starts to calm down a lot, licking his paw, making peace with Owen. Jiwoo, noticing that the cat is alone with Owen, asks what the hell he did to make that cat so angry and asks why he's acting like that. So, he throws himself down and sits next to the cat, saying that he can see that he's scared as hell. He asks why he's scared of that little thing, making fun of the boy. He tries to put his hand on the cat, but the striped cat simply bites Jiwoo's hand, leaving him all messed up with his hand bleeding. He starts to scream. After all, that cat bit him. He asks how he managed to bite so fast, saying that he's bleeding. He starts to put on a big show. Jiwoo looks at Owen, saying that he looks healthy, asking if it's not a relief. The boy just says yes, with his head down. Jiwoo starts to say that the cat won't get away with this, but then he pulls 3 sachets of cat food out of his pocket. The kittens all get excited. He says that it's snack time, saying that the cat better behave or they won't get any treats. He starts to look at the cat with a smug face, saying that there's no point in looking at him like that. After all, he attacked and still wants a snack, but the cat doesn't care about that. He starts to realize that the cat is ignoring him and tells him to stop pretending that he doesn't want a treat. At that moment, he has the brilliant idea of looking at Kaden, saying that he also has the fat cat and telling him to be cute if he wants one of those. Kaden almost dies listening to this crap, asking if this kid wants to die. Jiwoo's face shows that he is having fun. He asks what the fat guy is doing, telling him to go quickly, saying that he will give him one of those if he is cute. Kaden is shaking with rage, and Jiwoo is in such an awkward silence that the kid is almost getting in his face. Meanwhile, Owen is jealous of Jiwoo. Meanwhile, Ryuki goes to Jiang, telling him that the Climb brothers were seen in her country. She asks why they are there. Ryuki says that they only found out recently, and that they are still looking for them. Now is also trying to figure out why they are there. She is thoughtful until Jiwoo arrives, asking why Ryuki didn't go get them, since he had to take those kids to the hospital alone. Then, to look at the boy, and he asks why they are so serious, asking what happened and what is it. Ryuki says he received information that the Klein brothers were seen in his country. Jiwoo asks if they are just wanted criminals who will do anything for money. Ryuki confirms, saying yes, they are even on the Awaken wanted list. They will do anything for the right price, including selling Awakens or getting involved in civilian activities. But Jiwoo asks why these people came to his country, and he says that their priority now is theirs. He says he is not sure if they will come to the president's territory, but still, it is better to be safe than sorry. The boy is a little thoughtful about this. Once on the street, Seungha goes with her assistant, saying that they checked their identities and confirmed that they are indeed Union agents. She says that it seems that they were attacked while searching for the Klein brothers. Seu and Jiha doesn't like this at all, ordering that Owen be placed under someone else's guard since from now on, he will be the one tracking them. Meanwhile, the two are walking down the street. They wonder if this is the right path and say it must be, since it is where Dylan was last seen. They say that, in that case, they will finish that job soon so they can go back. They think that all of this is the fault of Dylan the broker, who couldn't do anything and messed up Owen's life. Now, the kid will be almost dying in his house, but when they get inside, they notice that there is nothing there. They ask if it is the right place, and one of them asks his brother when he found out that Dr. Dylan was there. He answers that it was about a month ago. They ask how he could have moved in so soon and wonder what they will tell the clients. But they say that it is exactly that, since they paid to pick them up earlier than planned. So, they will look there, since they may have left traces. He also asks his brother to tell his contact that the information he sent him is wrong, and to send the correct information as soon as possible if they want to live. Meanwhile, Jiwoo stares at Karen, saying that, in fact, the chubby one is the most conceited of them all. The way he sits bothers him, not to mention the disinterested look on his face. Jiwoo starts to get pissed, saying that he won't back down so easily. He starts researching on his phone, saying that he'll make him bow down to him. Then, he gets suggestions for cat food and starts imagining himself ordering the cats to show him some tricks, saying that he'll reward them with treats. He's all happy about it, but the rest of the people in his class don't like this heavy atmosphere at all. Late in the afternoon, he thinks that this should work, saying that he should pay more to speed up the delivery. But right away, those 3 idiots arrive, calling Jiwoo and asking when he's back, saying that he should have let him know. The boy looks at them completely disinterested. They tell him that they heard he was in a car accident and were shocked because he had left them all worried. They ask if he is okay, but Jiwoo is still silent. They keep asking him several questions, but he doesn't answer any of them. One of them asks if he is just going to ignore them. The boy gets up, apologizing to his reflection, saying that he is a little slow because of the accident, but that he is fine now. He says that his cell phone broke and that he had missed 2 calls. He says that it was actually from his sister and says that he is leaving, simply leaving them behind. As they leave, Jiwoo continues walking with them and and asks if they want to go somewhere with him. He asks why, and Jiwoo says he's going to feed the stray cats. Jisoo can't believe it, but they really do go. As Jiwoo goes from corner to corner feeding the kittens left outside, even Jisoo starts handing food to one of them. Jiwoo finds himself letting go more and more. Meanwhile, Enro tells them that the Union just sent them information about the Klein brothers. He says that the Union agents who were chasing them were killed. She asks where it happened, and he tells her that it was about 2 hours away. He says that Sian-ha personally went after them. She says that it's not too far, and Enro thinks that they better get ready. Just then, a package arrives saying that a package in her name just arrived. She is surprised and says that he must be letting loose. They say that it was Fides. Enro starts to get curious, asking what he ordered in such a hurry. But then, she realizes that the package is more than just a meow, and it's the best website to buy cat stuff, thinking that the president has finally fallen for the charms of the cats. But in the meantime, and continues to go home, heading to the hideout where he lived with his master. He remembers everything he did that day with his friends and starts to smile. But when he gets home, he thinks the door is open and wonders if someone broke in. So he asks if the boy is Dylan's student, and the Klein brothers are already on his tail. They say that he really is because he looks exactly like the photo the contact gave him. They say that they will finally be able to finish their work early. The boy thinks that he knows about the teacher and him and asks where the teacher is, and thinks to himself that if they came without telling the teacher, it can only be bad and he needs to hide. He runs away, but then the other one appears in front of him. He is cornered. They say that he has good reflexes because he ran straight away. One of the Kleins says he thought he would be caught by surprise. Still, he doesn't have the expected reflex. The other should run until they finish talking. So he puts his hand on the boy's shoulder and sets it on fire, and already feels that this is serious business, moving away and getting his shoulder hurt. One of the Klein tells him to listen and do what they say without trying anything funny. The boy doesn't have much of a choice but to listen to those psychopaths. He realizes that they caused so much damage, barely touching him. So they start to think that the boy is scared, while the shorter one says that the other should have gone easier on. But then he tells him to stop pretending, and realizes that he didn't manage to hurt him at all because he blocked his attack. He realizes that if he does it like that, the horrible obsessor says that his awakened abilities are similar to Dylan's, exactly as his contact said. Now, he is sure that the boy is his student. He asks his brother if he doesn't think that this is a good find, but then his brother says that he is just the teacher's student and starts to get more and more nervous because they know what abilities his teacher and he have, but he has no idea who they are. He thinks that this is not good because whatever it is, he can't let them get him. He starts to concentrate his power, raising his hand and attacking both of them at the same time, and realizes that he didn't do it to his brother. He thinks that, again, he blocked him too easily. The other asks who is that boy because he heard that he is young, but that his awakened abilities are very powerful. One of them says that this is taking too long to end, and that he wants to end it all. They summon flames in their hands, and then thinks to himself that he needs to concentrate his energy first. So he materializes his attacks, asking if he was the one who just attacked him. When he attacks the boy and tries to use his power to stop the flames, he thinks that he needs to concentrate his energy first and then materialize his attacks. He asks again if he was the one who attacked. When he attacks the boy and tries to block his attack, saying that the boy has good control, but he keeps attacking, forcing him to get out of the way since he can't attack that much. So as he crouches to dodge, more attacks come his way. He gets more and more nervous. He thinks that Guy is too strong, and he's using his powerful abilities effortlessly. Then his brother talks to Doran, telling him to stop messing around, and so he says that he is fine, attacking with even more force. He thinks that now things are going to get ugly, and quickly gets hit in the foot and wonders when those attacks got there. Under his foot, an explosion occurs, and the boy ends up all messed up and scorched on the ground with his brothers looking at him. They start to think that the boy is useful. Well, they were going to get rid of him when he talked about Dylan, but selling him might be worth the trouble. He is going to be in high demand because he is so strong at that age. Meanwhile, Sang-ha continues in his car, driving around. He thinks that he hasn't left any more tracks since his agents were attacked, wondering if they've started covering their tracks. But then he gets a call and asks what happened. They talk to him, saying that they can't reach Owen, but he notices that Owen doesn't usually answer his cell phone. However, his subordinate says that this is the first time he hasn't sent a message in 2 hours. So he asks if Owen isn't with Shinhwa, but they say that they called him, but they said that he didn't go there that day. Meanwhile, at Prota's house, both Kaden and the striped cat are looking at Jisoo, who is there calmly watching videos and playing games. And at that moment, Raya calls him. He asks what happened, saying that he is with the cats. Raya realizes that he is at Jiwoo's house and asks if Owen is with him. Jisoo says no, that he has already left. Raya asks how long it has been, and Jisoo replies that it was about 3 hours, questioning why he is asking. Then Raya says that the Union called, saying that he is not answering the phone, and it has been a few hours since they heard from him. He asks if he is saying that the Union called to say that they cannot contact Owen, questioning if he called because of that. Raya says yes, of course, and asks if Jisoo is joking, telling him not to call because of that. Jisoo apologizes, but questions what is happening and why they are asking why Owen is not answering the phone. Jiwoo is worried about this, and Jisoo says that the Union called Raya, and that's why he called, but Jiwoo gets more and more worried. Jisoo says that he's not a child and asks why they're making all this fuss about him not answering the phone. However, Jiwoo takes things seriously and says that he's going to check on Owen because he's worried about him. Jisoo asks if he's going to get involved too, wondering what will happen if he's with his girlfriend. He himself, saying this, doesn't believe that the boy has a girlfriend. However, Jiwoo says that if it's him, he'll be relieved. Jisoo starts to get up, saying that it's annoying. The boy asks what's going on. Then Jisoo questions what he's going to do there alone, but then wonders why the boy is taking the fat guy with him. Jiwoo quickly uses a shit excuse machine and says that it's because the cat will be able to find Owen by smell. Kaden doesn't like this at all and asks if there's a dog there, wondering how he's going to do that. As they head to Owen's house, Jiwoo is surprised that he lives there. Jiwoo says yes, because that's what he said. But he says that, in fact, Owen said that he was living in the old research lab, which must be nearby. When they get there, they go inside, but the boy notices that everything there is deserted. Then, Jiwoo asks if he is sure that Owen lives there. However, Jiwoo says that is what he said. But then, he notices that there is a small door and realizes that everything of Owen is inside. He is shocked, wondering how Owen lives in that place. Jiwoo is moved by this. Then, one of the men from the Union arrives asking what the two are doing there. He asks if they were not there, and the two answer that they were, saying that they were looking for Owen. The man asks if they are not Jiwoo and Jiwoo and questions what they are doing there. Jiwoo says that Owen was not answering the phone, so they came there because they were worried. They believe him, but ask the boys to let them worry about Owen, saying that they can leave. Jiwoo wonders where Owen went, all sad, and thinks that if Nyan is after him, he must be in trouble. Jiwoo says that he is not a child and must be fine. But then, to hear the Union men talking about awakened ability raised, they turn their faces away instantly. The Union men call Seonha, saying that there is evidence of a fight near Owen's house and ask for reinforcements, as they need to investigate the premises. They quickly leave, and the two continue behind, noticing that there is even blood there. They wonder if this happened because of a fight involving Owen, and say that is why he is not answering the phone. Jiwoo begins to question who had the courage to invade Owen's area and calls in Ryoku, saying that they are at Owen's house, with traces of an awakened fight, and Ryoku is shocked by the news. Jiwoo is startled by this idea. Then, the boy says he'll take a look, and asks if it's serious, asking if he thinks he'll find out anything. Jiwoo says it's best to leave it to Owen and Shenhua, but then changes his mind and says he'll take a look. They can't just ignore Owen if he's in trouble. The boy then says that Owen is strong and will be able to handle himself, but whoever kidnapped Owen must be pretty powerful. Jiwoo, showing that his face is all delicate, asks if they won't do anything to help. Jiwoo starts to get more thoughtful and asks if the cat can't find Owen. Kid looks at the boy's face and asks if he couldn't find him by smelling the blood, saying that's how they do it in the movies. Kid thinks this is ridiculous and asks how he could, but then he feels something, smelling the blood. He starts to walk forward. Jiwoo thinks this is really crazy, asking if Ked could do it. He says that the chubby guy is smarter than he looks. However, not even Ked fully believes it, as she thinks she can figure out where Owen went. Meanwhile, the boy is still being beaten by his brothers, suffering a very severe torture, with them burning his skin. One of the brothers tells him to give up and asks where the teacher is, but the boy doesn't say anything and continues to endure the torture. He notices that the boy is very stubborn and can withstand quite a lot of pain, and he says he created this technique to torture, and the boy was the first one who could handle it for all that time. He says that the flame barely touches the skin, but the pain is very deep. Then he gets closer with a totally psychopathic look, saying that if the boy doesn't say what he wants to hear, he'll have to get tougher. With that incandescent finger, which looks more like a sword being forged, he digs it into the skin of Owen's leg, making the boy scream. He asks if it hurts, saying that he warned him it would get worse. But at that moment, one of the Union men is thrown near them. The brother asks what that was, and the other says that he is a Union agent, explaining that he was snooping around there. He then says that the ones he killed were also Union, and asked if they have caught up with him yet. They say yes, saying that it is better for them to leave. Then he turns back to Owen, saying that they will finish somewhere else and telling him not to worry. They apparently take the boy. Meanwhile, Jiwoo asks Jiwoo if he thinks it will really work to follow the cat, wondering if he is making fun of them. But then, Jiwoo notices that Ked has stopped sniffing, and when they look ahead, the brothers are actually carrying Owen in their arms. Jiwoo is shocked, and so is Ked, thinking that this is absurd, since she didn't think she could follow Owen. Jiwoo then says that they need to form in Ryuki, and questions what Jiwoo is doing. He replies that they have to retip Owen, since they are trying to move him. Jiwoo asks if he is crazy, wondering if he is going to act without a plan. Jiwoo says that they don't have time, since they are in a car, but Jiwoo says that they don't have time because Jiwoo is a big idiot. Jiwoo then asks how they are going to rescue Owen. Jiwoo tells Jiwoo to get out of the way and uses his abilities, throwing an attack towards the two, destroying Kao. He manages to dodge it in time. Jiwoo looks at Jiwoo in fright and asks what he's doing if he wasn't the one who said they were out of time. The two can't even believe that crazy guy. With that attack, Kao goes to Bellelu. They wonder who those kids are. Owen looks at them, and Jiwoo asks what that was all about, because now Jiwoo has given up his position. Jiwoo still thinks he's right, and Owen notices that it's the two of them, but wonders why they're there. The boy says that they came for him, all silly, waving his arm. One of the brothers asks if those kids are Owen's friends. Jiwoo realizes that things are going to get really bad and asks who they think they are, and how dare they disturb Shinhwa's territory. The emo brother asks if it could be the Shinhwa from Jiang's group, and Jiwoo confirms, saying that that region belongs to Shinhwa. The other is interested in knowing this, realizing that Jiang lives there. He says it sucks, because if it weren't for this job, he would love to fight the strongest awakened person in that nation. Then, he thinks that he is still arrogant, even after hearing his sister's name, asking if he really wants to fight her. Ryuki says that he has proof that the Klein brothers entered that country, and asks if they are the ones. He notices that they know who they are, and thinks that it will go badly. Jiwoo asks who they are, and Jiwoo answers that they are users of awakened abilities, international criminals. Kid says that those names sound familiar to her, and thinks that it is quite clear that they are much stronger than those children. They look at the two, still completely calm. The spiky-haired brother then passes the Owen to his brother, saying that since he recognized them, he can't leave when alive. Thus, Jiwoo thinks that if the rumors about the enemy's powers are true, he is no match for them. He also thinks that Win is too injured to help, and that Jiwoo is inexperienced. against, so he decides that he needs to distract them. Once Jiwoo gets Win out of there, he will run away. Jisoo asks Jiwoo to listen to him, saying that he will distract the enemies to buy time while Jiwoo rescues Win and escapes. Jiwoo asks about Jisoo, and he replies that he will only distract them. Once Jiwoo leaves, he will also retreat, trusting in his speed. However, Jiwoo is still worried. Jisoo then says that he, an awakened rookie, should worry about himself and that they don't have time, telling Jiwoo to hurry up. Jisoo activates his wind power and begins attacking the enemies with great force. The attack raises the ground around him. The enemies are surprised, asking how the boy moved like that. Jiwoo observes Jisoo, who continues to use his power, with Ked by his side, and tells Jiwoo to hold on tight, saying that he will get help. But Jisoo tells Jiwoo to shut up and go away. One of the enemies asks who said that Jiwoo could leave. Another brother, who was supposed to be attacking Jisoo, appears next to the boy and asks why he is so calm. Jisoo, by a hair's breadth, manages to dodge an enemy's glowing hand attack. It blows up something near the enemy, and part of Jisoo's uniform goes to belly low. The boy starts to get scared, thinking about the consequences and remembering that, as Jiwoo said, these brothers are international criminals and incredibly strong. Meanwhile, Jiwoo runs with Win on his back. Win starts to wake up and tells Jiwoo to unlock the bracelet on his arm, as it is limiting his abilities. The key is in Jiwoo's pocket. He asks if Win is serious, stopping to do so quickly. This way, he manages to remove Win's handcuffs, leaving him more at ease. Jiwoo asks if the boy is okay, and Win looks away, saying that he will stay behind and fight. Jiwoo questions what he is saying, and Win explains that he will not be able to get very far with him on his back, and that he will get caught. Jiwoo shouts no, saying that he will fight too. Win questions what Jiwoo is saying, stating that those guys are much stronger than him and Jisoo, and that they are cruel criminals who will try to kill them. But Jiwoo says that this is even more reason not to leave them behind, as they will kill both of them, and he will fight to save Jisoo. Win realizes that the boy is very motivated, but before he can answer, the enemy arrives. He says that the kids must really want to die for causing trouble. Jiwoo steps in front of Win trying to defend him, but the enemy, who looks like a solo leveling archetype, starts to smile at the boy's attitude. Jiwoo thinks that he is an awakened criminal and very strong. Even Jisoo is nervous, but he knows that he cannot leave Win behind. Win then thinks for a moment and reveals to Jiwoo that he attacks by molding his power into spheres. The architect explains that he throws the fireballs on the ground and scatters them like mines, causing them to explode. He tells Jiwoo to be careful and says that he can't move too much right now. Jiwoo needs to attack quickly because the architect will move. Jiwoo quickly agrees to this. The architect asks what kind of attack plan they are trying to use, questioning if they really plan to fight him, saying that they must be crazy. Then Jiwoo appears next to the architect, who acknowledges that the boy is fast, but still can't hit him. Jiwoo keeps trying to attack him in every way, but to no avail. The architect drops a flame in his palm and notes that Jiwoo is fast, but not fast enough to even cause a scratch. He tries to attack Jiwoo with his raising and broker, but at that moment, Inken arrives to cover Jiwoo, attacking the architect's face while he is still in the air. The architect is thrown off balance by this, and Inken manages to hit him, making him angry for the first time. The architect then activates several fireballs, saying that he is tired of playing with those slugs and launches them at the boys. Jiwoo manages to dodge them using only his speed, but is shocked to see that the architect's power is breaking the concrete around him. He thinks that if it hits him, it will be disastrous. The architect tries to attack Jiwoo, and he begins to brace himself for the impact of one of the fireballs that is quickly approaching. He feels that it was a close call. Kaden watches from afar and says that while powers are important, what really counts in a fight is the psychological. He emphasizes that in a fight, the mental factor is the most important, whether against a normal person or an awakened one. Kaden says that this is even truer when it comes to fear, as a weak mentality can be fatal. He reminds Jiwoo that the will to fight can overcome anything, even if it comes at a high cost. Jiwoo reflects on Kaden's words, understanding that he cannot feel fear right now. If he fails, Inken will be in danger. Jiwoo decides to go after the architect, throwing several punches in his direction. The architect tries to attack him back, but Inken surprises him, attacking the architect from behind and hitting his head. The architect, enraged, recognizes that Jiwoo is not doing so badly, but that now he will need to deal with Inken first. He starts attacking Inken with all his strength, but Inken manages to defend himself, using his telekinesis to dodge the attacks. The architect is getting more and more irritated. Inken tells Jiwoo not to worry about him and to continue focusing on attacking the architect. Jiwoo, determined, goes after him again, trying to cause more damage. Inken watches from afar and thinks that Jiwoo is doing better than he imagined, as the boy has improved a lot since the last time he saw him. However, he still can't do much against the architect. The enraged architect continues to hit the ground hard, very close to Jiwoo, and Inken realizes that they are just buying time. He thinks that there is no way to defeat the architect. The architect summons several fireballs into the sky, and Jiwoo and Inken are completely shocked. The architect attacks with a massive explosion, leaving no gap for the boys to escape. A huge explosion occurs. Meanwhile, Kaden watches from afar and thinks that the situation is really troublesome. He knows that he needs to help Jiwoo, but at that moment, Jisoo is in great difficulty, and the situation is becoming increasingly dangerous. The villain, being a melee fighter, tries to attack Jisoo in every possible way, touching the boy's skin. However, Jisoo continues to dodge quickly, being grazed in several parts of his body. The villain realizes that Jisoo is using the wind to increase his speed, and surprised, comments that he did not expect him to be able to dodge his attacks. However, the villain also notices that, due to this, his attacks are becoming weaker. Jisoo manages to dodge a fire attack from the villain again, but when he falls back, he feels intense pain and wonders when Ryuki will arrive. He is in a bad situation, with his arm badly injured. The villain realizes that that Jisoku is stalling for time and says that he originally planned to capture and sell him, but given the circumstances, he will now have to kill him. Jisoku feels that the villain is getting stronger as he gathers his mana. Kaden, from afar, thinks that at the current rate, Jisoku will eventually die and begins to wonder if he should use the little power he still has. He thinks that he would be very sad if that idiot died, which is driving him crazy. At that moment, Jisoku realizes that Kaden is still there and wonders why he is still so close. He warns Kaden to leave and move away, because if he gets too close, he will end up getting hurt. Kaden, irritated, watches him without saying a word. The villain reflects on how the awakened people there have a peaceful life, since they only want to kill each other and worry about things like the cats that are almost dying. He finds these idiots annoying and throws his power on the ground. At that moment, Jisoku's eyes widen as if he had seen a ghost. Kaden then asks how the villain has the courage to worry about it. The villain, who doesn't get any sun, is completely stunned as Kaden is already in his head, and with a mustache-filled smile and a mischievous look, Kaden uses his electricity to effectively defeat him. Jisoku can hardly believe what she's seeing, with the villain fallen completely out. Kaden then says that the villain's attacks were weaker because he's a cat and tells Jisoku not to worry as his sister is coming. Kaden feels her energy approaching. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Kaden approaches Jisoku and scares him, telling him not to tell anyone about what happened, or if he does, he will die. Jisoku, completely frightened, looks deep into Kaden's eyes, shocked by the situation. Kaden, with a smile, tells Jisoku to answer and then hits him with a kick in the face. Then he turns and walks away. Jisoku is left wondering, stunned. What the hell did I just see? Wondering if those punches were so strong that they made him delirious. The villain, starting to move again, wonders what happened and if it was the boy who did it, but he himself admits that he has no idea what happened. At that moment, Jiang appears. She, with bloodshot eyes, calmly looks at the villain. The villain, recognizing that things are not going to go well for him, asks if it was her who he attacked. Jiang, however, remains silent, and the villain begins to invoke his power, trying to attack her. He says it is a good try, but that it will not be enough to defeat him. However, Jiang calmly stops his attack with only his windshield. She remains silent, and he asks what is happening. At that moment, she moves her hand, closes both hands, and creates a spatial isolation. The villain, surprised, realizes that if she is able to create a spatial isolation so quickly, she must be Jiang. Jisoku then starts to brag, saying that he is now dead, stating that he asked for it and now it is over. He says that his brother will finish him off, but Jiang does not like the shame he is putting her through. She responds, saying that it is already too late to apologize, and another character, quite hot-headed, is happy to see her invoke her power. The villain says that everything is perfect, as he always believed that by defeating the nation's strongest awakened, he would become one of the best in the world. However, Jiang reflects on what he said, asking if that is what he really thinks will happen. She then wraps her power around his own body, making it increasingly ferocious. The villain thinks that she is terrifyingly strong, noting that her power is still forming. She warns him not to fool himself, as he is not yet a worthy opponent. She makes a joke, saying that it's a good thing she's 2D, because if he were 3D, he would travel to Korea to ask for her hand in marriage. At that moment, she launches an attack in his direction. The villain, surprised, wonders how she dares to underestimate him and says that he can do this all day. However, he ends up being swallowed by the wind, believing himself to be very strong, but wondering why he can't block any of the attacks. Meanwhile, he watches Jiang with a cute look, asking where the others are. Finally, he remembers Jiwoo, Win, and the other two boys, who are all badly injured. Jiwoo thinks he can't even move. The architect approaches the boy, asking if he's not dead yet, and attacks him again. Win tries to attack the architect to buy Jiwoo time, but can't do much, saying that it seems like he has no energy left. And then, Jiwoo, with a glowing finger, asks if he found it. He said he could face the villain all day, so on impulse, the villain burns the boy, asking Jiwoo if it doesn't hurt. Win is completely terrified when he sees it. The villain tells Jiwoo to just let it all out, saying that his friend screamed like him. Win, desperate, tells the villain to stop, but the villain says he doesn't want to, and continues to torture Jiwoo thus. The boy becomes increasingly sad. Jiwoo's friend, desperate, says he doesn't want to cause any trouble for any of his friends. At that moment, the mysterious figure starts laughing in the middle of this delicate scene between the two. He asks if they have no idea what is happening, saying that the only reason Jiwoo is still alive is because he intends to sell him to. The villain orders Jiwoo to accept a stronger dose of reality, saying that it will hurt 10 times more. But before he can continue, the villain's hand is stopped. At that moment, someone appears, literally, the one responsible. From the side, a figure turns almost like an arrow, and at that moment, Kaden already looks at the villain, visibly irritated, while Jiwoo groans in pain on the ground. Kaden calls him weak, and the villain questions how he dares to break his arm, trying to attack Kaden. Jiwoo tells Kaden to be careful, but Kaden, without hesitation, simply gives the villain a kick, throwing him away and quickly disappears. As the villain falls, he wonders who the hell Kaden is. However, at that exact moment, Kaden is already in front of him, saying, "You were talking," but suddenly you notice something strange. Kaden holds a small ball of energy on the tip of his finger. Kaden, wondering if this is how the villain treated the boy, asks, "Is this how you treated that boy?" And with that, he begins to torture him in the same way. He questions what the villain is doing to Jiwoo, asking if he really enjoys this kind of thing. The villain begins to moan in pain, while the watch in shock. Kaden then continues to pierce him. Convenient. After all, he was just getting started. He says he'll put up a noise shield, instantly creating an isolated space. He then claims he was right, mentioning that he's trapped in increasing pain. The villain, startled, begins to realize what's happening, as Karen declares that she increased the intensity of the pain 100-fold, burning him. At that moment, Jiwoo calls out to him, asking Kaden to stop, saying that he doesn't need to do this for him. "It's not possible, it's not possible. It's not possible for you, double quotes." He finishes, his voice breaking. Kaden ponders for a moment, but soon then comes to his senses, thinking that he has no time to think about this, as now is his chance to kill him. However, when he decides to attack, Kaden immediately activates his electricity. He then questions Jiwoo, asking if he is crazy and if he really wants to spare someone who is ready to kill him. Jiwoo responds that she is not trying to be nice to him, but just doesn't want Kaden to do this because of her. At that moment, Kaden realizes that the real problem here is not the enemy, but something deeper. Kaden then says that he will get better while laughing. However, Kaden slaps Jiwoo on the head, telling him to stop laughing as it is making him angry. Win, watching, thinks about Kaden, remembering when his master spoke about him. The master asked Win not to tell anyone about Kaden and not to ask anything about him, telling him to forget everything that happened that day. Win agrees, but at that moment, the villain begins to attack again, summoning several fireballs, trying to kill them. Jiwoo notices what is happening, and the villain mockingly says that they are idiots. He says that this is what they get for being distracted, asking if they really think he is that weak. He sends them all to hell. But then, Kaden says that he is the one who will die, and his electricity summons itself next to him. The villain starts to get scared, but is soon blown up by Kaden, falling completely dead and unconscious. Kaden quickly looks to the side, realizing something. He says he's going, because things will get complicated if they see him there. He goes to Win, tapping him on the shoulder, and tells him that he's a brilliant kid, that he should keep it up, and not say anything about him to anyone. Win confirms, and Kaden runs away. Meanwhile, Jiwoo notices that Ji Yang has arrived with Jisoo, being happy that they're okay. He then speaks, asking if Ji Yang thinks he's weak like the others. Then, Owen talks to Jisoo, thanking him for saving him. But Jisoo blushes, saying that he didn't save him. He just didn't want those bastards to cause trouble in his territory. The two know exactly what he means, but Jisoo reaffirms that he didn't do it for them and asked what they're looking at. Meanwhile, Ji Yang asks if the two of them were the ones who managed to defeat the villain. Jisoo doesn't have much to say, and Owen says no. He mentions that they don't know who it was. He and Jiwoo lost consciousness when the villain attacked them, and when they woke up, the villain was already lying on the ground. However, Ji Yang notices that the body seems to have been charred, but not by flames. Jisoo approaches the body, thinking that it seems worse than being burned by fire. The marks are also the same burns on the other brother, and he remembers Kaden in cat form electrocuting the villain. So, Jisoo thinks that it must be that fat guy's doing and wonders if he should tell his sister. But he soon decides not to, thinking that she would probably think he's gone crazy. And if that fat guy finds out that he didn't keep the secret, he might end up killing him. Jisoo starts to tremble with fear just thinking about it. Back at Shinhua headquarters, Enro tells Ji Yang that the two clan brothers are unconscious, and they have isolated them, keeping them under constant surveillance. He mentions that they have made preparations to interrogate them as soon as they wake up. Ji Yang then asks if he has found out where they are going, and Enro confirms, saying that according to his investigations, their movements were linked to Dr. Dellen. He also says that Owen reported that they were asking where Dr. Dellen was. Ji Yang is surprised by their target, and then Enro comments that someone must be in need of Dellen's services, perhaps for work or research. She thinks for a moment, wondering if he found out who attacked his younger brother. She mentions that Jiwoo and Owen were unconscious, and when they woke up, the brother had already been defeated. The burn he has is similar to the one he got when he fought Jisoo, but she says that he doesn't know where the burns come from either. She states that this is all very strange, and Enro thinks of something, asking if someone helped the clan brothers, but that they don't want to tell. Ji Yang agrees, saying that even if what they say is true, there was some help, and she is sure of it. She says that she felt an immense wave of power when she was reaching where Jisoo was, and also noticed traces of spatial isolation when she met Jiwoo and Owen. She mentions that she suspects that the one who helped them was Kaden. Enro then questions whether it is the same Kaden he knows about, remembering that they recently found traces of him, but he wonders if she is not thinking too much about it, since Kaden lives alone, seeking difficult and powerful opponents, and questions why he would have helped the clan. She says that she has no idea either. Enro continues to ponder Kaden when Shang Hasham appears and catches his attention. Enro asks if he is here again to get the clan brothers they captured, but Shang Hasham replies that he is not. Enro then asks why, and Shang Hasham says that he heard that his agent would have died if he had not arrived in time, as they said that he had found the agent or moved him. Enro confirms the situation and asks what this has to do with him. Shang Hasham simply thanks him, and Miyuki starts to smile, becoming all cheerful, as he never imagined that Shang Hasham would thank him personally. He starts to mock, saying that he knows when it is necessary to thank him. Miyuki responds that he knows that, and it is not as if he did not do the same for his Shinhua agents. Shang Hasham agrees, but Miyuki asks why continue with this weird thank you, and simply leaves. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, the three are there again. Jisoo thinks that he knew that the clan brothers were strong, but he didn't imagine that they would be much stronger than him. He remembers everything he went through, and also what Kaden did. He tells himself that he thought he was delirious, especially when Miyuki interrogated him, but now he knows that it's serious. It was the cat. He wonders how a cat can have so much power, and says that he already knew that there was something strange about that cat, because even its eyes are intimidating. He stands up, completely upset, and starts talking to Jiwoo, asking about the cats. He asks if Jiwoo adopted them, asking if that's how he got them. Jiwoo replies that they were strays, and Jisoo asks if they were just strays. Jiwoo confirms, asking if the cats aren't adorable. Jisoo replies that the strays are friendly, and also very smart, which you can see after spending some time with them. He then asks Jiwoo if he's crazy, saying that this isn't a normal stray cat. Jisoo then asks if he noticed anything strange about that fat cat, and Jiwoo asks what he means by that. Jisoo hopes that he remembers something, but Jiwoo, after thinking for a while, says that, now that he thinks about it, the cat is strangely cute. Jisoo tells him to stop playing around, but then Jiwoo asks why he's asking so many questions. Just as he's about to say that Kaden is strange, he remembers the threat that Kaden made to him, saying that if he told told anything, he would kill him. Then Jiwoo quickly shuts up and asks, "What's wrong with the cat?" Jisoo responds, saying that the cat is too cute, but stays quiet. Jiwoo starts praising all the cats, saying that people say they don't obey, but his are very obedient. He even jokes that his cats are called dogs, with Owen confirming. Jisoo watches, finding it all strange, and thinks that they are completely out of their minds, unaware of how scary the cat really is. He starts to get irritated by the situation. Jiwoo then asks if Jisoo is okay, if he needs a doctor. Jiwoo's concern starts to affect Jisoo, who feels his heart racing, more out of anxiety than anything else. At that moment, the nurse arrives and confirms that Jisoo is not physically ill, but is having a panic attack. Meanwhile, Kaden is at home, reflecting on the situation. He realizes that he has used up all of his remaining power and wonders how he will be able to recover and become human again at this rate. He says that the idiot kids are killing him. However, he remembers Jiwoo, saying that she didn't want him to do that for him, and he starts to get emotional. Kaden thinks about the people who have passed through his life, all of them wanting him to use his power to kill or get rid of other people. He remembers being treated like a lord by many, while others questioned his hesitation, telling him to kill the outran. But with Jiwoo, everything is different. Jiwoo has always treated him in the best way possible, worried about him. Kaden realizes that he no longer has a choice, and that he can recover his energy at any time. He calms down and begins to relax, while taking care of the 3 kittens around him. He thinks, "Bro, I really love the father-son relationship I have with Jiwoo." A few days later, Enrique asks why Jisoo is leaving the hospital, since he hasn't even finished recovering yet. Jisoo replies that he's fine now, since everything has been resolved and he's already been discharged. Enrique agrees, saying that he was among the least injured, but Jisoo starts saying that his opponent was the strongest, and that he's the least injured because he was also the strongest. Enrique can't believe it, but at that moment, Jin Yang calls Jisoo. He answers, and she asks if he found Kaden. Jisoo questions what she's talking about, saying that Kaden is a maniac obsessed with fighting the best awakened. Jin Yang confirms that that's what they say about him. Jisoo replies that Kaden's nickname is Brave, since he destroys everything in his path. He then asks why she's asking this question, but she doesn't have a clear answer. Enrique comments that apparently Jisoo isn't hiding anything and asks if the president made a mistake. Jisoo then states that Kaden is notoriously powerful and says he has seen several awakened ones, but never anything like Kaden. Avoiding this, Jisoo mentions that Kaden has a rather difficult personality and that if she were to encounter him, she would run away. Jin Yang then speaks to Jisoo, asking if he understands how dangerous the situation was. Jisoo replies that he does, but she knows why he went after his opponent. She says that he was right to call her, but the opponents were too strong for him. Jisoo agrees, but she points out that at least his actions were justified, especially compared to their previous operations. They are both surprised, as she seems proud of him, something they can hardly believe. Meanwhile, Jiwoo finally returns home. He mentions that he hasn't seen Kaden since that day and hopes he's okay. He decides to surprise him and comes home, shouting to the kittens that he's back. They're excited, but Jiwoo wonders where Kaden is. He calls out to him, but thinks Kaden must be in the bathroom and goes there, but doesn't find him. Jiwoo continues searching the house and goes up to the second floor. When he opens a door, he finds Kaden, who is basically using a basin as a bathtub. Jiwoo is surprised, and Kaden is equally startled. Kaden asks if Jiwoo has been dismissed, and he says yes, questioning what Kaden is doing there. Kaden, relaxed, answers that it is a bath. He explains that he took a bath in the living room, but the other cats started bothering him, so he went upstairs, thinking it would be more relaxing. As Kaden gets out of the basin and starts drying himself, he struggles to reach the other side of the towel with his chubby little paw. After all, his body is big and round. He wonders why he has such a round body, and Jiwoo, with a smile, offers to help dry him. Jiwoo says that Kaden used a lot of power to help him, but Kaden just says it was a little, not that much. Jiwoo apologizes for bothering him, but Kaden reassures him, saying that everything is fine. The boy then thanks him, saying that Kaden always helps him. Kaden tells him to stop talking and just dry him off, reminding him that from now on, he needs to focus on training. Kaden says that the confusion happened because Jiwoo is still weak, and the boy agrees, promising to do his best. Meanwhile, at home, it is thinking about what Seongwara said. He mentions that he heard that In was discharged and wonders if it would have been better if he had stayed at the hospital longer. Seongwara notes that although In seems fine, his body has been through a lot, and replies that he is fine, as the hospital has already treated the most serious injuries, and he will deal with the rest on his own. Seongwara does not disagree, but asks if In has thought about the offer he made, and remains silent. And Seongwara adds that from the incident, In must have learned that the awakened need a group, especially people like him and his teacher. Seongwara suggests that if In had joined them, none of this would have happened, as he would be living in their facility. In, however, says that he needs more time to think. Seongwara agrees, stating that he should decide when he is ready. Meanwhile, Seongwara heads to his facility, reflecting on In's indecision. He recalls that the boy apparently traveled alone with Dr. Dallin for a long time, and wonders if that's why he's so wary of joining an organization. Just then, a girl appears, and Seongwara calls her So Bingli. He asks her what she's doing there, and she, with a defiant smile, asks what he means by that. Seongwara observes the girl and calmly asks her what she wants. She replies that she is there to see him in person, as she heard something interesting and wanted to confirm it with him. She mentions that she heard rumors that he is trying to recruit someone, but that he is still undecided, letting a great opportunity pass by. She calls him an idiot. Seongwara, impassive, continues to observe her, realizing that she seems to be a problem. Meanwhile, at school, the teacher questions Jiwoo and Jisoo's excuse about a car accident. He asks if they hadn't just recovered from one. Jiwoo, with a confident smile, confirms that yes, he was with Jisoo and Owen in the car, and that they crashed into a truck. The teacher, apparently believing him, says that they were lucky not to be seriously injured, and that they didn't need to apologize, as he can imagine how terrible it must have been. Jiwoo, relieved, remembers that Juyuki told them to rest and not worry about school, since he had taken care of everything for them. He gives a smug smile, but wonders if the excuse couldn't have been better. Meanwhile, Jisuk is in his office, frustrated. He hasn't found anything about cats with powers or talking stray cats, so he gets the idea that maybe the right keyword is fat cat or pig cat, since fat could have something to do with power. Just as he's thinking about this, he's called by some classmates who immediately start talking about the accident he suffered. They mention that they heard he was in the same car as Jiwoo and Owen during the accident and ask what he was doing there. Jisuk coldly replies that it's none of their business. The atmosphere starts to heat up and they insist, asking him what his attitude is. They claim that they're worried about the state of their friends. Jisuk then remembers his classmates' words about being with him only because of money and begins to reflect on how Jiwoo treated him, thinking that, after all, Jiwoo is a true friend. He stands up and starts to walk away, leaving the others behind. They wonder what happened to him, and one of them comments that Jisuk is always irritable, but today he seems to be more than usual. Another suggests that he is trying to hide something, but the most impulsive of them tells them to ignore it, thinking that Jisuk needs to improve his mood so that his things will work out. They also comment on how afraid they were of him before, and how indifferent he seems now. At that moment, the three's attention is diverted by a girl who appears at the scene. They notice her flashy clothes and begin to speculate about who she is, with some even thinking that she could be a boy because of her appearance. She, apparently already aware that it would be difficult to find him, sees the three and immediately changes her attitude, asking if they know a student named Owen. The reaction is immediate. They clearly recognize the name. She then asks where she can find him. The situation begins to get tense as the three realize who she is. The girl, looking at the three idiots, asks if they think they are tour guides, but before they can react, she stomps on one of them in the stump, sending him flying. Her strength leaves them astonished. She tells the others to shut up, and once again, the three try to attack, but as expected, they get beaten again. Jisoo, watching from afar, thinks that this group of boys only knows how to get beaten, whether by Jiwoo or the girl, and feels that they are always being defeated. Meanwhile, the trio of superpowered boys are with Jiwoo, and he asks about what happened to Jisoo, since he didn't even want to come to his house. Jiwoo, as usual, starts to question if he can feed the cats on the way. The boy, not understanding much, says yes, and then Jiwoo asks if he only carries cat food in his backpack instead of school supplies. The boy laughs and confirms that he carries books too, but makes it clear that Jiwoo must not be good at studying. Owen, who is a little behind, receives a call. Meanwhile, Jisuk and Jiwoo end up finding the girl, Subin Lee, in the same place where the three stooges were being beaten. Jisuk, upon seeing the situation, is shocked. Subin asks, curious if those are his friends, but Jisuk doesn't react and calls Jiwoo and Owen to leave. Subin, not understanding well, asks if he will wait until his friends wake up, but Jisuk continues on his way. Subin, not missing the opportunity, starts kicking the three in the head, causing Jisuk to come back to confront her, asking her to get her foot off. Subin, irritated, questions what he said, and Jisuk sarcastically asks if she is deaf or just wants to hear again. She starts to get even more irritated, saying that if he doesn't want to end up like his friends, he better get out. Jisuk coldly says that he is leaving Subin furious. She tries to attack, but he calmly dodges it, making a joke about her teaching a course on how to hit a boy. Subin doesn't give up and tries again, but Jisuk manages to defend the attack with ease. Although he feels the power behind her strength, he starts to get worried, realizing that she is attacking with much greater speed now. Owen, watching, senses something is off. Subin continues to attack, but Jisuk finally manages to retaliate, hitting her and sending her flying backwards. She feels the pain, but quickly recovers, and the two continue to exchange insults. Subin becomes furious, commenting that Jisuk is annoying, comparing him to someone she remembers. Jiwoo, worried, asks Jisuk to stop. Jisuk, irritated, replies that she was the one who started the fight. At this point, Subin seems to recognize Jisuk's name and reveals that she has known him for a long time. Jisuk, surprised, asks how she knows his name. She explains that it is impossible not to know who he is, since no one is as annoying as him. Jisuk, confused, asks what is going on and why she is acting as if she knows him so well. Subin, with a sarcastic smile, confirms that she knows Jisuk and introduces herself as Subin Lee, the granddaughter of the leader of the Awakened Union. Jisuk begins to remember the few times they met when they were younger. He realizes that he is beginning to understand what is happening, and with a serious expression, asks why she is causing such a scandal there, questioning if she does not remember that this is Shinhwa's territory. Subin, looking at Jisuk with a sarcastic smile, asks if he really thinks she's causing a scene. She says she's just trying to find someone, and points to the three idiots, suggesting they're the ones who started it all. Jisuk, watching, begins to think she's right. Subin takes the opportunity, noticing Jisuk's uniform, and asks if he knows anyone named Weem. Jisuk, glancing at Weem himself, questions why she is looking for him. Subin replies that it is none of his business, asking if he knows Weem or not. Jisuk, suspicious, asks why he would know the idiot Weem, but then Subin realizes that he knows who he is and what is going on. Jisuk quickly calls the others to leave, pressuring them to drop the subject, but even so, Weem keeps looking at Subin, and she, with the same attitude, asks what he is looking at, threatening if he also wants to be beat. Jisuk, impatient, tells everyone to leave, saying that there is no point in stalling. Subin, with an amused look, asks where he can find Weem, since it seems that he will have to wait for the others to wake up. Later, Jiwoo asks Jisuk why he didn't tell him that Weem was there, since it seemed like something important. Jisuk, with a look of disdain, replies that it was probably something stupid, since if the Union was really after him, Seong Haki would have contacted them. Jiwoo, impressed by Jisuk's quick thinking, begins to think that he really did think ahead. Jisuk, with a mischievous smile, says that perhaps the little princess of the Union has gone crazy and become more annoying than before. They then head straight to Ju's house. On the way, Jisuk becomes a little apprehensive apprehensive, feeling uncomfortable and wondering where the fat guy is. He enters the house and immediately notices Kaden, the cat, sitting on the sofa like a person, staring at him. Jisoo starts to sweat coldly. Jiwoo, seemingly oblivious to the situation, asks everyone to sit down as he will bring them something to drink. Jisoo, trying to divert attention, sits on the floor, watching Kaden closely. The fact that Kaden is so comfortable on the couch and Jisoo is sitting so tensely is almost comical. Jiwoo asks why Jisoo is kneeling, and he, with a nervous smile, replies that he is comfortable, although in reality he is almost frozen with nerves. Jisoo feels pressure, thinking that no one there understands what is happening, while Kaden remains calm with a mysterious look. Meanwhile, Jisoo, after a moment of silence, decides to look to the side and finds Kaden looking directly at him. The boy, sensing the tension, quickly lowers his head and begins to offer sachets of food to the cat. Jiwoo and Weem, surprised by the scene, observe Jisoo's craziness and the cat's eccentric behavior. Jiwoo, still curious about Sabin's presence, asks Weem if he has any idea why she is there. Weem, thoughtful, answers that he does not understand and begins to speculate if it has something to do with his teacher, but soon remembers that if that were the case, Seong Hockey would have already contacted him. Jiwoo, now suspicious, begins to think that the reason is not good, but at the same time, he worries about Kaden's bizarre behavior, who is now eating a snack with his paw in front of them. Jisoo, almost paralyzed with nervousness, watches Kaden, trying to understand what is happening, while the others seem completely oblivious to the situation. While Jisoo is dealing with Kaden, the cat starts to circle around him, which makes Jisoo immediately go into alert mode, ready to offer him another bag of food. Kaden, however, simply stares at him with an intense gaze. Jisoo looks away, trying to avoid eye contact, but Kaden, tired of the situation, says that he wants Jisoo to come with him. Jisoo, in a rush, replies that he will go there quickly, which catches the attention of the other two, who think that he is singing. Jisoo, somewhat irritated, questions how they can judge his voice, saying that they are ungrateful for not recognizing him since he is basically saving their skins. Jisoo follows Kaden out of the house, and Kaden questions him about his strange behavior. Jisoo tries to deflect, saying that he is not acting strange, but Kaden does not believe him, insisting that he is in fact acting unusual. Jisoo, nervous, tries to calm him down, saying that he will keep the secret and that from now on he will act normally so that no one will suspect anything. However, he admits in a low voice that he is in fact acting strangely. He asks Kaden to trust him, promising never to tell what he saw. Kaden, suspicious, asks if this really applies to Jiang, and Jisoo firmly affirms that it does, assuring her that he has lied to her before. Kaden, now convinced, begins to believe Jisoo's story, and to seal the deal, Jisoo gives him another sachet of cat food, saying that he will use a bribe to finish convincing him. Kaden, visibly satisfied, accepts the food, and Jisoo, with a psychopathic smile, feels victorious for passing Kaden's test. Meanwhile, the other two leave the house, and Jisoo asks where they are going. Ji replies that he is going to feed the strays, since he did not do so on the way, and asks if Jisoo will go with them. Jisoo initially refuses, questioning why he would do that. However, he remembers one detail: if he does not go, he will be alone with Kaden. This makes him break out in a cold sweat, and with no other option, he ends up following the others so as not to be isolated. Jiwoo, amused, begins to feed the cats, and Jisoo, perplexed, wonders if the boy really enjoys doing that. Jisoo then has an absurd idea. Why not find a powerful cat and train it? He begins to imagine a big fat cat, something like a winning version of what Kaden represents, and laughs at himself as if he were an anime villain. He becomes excited at the idea of training the biggest and strongest cat he can find. In the middle of his daydream, Subin appears again, shouting Jisoo's name. He recognizes her and realizes that she is furious. She arrives, throwing a tantrum, asking how he had the audacity to make her look like a fool. Jisoo, not understanding what is happening, asks what she is talking about. She then points to Weem, insinuating that he knew Weem was the guy in question. Jisoo, with a bored expression, simply asks, "So what?" Subin, increasingly irritated, persists, asking how he can be so indifferent, especially after having lied to her earlier. Jisoo, already tired, asks if she wants to fight, but before anything happens, Weem tells him to wait, suggesting that, instead of complaining, she should talk to Jisoo directly. Subin, suspicious, begins to notice that something has changed in Jisoo, and he, curious, stays quiet, observing. She then comments that he used to have no friends, which makes Jisoo wonder what is really happening to her. Jisoo begins to become visibly uncomfortable with Sabin's words, who accuses him of having no friends, revealing something he would rather not hear. He turns red and begins to protest, saying that it is a lie, but this only makes Subin and Veen more moved by his reaction. He angrily orders them to stop looking at him with those strange eyes, trying to dispel any kind of empathy they may have for him. Subin then asks what Jisoo wants from her, revealing that the Union had made her an offer to accept him, and she learned that he had turned it down. Jisoo, surprised, asks if she is serious, and she confirms that the offer was indeed made, but he did not reject her. He just asked for more time to think about it. Subin, irritated, says that it doesn't matter, since Seung-Hae personally gave him a chance, even though he is just a brat without any official awakened power. To her, it is incomprehensible that he still asks for more time. The other two, not understanding why they are so upset, try to intervene, with you asking if there is anything wrong with wanting to think before making a decision, especially after receiving an unexpected offer. Subin questions Jisoo's identity, and he replies that he is their friend, which makes her even more irritated, realizing that everyone seems to be Jisoo's friend. Jisoo, impatient, asks if that is not enough, reminding everyone that they do not even know what the Union or Shinhua is, and that the idea of an invitation to these groups is completely new to them. Subin, surprised, begins to realize that Jisoo may be serious. He then asks if they will take any action if he declines the invitation to join the Union. Subin hesitates for a moment, and Jisoo, noticing her doubt, suggests that if she is so worried, he can simply tell Seung-Hae that he will not accept the offer. This only increases Subin's irritation, and he begins to lose his temper. To further provoke her, Jisoo quickly calls Seung-hae, telling an absurd story about Subin bullying Wee, claiming that she is stalking him. Subin panics, trying to interrupt, but Jisoo continues, saying that she was causing a scene at school and is now attacking Weem again. Subin starts yelling, asking what Jisoo is doing, but he, with eerie calm, asks if Seung-hae is listening to all of this and jokes, saying that he is scared by her behavior. This only makes Subin more irritated, and she starts running after Jisoo, telling him to hang up the phone. The other to watch their interaction, seeing the whole scene as a spectacle of psychopaths in action. Back home, Kaden calmly starts talking to Jiwoo about what happened. Jiwoo asks if Subin ran away, and Kaden confirms that she left before Seung-hae arrived. During the conversation, the fat cat is acting absurdly, making a bar, something Jiwoo never imagined seeing. Jiwoo then remembers the moment when Subin yelled at Jisoo and comments that Jisoo was lucky, because if it weren't for Seung-hae, he would have already been killed. Kaden, with a calm expression, says that this is a lie, and that, in fact, Subin was lucky not to be punished. Subin, still irritated, says she will talk to Weem later and leaves without further explanation. Jiwoo, with a sarcastic smile, sends her away, saying bye-bye, while Kaden remains calm, observing the entire situation. In the present, Jiwoo begins to reflect on what Jisoo said. He mentions that Seung-hae favored Weem by allowing him to enter the Union without formal evaluation, which seems to have been a great favor. Jiwoo then asks Kaden if this is really such a big deal, and Kaden explains that awakened groups have complex systems and rules of their own, and that the higher the level of the group, the more closed off it becomes. Jiwoo is surprised by this information, while Kaden notes that Seung-hae must be very high up in the Union to break the rules and recruit someone like Weem. Jiwoo, now more curious, asks Kaden if he thinks Weem will really join the Union, and Kaden replies that he will only do so if he wants to. Jiwoo then reminds Kaden of something he had said earlier, that it is okay to join a group as long as the person is decent. Kaden confirms, saying that if Weem really wants to, he can get more information about what is going on. The boy begins to reflect on his conversation with Kaden. It's safer to be in a group, he thinks, but he still feels conflicted, so he asks Kaden if he should join a group too. Kaden, stepping down from the bar, looks at him and asks, "What do you want to do?" The boy hesitates, explaining that he doesn't get invitations like you, and Kaden answers directly, "I asked you what you want to do." The boy then confesses that, for now, he has no interest in joining anything. Kaden, however, insists that he has not yet given a clear answer, and the boy honestly reveals that he thinks that not belonging to any group also has its advantages. Kaden, in his easygoing style, says, "Then don't worry, do whatever you want." The boy, curious, asks if Kaden belongs to any group, and Kaden simply answers no. The boy, astonished, asks why. Kaden explains, with an attitude of someone who doesn't care about rules, "In the beginning, I didn't need a group. I'm strong enough for that." The boy, impressed, imagines himself returning home and finding Kaden on the couch, acting so confident and swaggering. "I would take so many pictures," he thinks, envisioning this image of a cat who has the same attitude, with his eyes shining with admiration. The boy asks Kaden why he has never joined a group, and Kaden replies that, for him, groups only get in the way. He explains that, if he were part of a group, he would not have the freedom to do whatever he wants, such as filling the place whenever he pleases. The boy, now completely enchanted, listens attentively as Kaden tells him that once a group leader tried to force him to work for him, or else he would be killed. Kaden, with a sarcastic smile, says that he destroyed the group, and that, although it was not large, it was well known in the neighborhood. Of course, he's amazing, the boy thinks, completely dazzled by Kaden's stories. He begins to see Kaden as someone even more impressive, and this makes him feel even more attracted to the idea of being close to him. After all, who wouldn't want to have someone so awesome kissing their ass? The next morning, the boy wakes up exhausted, very sleepy, having spent the whole night talking to Kaden. "I couldn't even sleep properly," he thinks, but soon realizes that Kaden is even nicer than he imagined. The room is lit up, and he, all happy, prepares to leave. However, he is interrupted by Ben Lee, who appears again, and the boy, with a smile, tries to be friendly. But Ben Lee doesn't welcome him in the same way, saying that she is not his friend and telling him to speak properly. The boy, a little confused, asks if she arrived yesterday, but Ben Lee, irritated, has no patience for him. She can't understand what's wrong with him, because despite everything, she can't be rude to him. She tells him to stop messing around and call that kid away. The boy, not understanding, asks why she's telling him to do that. Ben Lee then tells him to shut up and obey, which makes the boy even more irritated. The tension increases when she asks what he wants with Oi, and the boy, a little more serious, answers that Oi has not done anything to her. Confused, he questions why she is acting like this. She, with a look full of hate, asks if the boy is from Shinhua like Jisoo, and he answers no, that he is not part of any group yet. Ben Lee, finding this ridiculous, says that he and Oi do not know anything, and begins to approach the boy with a threatening look, asking if he wants to die. The boy, now at a loss for what to do, remains silent as Ben Lee continues, saying that without a group, he still dares to ignore her. She mentions that he heard about her grandfather, the president of the union, and asks who he thinks he is to talk to her like that. Ben Lee, furious, threatens to make his life hell, and the boy, without an answer, finds himself helpless before her. Sobin, visibly irritated by the boy's refusal to follow her orders him to bring Oi, but Jiwoo stands firm. No, he answers with conviction. Sobin, surprised, asks him what he said, and he repeats, firm in his decision, "I won't do it, because now I think it's better for Oi not to come." Sobin, laughing disdainfully, tells him that he's crazy, because even after such a kind explanation, he refused. She begins to question if he knows what he's getting into, but Jiwoo, with a determined look, answers, "It doesn't matter. I'm not going to sell my friend just to save myself." Sobin watches him closely and starts laughing excited, telling him he's lucky he's not touching anyone for no reason. She even gives him a warning. "Don't do this to other people. You have no idea what they can do if you act like that to them." But Jiwoo, just as firmly, says she doesn't doesn't care. I won't betray my friend. She just agrees with a sadistic smile. But before she turns to leave, Oi appears, seeing Soben there once again. He, with a satisfied smile, says that he didn't even need to be called. Soben, with a malicious smile, asks if he is threatening Jiwoo. Oi, calm as ever, responds that if she needs him, she should talk to him directly, and then questions the reason for his presence. She reveals, coldly, that she just wanted to see for herself if he was worth her war. Breaking the Union's rules is no small thing, she says, and Oi responds, emotionless, that he has no reason to obey her. Soben, in a more serious tone, says that this is what is best for him, but still warns him, don't try to get away from this. If you do, it will be your friend's turn. Hearing this, Oi doesn't like it at all and activates his power, causing tension in the room. Jiwoo, apprehensive, quickly thinks of a solution. They can't fight in the street, right? He says to Soben, reminding him that awakened people can't face each other in public. He mentions that her grandfather, the president of the Union, shouldn't allow this kind of behavior and asks if she shouldn't be more cautious. Soben and Oi exchange glances, pondering what Jiwoo said. That makes sense, they think, still unsure of how to proceed. Sometime later, everyone heads to Jiang, where new tensions begin to arise. Soben, as usual, provokes, so you want to fight right here. Jiwoo, with her brain working overtime, begins to think that something is going to happen. At this point, Jiang, an observer of the situation, finds himself at a crossroads, unable to decide which way the situation will turn. Soben approaches Jiang and begins to apologize, saying that he left the Union without permission and was unable to test Oi there. When the door opens, Jiwoo arrives excitedly, asking if Soben and Oi are going to fight. But when he enters the room, an awkward silence takes over the room. After a long moment of tension, Oi puts on a jacket, preparing for the fight. Jiwoo, already feeling guilty, apologizes for thinking he wouldn't be allowed to fight, but Oi calmly responds, it's okay. If it weren't for you, I would have caused a riot in the street. You brought me here to the right place, and that's the most important thing. Oi, with an air of superiority, says that it is necessary to resolve this situation, but suddenly, someone intervenes, telling Oi that there is no need to fight. Seung-ha appears, apologizing for causing so much trouble, and explaining that he has already spoken to Soben, who has agreed to stop bothering him. Jiwoo is relieved by this news, but also notices that Soben seems to be a stubborn girl. That is definitely true, he thinks, but surprisingly, Oi still determined, says he will fight anyway, leaving everyone surprised. He explains that, as Jiwoo says, she is not one to give up, and he wants to resolve this as soon as possible. Everyone heads to the fighting facilities, and when they are face to face, Soben begins to boast, already preparing for the confrontation. Soben, already preparing for the fight, begins to question him, asking if he still wants to fight, even after Seung-ha has said that he doesn't need to. She observes his calmness, and with an ironic smile, says that she likes his attitude. However, she warns that she will go easy on him, since, at first, she was thinking of giving him a beating. This makes Jiwoo worried about her friend, but Oi, calm as always, maintains his posture. You're strong, he says, referring to Soben. It seems like you know what you're doing. Jiwoo, still trying to make sense of the situation, asks Seung-ha if he passed on information about Oi to Soben, but he denies. Neither of us knows about the other's powers, Seung-ha states. This makes Jiwoo think that Oi is actually very strict, keeping his abilities a mystery. Suddenly, Jisuk appears, saying that he is excited and that it hasn't even started yet. When Jiwoo and the others look back, they see Jisuk with Kaden around his neck, holding popcorn in his hand. Jiwoo, surprised, almost calls out Kaden's name, but remembers that he can't. Tensions rise when Jisuk calls out Kaden, shouting his name enthusiastically, and everyone is shocked by Jisuk's behavior. Oi, furious, asks if Jisuk is really messing with him, even having the audacity to bring popcorn into the situation. Do you want to die? Oi asks, but Jisuk calmly responds, saying that it's a perfect show for popcorn. This further infuriates Soben, who doesn't appreciate the provocation. While everyone is stunned by the scene, Jiwoo asks Kaden how he got there, and Kaden answers that he was walking around the neighborhood when he saw Jisuk running. I thought you had gotten into another mess, Kaden says, and then runs over to Jiwoo. He climbs on the boy's head and observes the situation. That woman is suspicious, and that other one seems to be bothered by her fat little belly. Kaden comments, making everyone laugh a little, relieving the momentary tension. However, the battle is about to begin, and Ryuk, who appears to be the mediator, composes himself and explains that, as everyone knows, the fight will start when the bell rings. Soben, with a cocky smile, tells Oi not to think she's special just because Sanga invited her. She begins to talk about her power, which is useful due to the energy she can manipulate, while Oi just watches in silence. Soben continues, teasingly, saying that he will show her the difference between them, since she has been trained since she was little, while he has been playing around all this time. However, Oi is always unpredictable, throws a bomb directly at Soben's face, interrupting his speech. It is thrown far away, falling to the ground in a disastrous way. The scene is shocking, and everyone watching knows that something like this was going to happen. Jisoo, who can't contain himself, starts laughing uncontrollably. Jiwoo, completely surprised, asks what's going on, while Kyrie, also perplexed, questions if Jisoo is crazy. Jisoo, laughing, explains that he always knew Oi would do this. She was just chatting, and he, as always, launches an attack as soon as the fight starts. Jisoo comments, still laughing. She took a bomb to the face, completely unprepared. He approaches Oi and says, with a smile on his face, you never change. I knew it would be like this. Soben, still stunned, starts to get up, wondering what happened and if she really took the hit. She feels deeply ashamed. You're dead, she shouts, furious. However, before the situation can escalate any further, Seung-ha intervenes, saying that enough is enough. He tries to calm things down, but everyone knows that the situation is far from over. Soben, still reeling from the previous attack, tries to rationalize, saying that Oi only caught her by surprise once. She tries to reason with him, suggesting that he only gained an advantage due to his low guard. Oi, however, responds seriously, explaining that a single low guard move could be fatal. It's not just a victory that's at stake, but your life, he warns. He also says that if he had continued attacking her while she was on the ground, she would have ended up seriously injured. Sobin, with a forced smile, begins to think that this is ridiculous, but Oi, undeterred, proposes another round of fighting if she wants. Jiwoo, observing the exchange, is surprised by Oi's proposal, but Seung-ha intercedes, suggesting that Sobin should not be underestimated despite being compared to Jisoo, another extremely strong fighter. Kaden, in the background, reflects that this is the pattern of the Awakened, who cannot afford to stop mid-fight. The fight needs to be taken seriously, and Sobin, seemingly determined not to let the previous mistake be repeated, begins to focus again. Jisoo, however, starts eating popcorn noisily, which bothers Sobin. She demands that he stop, but Jisoo, as always, insists on continuing, which makes her even more irritated. Oi, in turn, tries to calm her down and focuses, saying that a low guard strike won't work twice. The tension begins to rise again, and Sobin activates his awakened power, followed by Oi, who also begins to use his ability. The battle intensifies with quick and unexpected attacks from both sides. Sobin, using her ice powers, begins to throw spikes towards Oi, surprising everyone around. Jisoo observes, commenting that Sobin's attacks are made of ice, which causes a sense of admiration, but also of caution. Kaden, watching, thinks that Sobin is truly showing strength and skill with her attacks. She continues to increase the amount of ice around her, creating a dangerous atmosphere for her opponent. Sobin's ice attack, however, is easily destroyed by Oi, much to her surprise. She begins to question whether it was just luck or if he really has this ability, but when she tries again, he easily breaks another of her attacks. Sobin, shocked by Oi's mastery, tries to dodge as he nearly hits her forehead once more, but manages to dodge in time. Ryuki, watching the duel, comments that Sobin seems surprised at how Oi is doing. The fight continues with more aggression until Sobin, realizing that she needs to end the fight, decides to use a heavier attack. With a swift and precise movement, she uses an ice dagger to cut Oi's legs and hits his chest, leaving him seriously injured. The battle continues to intensify as Sobin and Oi exchange increasingly sharp blows. Sobin, using his ice dagger, tries to hit Oi repeatedly. She gets very close to him, and upon realizing the critical distance, Oi tries a point-blank attack, but quickly notices that Sobin has created an ice defense, almost like a shield. She steps out from behind the defense and asks if he has now realized that he is not at the level of the Union. Oi, however, does not give up and tries to attack again, but Sobin dodges and with agility advances to cut Oi into several pieces, making him fall to his knees again. She, already a little frustrated with his resistance, asks why he doesn't give up. She reassures him, saying that the fight wasn't that bad and that he doesn't need to feel bad about it. Jisuke, who is watching the situation, starts laughing and makes a comment, catching Sobin's attention. He says that the way she is handling the fight is strange and that she needs to take things more seriously, just like he does when he fights. Sobin gets irritated, asking if Jisuke is being serious. After thinking for a while, she realizes that he is insinuating that she needs to fight with all her power, since what she feels now is nothing compared to what she felt before. Jisuke then shares a memory with Sobin. He and Oi had a heated fight recently, but Jisuke made it clear that he won. Sobin is shocked by the revelation, noting that even Jisuke recognized Oi's power. She begins to understand why Seung-ha wanted Oi in the Union. Oi, in turn, is visibly embarrassed by the compliments and tries to hide it, but Sobin is still processing the information. The atmosphere between everyone becomes increasingly tense, with Jisuke and Sobin starting to argue. In the midst of the confusion, Jiang loses her patience with the two, starting to get irritated by the young men's messy behavior. Kaden, on the other hand, is excited by the fight, commenting that he has finally seen what a fight should be like. Seung-ha and Ryo, noticing the situation, quickly approach the two and begin to hold them back as if they were two dogs fighting. Meanwhile, Oi, watching all the commotion, maintains an expression of pity. Jiang, already tired of the situation, speaks to Oi, saying that he passed the test and that she will let him join the Union. The test, according to her, was to see if he was good enough for the war proposal, and she has seen enough to know that he deserved his chance. The narrative continues with an intense discussion between Sobin and the boy, who still does not fully understand the gravity of the situation. Sobin, indignant, questions how he can reject the Union and asks if it is because he received an offer from somewhere else. She tries to convince the boy that not belonging to a group can be extremely dangerous, especially for an awakened. She emphasizes that he may not understand how risky it is to remain alone in this world. However, the boy responds that he appreciates the invitation, but for now he does not wish to be part of any group. He explains that, although he recognizes the danger, he still does not know very well what it means to be part of a group, and therefore prefers to go alone. Despite not liking his decision very much, Seung-ha respects the boy's choice, but warns him that he was lucky to have survived until now, and that the future could be much more difficult. The boy, confident, responds that he is prepared for the challenges, but Seung-ha, with a stern look, says that if he wants to continue like this, there is nothing he can do, and that he can call whenever he wants help. But the warning has been given. The atmosphere between everyone is tense, and the characters feel that something important is about to happen, but the boy moves forward determined. After this conversation, Sobin questions the boy's decision as he walks home. She reflects on the fact that he has no idea how cruel and dangerous the world can be for those who choose to walk alone, but he, on the other hand, seems to have blind confidence in his own abilities. She is also impressed, but a little frightened, to realize that he seems to know more than she thought about the difficulties of living without a group. When she gets home, her concern for the boy's health still persists, and he asks Oi if he is sure he doesn't want to go to the doctor. Oi, however, assures her that he is fine and that there is nothing serious. Soon, Oi begins to talk more about his past past and the reason for his reluctance to join the Union. He reveals that he grew up in an orphanage and had to hide his powers for a long time. Although he found a teacher who helped him, his life was always full of changes, and he never knew how to make decisions for himself. For a long time, he lived without knowing what to do, without the power to choose. Now, having gained his freedom, he wants to finally be able to make his own decisions, and joining a group would mean having to worry about other people's opinions again. Jisuke, hearing this, says she understands, but seems unsure of how to deal with the situation. The mysterious tone intensifies when the two look to the side and notice that Kaden is just sitting, seemingly oblivious to the conversation. They are surprised, wondering what is going on. Jisuke, irritated, asks what happened and why they are looking at him like that. The next day, Kaden is circulating his power, doing a series of exercises to improve his ability. He thinks to himself that his body is already gatified, referring to a new stage of power that he seems to have reached. The story suggests that Kaden is in a process of developing and improving his abilities, and this may have interesting consequences for the future. The story continues with Kaden reflecting on his difficulties in controlling his powers, realizing that even though he uses the same amount of energy, he is expending more than before when he was human. He attributes this to a lack of adaptation to his new cap body, something that will take time to fully understand. When Jiwoo wakes up next to him, Kaden realizes that, thanks to the method Jiwoo taught him, he has been feeling lighter and better when using his powers more often, something Jiwoo seems to recommend in the morning and at night. Kaden responds that he follows the method whenever he remembers, but avoids using it in front of other people. Soon, Kaden begins to interact with the cats, and while feeding them, he notices that the tabby is also woken up. He calls the cat, offering food and trying to pet it, with the cat allowing him to touch it, which shows a growing trust between the two. During the physical training, Kaden notices that the tabby's belly, which previously seemed bulky, is getting smaller, indicating physical progress. Kaden continues asking Jiwoo about class, only to discover that there is no class that day, since it is Saturday. He teases Jiwoo, saying that he is a bad student for missing so many classes, but Jiwoo justifies that yesterday was because of a problem. Meanwhile, the kittens continue to call Kaden, who gets angry and tells them to stop, stating that they are not his friends. Jiwoo then goes off to feed other stray cats, and Kaden, curious, follows him. They argue about the need to feed the cats, with Kaden questioning why Jiwoo is so dedicated to it, when he could simply trust other people to feed them. Jiwoo, in turn, responds that if he does not feed the cats, they may starve to death. They then come across a boy who looks at Kaden and comments that he is so fat, which makes Kaden furious. He finds it ridiculous to be called fat, especially after everything he has gone through to become stronger. When they reach the place where Jiwoo feeds the cats, Kaden meets Owen, who is also feeding the animals, and the two join forces to take care of the town's cats. Kaden notes that even though he has never been there before, at least the cats have more food, and asks if Owen has seen any cats in that area. While feeding the cats, the three notice Jisoo, who is also feeding a cat, and this one happens to look a lot like Kaden, especially since it is quite fat. Jisoo, with a smile, comments that he feeds the cat so that it will grow strong and become an awakened cat, which catches Kaden's attention. He wonders what the idiot is doing, giving a slight outburst of anger upon seeing Jisoo in action. In the midst of this, Jisoo asks Kaden if he is feeding the cats, and upon being provoked, responds with a sudden change of attitude, claiming that he is very fond of cats and even loves them. Kaden, uncomfortable, doesn't quite understand this sudden change in Jisoo's behavior. When he asks what they are doing there, Jisoo replies that he is feeding the cats because he found Owen along the way. The conversation continues with a sense of boredom and disinterest from Jisoo, which provokes Kaden. The situation becomes even more complicated when Subin arrives, yelling at Jisoo for feeding the cats and ignoring her calls. She becomes irritated by his behavior and almost starts a fight with him. However, Jisoo, with a friendly smile, greets Subin, easing some of the tension of the moment. The atmosphere remains tense between the characters, but their interaction gradually reveals more about their personalities and the challenges they face, while the plot continues to unfold in a relaxed manner, but with the background complexity in the relationships. And she tells him to stop pretending to be her friend. Then Jisoo looks at her, asking if she can stop calling because it's annoying him, but she asks if he thinks she wanted to talk to him, saying that she wants to know where Owen is. However, Jiwoo says that the boy is right there, and she says that she knows. However, Owen asks what she wants with him now, so she doesn't even have anything to say and asks herself, why is this? Because he showed up out of nowhere. Then Jisoo thinks that this is pathetic, saying that it's the weekend and asking if she doesn't have anything else to do. She also says that they're just messing around there on the weekend. However, they say that they're feeding the cats. She remembers that they were doing this the other day, with Jiwoo saying that she does this almost every day. Then she gets a little thoughtful and asks if Jisoo was also feeding the cats. He gets all nervous and embarrassed. She says that she doesn't even recognize him anymore. However, when she looks down, she sees Kaden there, noticing that the fat cat is there too. Kaden starts to get irritated by this when she says that she thought she had exaggerated, but he is too fat. Then Jiwoo says that the cat lives with him and that he was also a stray. She wonders if he was a stray because he must have dressed his face like food to get so fat. She asks if he is a boy or girl. Jiwoo answers that he is a boy. The girl continues to look at him, asking a good question. Is he neuter? Kaden's soul, hearing this, certainly leaves his body. She says that he is fat and says that, apparently, there is nothing in his ear to indicate this. Everyone looks at the girl, very scared, because, like it or not, everyone there knows what this means to Kaden. Meanwhile, Ryuk talks to Jiang, telling him that the date has been set. They are planning to send Jisoo and the other members who passed the exam. She is a bit thoughtful, as he says that since Wink is under the protection of the Union, they want to have him participate in their special admission. She tells him to have Jiwoo participate in Shinhwa's special admission, but makes it clear that it has to be up to Jiwoo's will. Ryuk simply agrees. Some time later, Kaden finds himself in a place he doesn't know where it is. However, he still still has his balls there. Then he thinks of something when he sees those for cats from Jiwoo wearing veterinary cones. He asks why they are facing the wall, wondering what that cone is on their heads. The cats are very sad, and he wonders what happened to them because they look terrible. Then he hears a veterinarian talking, saying that the surgery went well and that they are healing normally, so they don't need to worry. Kaden starts to get scared, wondering if his worst nightmares happen. The doctor calls Kaden, saying that it is his turn. Kaden starts to get scared, asking your turn for what, and shouts no, waking up, holding his balls. Then he looks to the side, noticing the kittens, thinking it's strange that he is scared and wonders if it was a dream. He ends up checking to see if they are still there and thinks that it is good because it was a strange dream. He then questions why Jiwoo hasn't returned from meeting Ji-young yet, saying that since he became a cat, he hasn't gone out because he gets so sleepy while sunbathing. So one of the kittens goes to sleep on Kaden, who has already fallen asleep a long time ago. In that huge belly, meanwhile, Jiwoo is with Ji-young and ends up finding out about the awakened school. Ryuk says that it is a system that brings together awakened teenagers from Korea for 2 or 3 months so that they can create bonds and learn new skills. He says that it has been planned for a while, but now it will finally be implemented. Jiwoo asks if all the awakened teenagers will participate, and he answers that not all of them, because since it is the first time, only the most well-known groups will participate. He says that only 2 or 3 awakened ones will come, who represent these groups. The boy then asks if he can participate, since he is not in any group, but then he says not to worry about it, since he will be able to participate with the sponsorship of Shinhwa. He says he does not know, because he did not expect this, and he does not even know what the school for awakened people does. Ji-young says that if he does not want to, he does not have to, saying that he can do whatever he wants, but he believes that it would be a good opportunity for them. He thinks he doesn't know what the school for awakened people does, and that he has no idea about it. She tells him that he will have to live as an awakened person, but so far he has only met willies from Shinhwa and some people from the Union. She believes that meeting other awakened people will be useful in the future, and that he won't always have the chance to meet people his own age with powers. As he gets a little embarrassed, she tells him that he still has time, asking him to let her know when he decides. The boy agrees and thanks her, saying that it must not be easy for Shinhwa to sponsor him. Even though he doesn't know much, he appreciates the invitation and her effort to help him. He smiles at the girl, and she says that there is no need to thank him, looking a little silly. He continues thanking her, saying that he will think about it at home. When he leaves the two, Ryuk says that whenever he sees Jiwoo, he gives her positive energy, saying that he is very kind and cheerful, and apparently the boy is also messing with her. Ryuk asks if there is something wrong, and she changes the subject, asking if her situation is still rejected. Ryuk says yes, because he said he will never participate. She asks why, and he just says that he doesn't have the patience for it. Then, Ryuk says that this will get in his way, and she almost doesn't believe him. He believes it, and says that he will try to talk to him. Back home, Kaden wakes up from his nap while the kittens are all loving towards him. He starts to understand what they want, taking the bag of food and putting it up for them. At that moment, he looks at the Striped, telling him to stop bothering them and go eat already. However, the Striped pretends that it doesn't matter to him. Kaden starts talking again and starts to realize that he better act, so he goes to eat too. After eating, Kaden pulls out his claw and asks if they aren't listening to him, saying that he told them to come eat, telling them to get some after eating, saying that there is only one for each. At that moment, Jiwoo arrives and asks if Kaden gave them food. Kaden says yes, because they were yelling, and they keep annoying him until he gives them food. Jiwoo asks why Jiang called him, and Kaden says that, in fact, it was Kaden's advice. But then Jiwoo asks to wait, saying that he will eat first. He starts eating the food. The boy tells him that Jiang wants him to enter a school for awakened people as an independent member with their sponsorship. Kaden says that it was exclusive for group members to enter. Then Jiwoo asks, how special is that? Kaden says that he said that only 2 or 3 members from each group would enter. That is, only the best from each group. The boy becomes more and more surprised. Kaden says that, as Jiang said, this will help. There are a lot of crazy people out there, and it will be a good experience to meet those crazy people first. He tells Jiwoo that, even though he says all this, he must know what his answer is. The boy asks if it is about what he wants to do. Then Kaden says that he knows very well, and he knows this very well. The boy ends up making a decision. The next morning, Jiwoo is cultivating and thinks that this is strange, because until recently he thought he was a little faster and healthier than other people, but there was a power inside him that made all of this possible. It's amazing how he can control this power and make it stronger just by doing what Kaden taught him. Then he looks at Kaden, who is also cultivating next to him, and says that all of this is thanks to him. If he hadn't met Kaden, he would have a very different life and wouldn't have met other people. At that moment, he talks to Kaden, saying that he will be much stronger. He wouldn't have met so many other people if it weren't for Kaden. The boy says yes, so he says that he can go, but first he will feed the cats. Kaden thinks that it is a good opportunity for Jiwoo, since there are not many chances of meeting awakened people his age. Besides, they will gather children, and there will be some kind of safety device, so Kaden thinks that everything will be fine. While Owen is feeding the cats, Jiwoo arrives there. They get together to go to school. The boy tells Owen that he talked to Jisuk's sister, and she told him that this school is for awakened people. Jiwoo thinks about it. Jiwoo asks if Owen knows about the school. He answers that he only knows that it is just open, and that the awakened groups in Korea usually hold meetings with their successors. He thinks it has something to do with that. He says that he went there twice when he was little, and that he hasn't been there in years. But he says that it's not really his style. Then Jiwoo says it was something like that, asking if he's going to participate, since he's the strongest member of Shinhwa at his age. Owen starts to get shaken by this, thinking it's true. He says that, in fact, not only within Shinhwa, but he's also the strongest among the other groups. Then he tells Jiwoo to stop bothering him, repeating the obvious. Jiwoo thinks the boy is amazing, making him all cocky, but he starts to say that he won't participate participate. Jiwoo says that it's a shame because he's going to enter the school for Awakened Ones. Jisoo is shocked by this and says that his sister told him that he could enter, but not as a member. She said that it would be good for him. Then he says that Owen was also invited, but he's still thinking about it. However, Owen ends up saying that he'll go because if Jiwoo goes, he'll go too. Jiwoo gets all excited, saying that it's really good and he feels better now with company. Jisoo stays behind, a little uncomfortable. Jiwoo then saves Jisoo's skin because he wanted to by asking the boy to go. Then Jisoo starts to play hard to get, saying that since they're asking so much, he won't let them down. And to be honest, he has his status at Shinhwa to uphold. And so, the three stooges will apparently be entering the school. Meanwhile, with Jiang, the teenagers thank her for the opportunity, saying that they will not dishonor Shinhwa's name. She tells them that they do not need to feel so pressured, since the purpose is to promote development and learning among the awakened people of Korea. They agree, but as they leave, the girl says that she always gets nervous in front of the president. The boy, apparently, also feels the same. She says that she was nervous to ask her why, and why she let someone who is not a member of Shinhwa enter the school. Then, she asks if he also knew, and he answers that, of course, because even the seniors who knew about it are not happy. She says that she does not understand how this can happen, since they try so hard, and a nobody like him comes along and gets in so easily. She asks what kind of person he is. Then, the boy says that he sent some of his guys to his house, and that they will find out soon enough. Meanwhile, Karen is at home and notices that people are coming. She wonders who is coming at this hour, asking if it is a mailman. But at that moment, completely unsuspecting guys are hanging around the boy's house wearing black caps. They say they are going to go in because there is no one there. Besides the black cap and the black hooded clothes, they still look awesome. That is not suspicious at all, right? They open the door to the boy's house quite easily. When the first one comes in, he ends up bumping into Kaden, who thinks that the fat cat scared him, but the other one tells him to forget about it and keep doing his job. And to make matters worse and make Kaden even more angry, the guy says that the cat is so fat that it took up his entire vision. At that moment, they communicate with other people, saying that they have entered the house, but there is no one there. Kaden wonders who these guys are, wondering if they are bandits. They start talking on the radio that they are going to check out the house. Kaden starts to feel that they are not bandits, as they are trained, but he wonders why they came to Jiwoo's house. And Kaden, seeing those guys invading his house, just watches and says that because the way they came to investigate Jinna, but he asks who the mastermind is, and thinks it's best to leave them alone for now, because if he tries to find out who they are, things could get out of control. But then they question what he was seeing, making Kaden look back. And when he sees one of Jinna's kittens rubbing against the robber's keel, he starts saying that the animal is annoying. They kick the cat, throwing it far away, and the three kittens get very scared. Kaden starts to get a little out of control with those damn people, ready to attack them, but then the tabby cat jumps in front and scratches the robber's face, making a nasty cut. When he falls to the ground, the robber starts screaming in pain because of the cut, surprising even Kaden. The other accomplice asks what happened, and he says it was the cat. He finds it strange, but when he looks at the cat, he sees that there's something different. So he pulls a stick from his pocket and prepares to attack the cat, but the striped cat just stares at him, already knowing what to do. He jumps while the guy tries to hit him, but he manages to dodge and quickly slashes his face with his claws, causing him immense pain. He asks what kind of cat that is, but before he can do anything, he looks back and sees that the other guy who was with him is already on the ground knocked out, because Kaden made him count sheep, and his face is very angry. Seeing this, he gets scared and Kaden looks at him, jumping directly. As he jumps, that ball of fur the size of a spins, takes off in the air, and gives him a tail whip, knocking the guy unconscious. When he falls, he says that tail is even useful for attacking, and the striped cat is shocked by what he's seen, realizing that Kaden isn't all he seems. While he's shocked, Kaden just says that he did a good job, all smug. The cat tries again to disguise itself as a normal cat by licking its paw, as if it doesn't know anything, and Kaden notices it doing it again. The other kittens rush towards him, totally shocked and crying, and he says they can't ask strangers for affection, saying there are people who are much more affectionate out there. They start rubbing against Kaden, while the kitten that got kicked goes to the tabby cat and starts rubbing against it too, all while he continues pretending to be a normal cat. Kaden says he got annoyed and interfered, but that's problematic, saying the plan to let them go backfired. Then Jinho arrives asking who those guys are, and he says he doesn't know. But they broke into the house and rang the doorbell to make sure no one was there, and then simply entered the place. Jinho asks if they are thieves, but Kaden says no, because he thinks they came to investigate him, and the boy is surprised. While Kaden says that it could certainly be that, he starts to get thoughtful, saying that he has no idea who they are, and this has never happened before. Then he starts to ask if the government found out that he is an awakened one and sent their people, but then he tells the boy to calm down and ask Shingoa for help, because they will surely know what to do. And Jinho is surprised that Kaden is proposing this, and Kaden says that it is indeed true, and says that even if what he said is true, a large group like Shingoa could be linked to the government, and even if that is not the case, it is better to leave this matter to them, and they will not discover anything on their own, and thinking would only give him a lot of headaches. Jinho simply follows what he's saying, and then Enryoku arrives bringing those two guys and speaks to Jinho, telling him not to worry, because they'll take care of it. Then he apologizes for always asking them for help, but Enryoku says it's okay, because they decided to help him, and it's part of Shingoa's job now. He also says that his cats did a good job, because they protected the house and attacked the strangers who had invaded. He never heard of anything like that, but he's sure cats are capable of it. The protagonist became quite uncomfortable with this silly excuse, so Enryoku tells him that he understands he's nervous, but that what's worrying him won't happen, and they'll investigate and take the necessary measures to prevent it from happening again. The boy simply agrees, thanking him for everything. Enryoku says they'll call him when they find out something, asking the boy to rest. Then he looks at Carrie, saying he did a good job, all smug, while Carrie doesn't care much about it. Outside, one of his subordinates speaks to Enryoku, saying he has something to tell him about the two men they captured. Enryoku asks what it is, and the guy says that apparently one of them belongs to Shingoa, which shocks him. The guy says they need to investigate, but one of his team members recognized one of them and said he sees this man in Shingoa. Enryoku doesn't like this at all. Meanwhile, the president is not happy to learn that they broke into Jinguo's house, especially since they were from Shingoa. Enryoku confirms that they were indeed from President Illy's group, and that he is the father of Jiwoo Hayaki Illy, who was appointed as the representative. He knew they had complaints about his sponsorship of Jinguo, but he didn't think they would check his background like this. She becomes quiet, crossing her legs with her boss, thinking that it's been a while since she's seen President Illy. Enryoku immediately understands what she wants to say, and says he will make the preparations urgently. At President Illy's building, everything. The world is amazed, watching the boss, wondering who she is. As she passes by, she stops the entire place in its tracks. One of the receptionists asks if she could explain the reason for her visit, but she doesn't say anything. The girl thinks she's much prettier up close, wondering if the president is a celebrity. Then Enryoku says they're there to see President Illy, and the girl finds it strange that they want to see the president, asking if they've scheduled something. He questions her about scheduling, while the president himself comes running over, lowering his head to see them. He says that if they had contacted him in advance, he would be waiting for them. Then she asks who she is, so the president can receive her personally, just looking at literally the owner of this whole mess, and already at the top of the building. In President Illy's office, he tells her that if he had known she was coming, he would have had everything ready for her to receive him. She remains serious, looking at him, and he begins to ask what brought her there. He then looks at Enryoku, who also seems very serious and upset about the situation. He speaks to the president, who assumes he knows Jiwoo, saying that he is the boy they recently left under Shinhwa's protection. Jiwoo says he heard that Shinhwa is protecting the awakened boy, but that this is the first time he has heard his name. However, Enryoku tells him not to pretend he doesn't know him, as he knows the executives have several complaints about the school, and he has already finished his investigation. Jiwoo asks, "What do you mean? Who would you dare complain against?" Following a decision by the president, Enryoku then reveals that a few hours ago they invaded the Jew's house, and he asked what kind of scoundrels did this. And he says that according to his investigation, they were from the president's people. And he starts sweating like crazy, creating a terrible atmosphere in the room. And he asks on what basis they say that. Enryoku says that they have already apprehended the invaders and also finished investigating them. And the president starts sweating even more, wondering if Enryoku is now the only one who's Jiwoo. So he decides to make the most sensible decision, bowing his head and apologizing, saying that it's his fault because he raised his son badly. But then Enryoku says that's not it, saying that since he has complaints about the president's decision, Enryoku is already Jiwoo in that way, asking if right, and he asks how Enryoku can say that. Then the president stands up and speaks to Enryoku, asking if he has something to tell her, and he becomes scared again, lowering his head once more and apologizing, saying that this will never happen again, saying that she will remove Jaja and Enryoku from the list of candidates for the school. So he thinks that boy is very stupid, saying that he was very hasty and lost his opportunity. But then the president says that he doesn't need to do that, saying that children can make mistakes, and he starts to thank her, but she becomes serious again, leaving him all messed up, and she says that if something like this happens again, he will have to take responsibility, so he feels the pressure. And she says that he doesn't need to accompany her to the exit. So he tells her to take care of herself, staying behind trembling with anger, and starts thinking about Jiwoo, wondering how she dares to threaten herself like that. So he quickly calls his subordinate, and asks him to summon Jaja and Enryoku right away. And that night the protagonist says that he can't go any faster while training. Kaden tells him not to give up, asking him to hold on, telling him to use his power until he falls. And the boy continues pacing back and forth. From that spot, he collapses hard on the ground, saying he can't run anymore. Kaden congratulates him, saying that the time he can use his maximum speed has increased to 6 seconds. And he starts to get happy, apologizing because he's already reached 0, saying it was only 1 second more. However, Kaden says it wasn't just 1 second more, it went from 5 to 6 seconds. And it's only 1 second, saying that this means his awakened power has increased, and says he can be proud for many reasons. The boy gets all giddy, saying it's all thanks to Kaiden's help, and then says, with that smug look, of course. Then he thinks the cats must be waiting to give him food, and this while Kaden thinks about Jiwoo, saying that his awakened power is really increasing rapidly, and says, of course. Again becoming convinced, saying that he's the one teaching him, and even his teaching ability is too good, wondering why he's so good at everything. So the protagonist goes to feed the cats until the doorbell rings, and Enryuki goes there. He questions what brings him there, and he says he has something urgent to tell him, apologizing for bothering him at this hour, but the protagonist lets him in. Enryuki says he brought company, asking if everything is alright. Then he asks about it, and notices that it's Jiang who is at his house, and when she enters, she sits quietly on a bench, and stares at Kaden. Then he asks why she's there, and Jiwoo coincidentally asks the same question to both of them. Enryuki says that they came to talk about what happened that afternoon, and says that they discovered who those people were, and they say that they were from Manhwa. And Jiwoo is surprised, asking how that could have happened. Enryuki says that because of the long history. Manhwa is a very large group, and within the group there are large factions and small groups, and one of them tried to find out information about him, so Kaden thinks it's nothing serious. Since in a large group like Manhwa, people don't obey the president so easily, and Jiwoo gets a little down about it. So John lowers her head and apologizes, saying it's her fault, but the protagonist says no, saying she didn't do it on purpose and calls her Jiang, correcting himself by calling her president. Then Enryuki says that the president warned them personally, and this won't happen again. So the protagonist says that everything is fine, because nothing happened, and in fact he should be apologizing, because he doesn't know what's going on inside Manhwa, but he knows that at least this happened, because they were trying to help him, so he tells them not to apologize, because he is sincerely very grateful to their organization, especially to the two of them. And Kaden likes the boy's words a lot, and the two of them look at him all giddy, and Jiang in turn says goodbye, saying that it's getting late, and the protagonist is surprised that they're leaving already, so she leaves immediately, saying goodbye to him, with the protagonist saying he'll see them later. And Ryuki asks the president to wait for her while she leaves, but she's simply going quickly because she's blushing from this interaction with the protagonist. And my friends, this is getting good, and I'm enjoying it. The next day, the guy with the ridiculous sense of fashion, wearing that awful shirt, goes to apologize to the president. He lowers his head in front of her, terrified, and remembers his father telling him that because of him, he bowed his head to Jiang. The boy starts to apologize, but his father asks why he did something like that, questioning if that's the best way to handle it, saying that if he was going to do something like that, he should at least have done it right. The boy doesn't have much to say, and his father tells him to apologize to Jiang now. She says it's okay, asking the boy to lift his head. He starts to thank her, but when he looks at her, he sees that she's very serious. She says she won't forgive him if he does something like that again, and looking at her face, heads will surely roll if he messes up again. So he's terrified and leaves the room. But even after being scolded from all sides, he thinks it's just a mess, wondering why he has to go through this. Because of that, only because of that boy. He was questioning himself and planning to do something stupid again, wondering how he was going to avenge this humiliation, until he looked down and saw Jisik coming up, saying that it had been a long time since he'd seen him. However, Jisik, completely cold, asked if he knew him, and the boy was surprised that he didn't remember him and said that he was Jiwoo, and Jisik finally remembered. The boy starts talking about attending the school too and thinks they'll see each other more often, but Jisik asks what he wants with that, making the boy feel awkward. Jisik says he's just excited about it, but Jisik wonders why he's excited, walking past him, completely ignoring his friendly approach. Then he thinks about Jisik, saying he hasn't changed at all. As he enters, Jisik asks the boy what brings him there so early, and he starts stuttering and becomes awkward. Jiang says it's good he came because he has something to tell her, and he complains about what it is. She says she heard he refused to attend the school, so he starts talking about it, saying he thought about it and thinks he should go. They are both surprised by what he's saying, and he says he will attend, and that he has a position at Manhwa and doesn't want to cause them any trouble. So they decide to go in, and the two of them can hardly believe what's coming out of his mouth. And he's like, "What's with that face? All red-faced?" However, they say it's nothing, and he says that's what he meant. Then he leaves. When he leaves, the two still don't understand what this change in the boy's personality was. Then he goes to the protagonist's house, talking to everyone, talking to the kittens that he brought food. Inside, the protagonist and Uyen try to talk to him, but he ignores Uyen. He says he brought various kinds of food for the cats, telling them to line up, acting all silly. But when his eyes meet Kaden's, he starts to get scared and simply hands Kaden a treat with the utmost politeness, which Kaden starts eating with a lot of swagger. Sometime later, after observing Kaden, he tells the protagonist that he told Zhang he was going to start high school, and he says that unless there's some problem, he's sure he will. The protagonist then begins to understand, but Jiwoo, who finds his reaction a bit down, wonders what's wrong, saying that Manhwa is very upset, and he questions if it's serious, saying that nothing happened. However, Jiwoo starts pressuring him, saying that his smile is a bit forced that day, and he's telling him that nothing happened. But Oin opens his mouth saying that someone broke into Jiwoo's house the other day, and he asks if they robbed him. Oin says it wasn't a robber, and one of the Shinhwa broke into the house to investigate Jiwoo. He questions this, getting angry and asking if it's serious. And then the protagonist starts laughing. He questions how he can laugh at that, and the boy just stays downcast. Jiwoo asks why Jiwoo didn't tell him, and he says it wasn't anything serious, and when he got home the intruder was already unconscious, and Jiang and Hyogi took care of it. He says that because of this incident, he discovered that only a few of the Shinhwa can attend the school, and he learned that someone worked very hard to get in. After hearing that, he wasn't sure if he had the right to participate, and Jiwoo, who was somewhat hurt listening to the boy's words, was teasing him. Meanwhile, over there with Jae and Hyogi, he was being teased by a girl who said he was caught by the president, asking why he would do that, saying that if he's going to do something, he should at least do it right. Lima calmed him down by asking if she came all the way there just to tell him that, but she said she was there for Lima, asking if he was just going to let this go, but he said no, saying he wouldn't let it get to him because he was humiliated, and she liked that. But then, they end up receiving a visitor, and Jiwoo goes there, and they're quite startled by this, saying it's been a long time since they've seen her, questioning what brings her there. However, Jiwoo, without saying a single word and very angry, goes to Jae and Hyogi and stomps on his stomach, and the girl is surprised, while he lies on the ground, almost spilling his hair. And Jiwoo asks him how he dares to complain about his sister's decision. My friends, measure the blow he'll give if the guy is what he needs. He's already talking about revenge before he's even taken enough of a beating. Then Jae and Hyogi ask what he's doing, and Jiwoo, who doesn't even believe what he's saying, goes back to hitting the boy, saying that's what she's doing. And the girl next to him says that there's a humor that says Jisoo's temperament has improved, but says he hasn't changed at all. Besides, she wonders how he has the nerve to do this at the president's company, saying he's crazy. And Jae and Hyogi raise their fists trying to hit the boy, but when they throw a punch in Jisoo's direction, he manages to get out of the way very easily, and after seeing that ridiculous punch, he grabs the boy and knees him in the ribs, almost bending the kid over. He flies to the ground, all bruised, his eyes wide open, covered in hematomas, and drooling. Jiwoo says that even his movements are clumsy, stating that he trusts his awakened power so much that he doesn't train anymore. Then he starts gathering his awakened power, trying to do something with that little breeze of air around him. However, Jiwoo asks if he wants to come forward and summon his whirlwind, but then President Lee arrives, yelling and asking what the two are doing there. Jae and Hyogi, seeing their father, become all flustered, hiding their power. Jiwoo also cancels his action. Laura then says that the president arrived scared, and Jae and Hyogi say that Jiwoo started it, saying that the idiot attacked him, so he had to defend himself. Looking at his battered son, Lee gets a little upset, talking to Jiwoo, who asks if he doesn't think that's very rude, since he's causing all this trouble in his company too. Then he asks if he was rude, saying that his actions were rude, not yours. Lee says he understands, explaining that the matter has already been resolved with President Yang, and that he'll resolve it with an apology as well. He lowers his head, apologizing to the president, shocking everyone there. Lee is furious, asking what he's doing and crying, wondering if the kid is making fun of him. Jiwoo asks what's wrong, since that scoundrel was also forgiven after apologizing, and asks if that doesn't apply to him too. Jiwoo says he got away with a lame excuse for not taking President Shinhwa's decision seriously, and why can't he do the same? She says it was just a fight between colleagues. President Lee gets very angry, but he can't do much. Laura thinks the kid is crazy, and in fact, he's worse than before. He says he's leaving everyone behind seething with hatred. The president only refrains from attacking him because he's afraid of Jisoo's sister. As he leaves, he receives a call, and Hayek asks what happened, then asks if he said what, and questions why and Hayek called, and he orders Lee to go to the president's office now, yelling at the kid, and once there, he comes face to face with Yang's and notices what he just did. And Hayek asks the boy if he's now decided to go to President Lee's company and beat up his son. Then she questions why he did it, and Jisoo says that Lee got angry, and she doesn't even know what to say, while Hayek asks if that's his pathetic reason. But Jisoo asks how that's pathetic, since that bum mocked Jiang. Then Hayek is surprised by what the boy is saying, and Jisoo questions what they will do if the other groups find out about this, because they would stop taking Jiang and Shinhwa seriously. And so both she and Hayek are surprised by what the boy is thinking, and he asks Jisoo if he's saying he did it for the president and Shinhwa. Then he says it was more or less for that reason, becoming a little shy about telling the truth, and he starts questioning if the two believed this. Nonsense. Then Jiang is a little pleased with what she's hearing, telling her brother not to let it happen again, and he says of course, gives a big smile and runs off. But then he says he has a question, going back to talking to his sister, and asks what the participation standards are at the school. Meanwhile, the protagonist, He's at home watching the theater and just petting the cats, and Kaden thinks he's being too nice because he feels bad for thinking he's stealing the opportunity Tosumi one's there. And the doorbell rings, and the protagonist asks who it is at this hour. When the door opens, it's Jiwoo, who questions why he's there so late. Jiwoo says he's just stopping by, so the protagonist invites him in. Jiwoo says that since he's there, he should tell him something, and Ji-young asks what it is. Jiwoo tells him not to feel bad about participating in the school, saying things can change later. But right now, the maximum number of people each group can send to the school is 3. She says Shinhwa has met this standard, and besides, there's a regulation that requires some awakened individuals like him to enter. And he didn't steal anyone's opportunity, so he doesn't need to feel bad. Hearing this, Kaden notices the boy's good intentions towards his friend, and Ji-young starts smiling, thanking him. Jiwoo asks why he's smiling like a fool, saying he's leaving, but then asks if he came so late just to say that. Jiwoo then starts too, acting all tsundere-like, asking if he's crazy, saying he was just passing by, and the protagonist just smiles goodbye to him. Then Jiwoo, while going home, sees Ohin on the way and questions what he's doing there so late. He says he was worried about Ji-young, but Jiwoo says he's not a child, that he worries about everything. Ohin just looks at him, how hypocritical he can be, but he says no, saying he was just passing by and blushing, and walks away spitting fire. Then he looks back and talks to Ohin, saying he beat up that scoundrel who sent the invaders to investigate Ji-young. And so the two, who are almost guardians of the protagonist, communicate, happy with the good work, and then each goes their own way. Seriously, what a friendship, all for the sake of our protagonist here. Yeah, he's still a bit naive, isn't he? Wow, that kid's good, that kid's a good guy, and it's been a while. Ji-young's all banged up, well before the start of high school, and that blonde girl asks if he's okay, and he says of course, because it's not like he hit him with his awakened powers, and he thinks that if he had used those awakened powers, he would have given Jiwoo a beating, and says he can't believe he lost to that bastard. Then Lee talks to his son, asking if he's now at a level where even Jiwoo can beat him, saying that for years he was nothing but a troublemaker, asking how he's going to pass on the family leadership to him like that. But the blonde girl next to him asks if he's not underestimating Jiwoo, and Ji-young says that they're not talking about old Jiwoo, and the last time they saw him use his power was 5 years ago, and since then he's only caused problems and didn't show up at meeting. And he asks if he expected a bum like that to train his awakened powers, and he's seething with hatred, saying that compared to him, he trained and improved his powers, and if he fights seriously with him, he'll never lose to that damn guy. The blonde doesn't quite believe it, remaining skeptical, but ends up assuming it's true, because since Jiwoo was little, he surpassed children and even adults with his incredible powers. But he hasn't been to any meetings in the last 5 years, so nobody knows how good his powers are. Besides, there are rumors that he might still be problematic. She says they'll see that kid soon, and he asks who. So she says it's that awakened one being protected by Jinwoo, being all excited. Meanwhile, the protagonist is holding Kaden in his arms, and Kaden thinks this is annoying from early on. Then a woman takes him to a room, and he stands in front of the door. He becomes apprehensive that the other academy participants are there, thanking her and getting ready to go in, and she comes out all giddy, looking happily at Kaden. Then he gets ready to go in, and when he pulls the door, he bumps into Jaehyuk, who looks at the protagonist full of hatred, asking if it was because of him that he went through all that. Kaden thinks that guy looks conceited, and then the blonde introduces herself, all friendly, going over to Jiwoo, talking about the big cat he's holding, asking if it's normal for a cat to be that big. He says that most are smaller than that, but she tells him that he can talk casually to her because they're the same age. Jiwoo easily goes along with it, introducing himself to the girl. She thinks he seems very naive, thinking that he's small and seems really nice, feeling sorry for the protagonist, saying that Jaehyuk won't leave him alone, asking if he'll be able to handle it. Then she introduces herself with Bo Yang and Choi, saying that Jiwoo is also going to the academy, and Jiwoo gets excited about it, saying he has no idea what it will be like, but hopes they can help each other. Then Jaehyuk asks who will help whom, and Jiwoo starts to notice the awkward atmosphere. He says that he doesn't have any affiliation yet and hasn't put his powers to the test, asking if the protagonist thinks he's on the same level as them. He says that even though he's participating in the academy under Shinhwa's name, he's technically irrelevant to the organization. This creates a really tense atmosphere in the room, and he questions the protagonist if he's joking, asking why he brought that thing. Kaden gets furious at being called that thing, saying he'll turn his finger 390 degrees. Then the protagonist says they said he could bring him, and Jaehyuk asks what he's talking about, asking who told him he could bring a cat. Hyuk then enters the room very angry, and Choi is shocked, greeting him with a smile. Out of fear, Jaehyuk does the same, and Hyuk simply ignores the two of them, only talking to Kaden, noticing that he's there, saying that he came running just to see him, asking how he is and if he's eaten yet, and Kaden doesn't like this closeness at all. And everyone there is shocked by what's happening, and Hyuk finally remembers that he has a reputation to uphold and becomes serious again, saying that the two of them are there too. And he tells them to sit down, saying that he gathered everyone there because he thought it would be nice for them to meet before the Awakened One's school, which will start soon, that they don't need to feel pressured, saying that they don't expect anything anymore and will leave it up to them. However, an awkward silence falls, and Ji-hyuk speaks to Hyuk, asking if it wouldn't be better if they prepare themselves. Before the school, Hyuk says he's sure the competition will be tough there, and Hyuk disagrees, saying that the most important purpose of the school is interaction and communication, and Shinhwa's policy is that everyone should do their best to achieve their goals. Choi talks to him, saying that the other groups are probably preparing to show their skills, and Hyuk says she might be right, but he believes his family is already preparing. She says that's true, but she's still bothered by it. Prodigal, in turn, thinks he has no idea what they're talking about, but he wonders if he has to prepare anything for the school. Meanwhile, Kyron is falling asleep listening to the conversation, so Jisik arrives, and Hyuk asks why he's late. He says it was only a few minutes, completely oblivious to what's going on. The protagonist is happy that he arrived, but as he sits down comfortably, Jisik notices Kyron is nearby, and he sits back down, behaving himself quietly, and Hyuk doesn't like seeing him there at all. While Choi asks if they know each other, and Shinhwa says yes, mentioning that they are school friends. Then she questions if he's friends with that arrogant guy. He doesn't like that much either, and Choi notices that he's talking like that without getting angry, and it seems like they really know each other. Jisik questions why she's staring at him so angrily, and she apologizes. Hyuk talks to Jisik, telling him to stop being like that, and Choi thinks that's how he reacts when someone looks at him. Hyuk asks if they have any questions, then Ju says she does, calling Hyuk, but they are both surprised that he's addressing Hyuk by his first name. They question if he's crazy, asking how he dares to call Mr. Go by his first name, saying that he's one of the top 20 awakened beings in the country and that he's been helping President Jinwoo all these years, asking how he dares. Then Jinwoo asks if she can take Kyron to school, and he says yes, smiling at the protagonist. Hyuk is overjoyed, and he mentions that some participants are bringing their weapons, and some will bring animals for their awakened powers. The protagonist is overjoyed while Kyron remains silent, but his impressions are clearly conveyed. Both are surprised by what's happening, noticing that Mr. Go doesn't seem to care, as if he's become accustomed to it. Then Jiang enters the room, further surprising the others. Everyone stands up except Jisik, and they greet her. Hyuk notices her arrival, and she says she knew everyone was there, so she came to check things out. The protagonist then happily shouts to Jiang, shocking them both. They ask how he dares call the president by her first name. Jinwoo, seemingly reading their minds, apologizes, saying he should have called them president, explaining it was unintentional. They agree, but she says it's alright, asking how he dares call the president that. She says it's okay, that he can call them whatever he wants. They can hardly believe what they're seeing, since someone as important as her is letting something like this slip by. However, the protagonist says it's a bit strange, but Jisik says he also calls her Jiang, asking what the problem is. Then he asks if everything is alright, and she confirms that it is. An awkward atmosphere fills the room, with both of them questioning what's happening there. With that group that seems to be quite close, Choi's eyes widen, saying that not only Hyuk, but the president as well, is also worried. She wonders what's wrong with that kid Jiwoo. She thinks that if that's the case, it won't be easy for Juke to mess with him. He continues thinking he doesn't understand, asking why everyone is so nice to him. He's just a lost soul, with nowhere to turn, so he thinks he must be pathetic, without any connections. But here the kid doesn't know his place, asking how he dares to treat the president as a friend. Then he gets upset, saying he wants to ask a favor, saying he wants to fight Jiwoo. And everyone there gets upset, and Choi is wondering what the kid is thinking. And Jisik is asking what he's talking about, and Juke admits, saying he wasn't talking to him, telling Jisik not to interfere. He complained about what he's saying. And Hyuk also says he doesn't know what he wants with this. Then Juke says that's exactly what he said, saying he'd like to fight Jiwoo. But Hyuk says that's not the purpose of that meeting. However, Juke says that before he said he would let them go all out. So Hyuk doesn't have much to say, and Che asks what he's trying to do. He says it's not because he doesn't accept the president's decision, but because they worked very hard to get there. However, that kid came out of nowhere and got the same opportunity as him, and he says he wants to see how good that boy is. Everyone stays silent. Then Hyuk says it's not up to him to decide. Juke says he just needs the president's permission and talks to him. Jiang says Jiwoo is the one who decides, and the kid looks incredibly stunned and says Jiwoo isn't a member of Jinhua, and they can't decide something like that for him. He starts to get a little more cautious and thinks he won't accept, because of course he'll chicken out. But Juke says it will really fill up, and Juke asks if he's crazy, asking why he would do that. Juke says he agrees with him because they both must have complaints. But Juke asks what the hell he's saying, because he already explained that. Juke says he knows that, but what they said is true, and he thinks he has to deal with it. Juke, or anyone there, doesn't have much to say, and Kyron agrees. Choi says he wasn't expecting him to say something so nice, so Juke says it doesn't matter, he can leave if he wants. Then, in the locker room, he talks to Kyron because he knew they weren't happy, but this is worse than he imagined. Kyron says he expected this, but Jiwoo notices that the situation is really a mess. Kyron says that's what it seems like, that kid who sent the people to investigate. The protagonist becomes more cautious and asks Kyron if he thinks he can handle it. Kyron says it only depends on him, and he just needs to remember everything Kyron has taught him, because that's all he has at his disposal. The boy starts laughing, saying he knows, and says he'll continue doing everything Kyron has taught him so far. Kyron says there's nothing new to report, asking just so he can show him what he can do. They go back to that arena, facing each other again, and Ryuk thinks this was unexpected. Jiwoo questions how he dares to want to fight him, saying that that kid will die to please both the president and Ryuk, saying he'll regret it for the rest of his life. Then, when they face each other, the protagonist says he hopes it will be a good fight, but Jiwoo says he'll give him credit for not running away, but says his intention was indecent. He questions this, but Jiwoo only confirms it, and the protagonist is left wondering what he's talking about. Then Ryuk says the fight will begin with a signal, and the protagonist faces him, completely engrossed in what's happening. Choi thinks he's a poor guy, because he seems like a good boy, since Jiwoo won't miss the chance to hurt him badly. And with the fight about to begin, Jiwoo immediately focuses his power and tells him to just die, launching himself at the protagonist. But then Jiwoo appears behind him, using his speed without even letting him know what's happening, and hits Jiwoo in the face. Jiwoo wonders what happened, his face all bruised, and Choi notices that he has super speed. Jiwoo isn't even impressed, and Jiwoo realizes that his awakened power is super speed, which he didn't know, and let him punch. But he says that now that he knows his power, he won't last a second, charging at Jiwoo with everything he's got. But before he can touch him, the boy disappears from his sight, leaving him confused and unable to even follow the protagonist with his eyes. He's hit again, wondering what kind of speed that is, and the protagonist, completely focused, thinks it's time to go even faster, hitting Jiwoo with everything he has, leaving everyone there shocked by what's happening. Jiwoo thinks he's progressed a lot in this short time, saying that not only have Jiwoo's powers become stronger, but also his control and movements are much better. And with that Peppa 12 that Jiwoo was taking alone, he gets beaten more and more by the protagonist, launching him into the air with a single kick, making him fall hard to the ground. Then Jiwoo runs towards Jiwoo, all happy, asking when he improved so much, saying he thought he was just feeding cats, and Kaden is overjoyed with his apprentice's progress. He keeps getting beaten up more and more by the protagonist, launching him into the air with a single kick, making him fall hard to the ground. Then Jiwoo runs towards Jiwoo, all happy, asking when he got so much better, saying he thought he was just feeding cats, and Kaden gets all excited about his apprentice's progress. He keeps getting beaten up more and more by the protagonist, launching him into the air with a single kick, making him fall hard to the ground. Then Jiwoo runs towards Jiwoo, all happy, asking when he got so much better, saying he thought he was just feeding cats, and Kaden gets all excited about his apprentice's progress. Seeing that unexpected situation, everyone is shocked, and Choi can hardly believe that Jae-hyuk lost the ugly one because of an alarm clock they just found, wondering what that is, kid. Meanwhile, Jae-hyuk is wondering what just happened, questioning if he fainted. Jisook starts asking the protagonist when he trained so hard, saying he wasn't just playing around. Jae-hyuk gets up and asks what's going on, and Jisook tells him it was fun watching him get beaten up. He says it's not over yet, but Jisook questions what he said. Jae-hyuk realizes this isn't going to end well. He tells them not to act like the fight is over just because they landed a few punches with their guard down, but Jisook tells him not to even try that, because he was knocked out before he could even throw a punch. Jae-hyuk tells him to shut up, saying it's because he didn't know anything about him, but he says he doesn't know how to lose either. The three of them are embarrassed, seeing the deplorable situation. Then Jae-hyuk talks to Jiwoo, telling her it's not over yet and telling her to come back. The protagonist questions what he's saying, and Jae-hyuk says that the protagonist knew he was off guard. Jiwoo then says she knew, and Jisook says he doesn't have to listen to that. However, Jae-hyuk says that what he knows is good, saying that he probably doesn't want to, that people think he won by luck, and challenges him to a fight again. Jiwoo just stares at him, and Choice questions if he would fight again, since he seems unworthy enough to accept. However, the protagonist simply says no, and the boy almost doesn't believe him. He repeats that he doesn't want to, and says that he knows losing with his guard down still counts as a defeat, especially since that moment could cost him his life, and maybe he doesn't want to admit it, but the victory is his. My friends, the protagonist is evolving, my boy is growing up, and everyone is incredulous when he says it, and Kaden is quite satisfied. Then Jisook calls him to take a picture with that loser in the background, and he gets very upset about it. Jae-hyuk says they're going to finish it now, saying he's relieved that neither of them was seriously injured. Jae-hyuk stays behind wondering if he lost, with the two of them in the president's office, and Hyuk says Jiwoo wasn't hurt, so he sent him home. Jae-hyuk refused the doctor and left, and he says Jae-hyuk seemed quite shocked, since the fight was decided in a moment when he was off guard, regardless of his awakened powers. She says he got what he deserved because he let his guard down, even without knowing his opponent's powers, and it must have been a good lesson for him. And Hyuk says that even so, he didn't expect this kind of result, since Jae-hyuk has been receiving Shinhwa's attention as an awakening of the next generation, and even if he wasn't careful at first, he's not stupid, and Jae-hyuk is thoughtful about it. And Hyuk says he was very surprised by Jiwoo's fight, because based on the degree of improvement in his awakened combat skills, he exceeded his expectations, and says there's only one explanation for it. Then he says that it seems Jiwoo knows about controlling the force, and Jae-hyuk agrees, saying that he probably even possesses high-level strength control. And Hyuk then asks how he would learn strength control, since even low-level strength control is considered an advantage for individuals and organizations. She becomes thoughtful about this, and back home, while Kaden is doing his feline push-ups, the cutest thing about Manhwa, he notices Jiwoo playing with the cattle and smiling a lot. He asks why the boy is smiling so much, saying it's annoying him, and he says he's happy because he won for the first time. Kaden says it was only once, but the boy says he did what he was taught and still won. He says that of course he'll win against someone who lets their guard down and relies too much on their powers, and when he was little, he beat guys much stronger than him. Jiwoo tells him that he's not as good as Kaden, and he says that's true. The boy then says that because of that fight, he realized how strong he'd become, especially after doing all the drill. He was taught this, and his powers grew stronger, allowing him to use them the way he wanted, quite differently from before. Kaden asks Kaden how he knows all this, and Kaden says he already told him, claiming he invented everything. But the protagonist says that's what he means, asking how he invented these things. This makes Kaden even more convinced, saying he invented it because he's a genius. Jiwoo innocently goes along with the crazy guy, saying he's really good. Kaden says everyone knows he's very good, and he doesn't need to state the obvious. He mentions that now, after he said it, there was confusion when he first showed his powers to people. Jiwoo asks why, and he says it's because they've never seen an awakened being as incredible as him. He questions whether he was really that good, and then Kaden says that awakened beings came to him every day asking to join their organizations, saying they almost drove him crazy. He also says that those who thought they were talented died, out of fear of him, and the boy continues to fall for that wave. Meanwhile, Ohin receives a message from Jisuk saying that Jiwoo beat up that kid, who went to investigate his house, so he gets happy, smiling, and Delion finds this strange, asking what's making him smile like that. Then Ohin says it's nothing, but Delion says it can't be nothing because he's never seen him smile like that and questions if he's his friend. And Ohin has no other option but to tell the truth, saying that they are friends in the plural, and Delion is overjoyed for him, smiling for his apprentice. And then Kaden starts remembering his past with everyone crowding around him, saying that he is the awakened one, who has never been defeated, saying he is one of the strongest awakened ones in the country, saying that he is very cool, and he liked that. But he hears someone saying that he would have been great if it weren't for that strange body, and he's shocked hearing that, thinking about that strange body. But when he looks down, he sees the paws of the fat cat he currently is. He wonders what that is. Then he starts screaming, waking up terrified from that nightmare. Then he says it was one of those, saying he was half fat cat like a centaur, and apparently he's lucky to be like that compared to that dream. And then Jiwoo calls Kaden, asking if he's okay, saying that he screamed out of nowhere, and he says that he ended up dozing off, and says that since his body became like this, he's sleepy all the time. But then the protagonist says that he doesn't need to worry because cats sleep a lot. But Kaden screams, saying that it's not the cat, asking if he's crazy, and then he gets upset, saying he slept a little, so he's going back to training. Jiwoo looks at Kaden with admiration, telling him he never stops trying to get stronger, asking why he's trying so hard to get stronger. Kaden says there's no special reason, just to be stronger than everyone else. Jiwoo is amazed by what he's saying, and he says it's kind of fun too. He asks if he does it every day, and it's still fun, and he says yes, because using his power in a cat body is really cool, and it's different from a human body, and it's frustrating and inefficient, but it's also fun to overcome it. Jiwoo thinks it's just a very good way of thinking. Then Kaden notices something, saying that Jong seems to be there, and the protagonist is surprised by this. Kaden says he feels her energy at the door, and he thinks that because he can't detect her coming from afar, it means she's in total control of her powers. The campaign then starts, and he sends the boy goes to greet her as he'll be staying nearby. And while he's cultivating, he goes to the door asking Jong what he brings. She apologizes for arriving like this, asking if they can talk for a minute, and he says of course, inviting her in. He tells her she can sit on the sofa as he'll bring her something to drink. At that moment, a cat arrives, making her all giddy as she stares at it. The protagonist brings her tea, but just stands there looking like a complete idiot. Then she says she came because she has something to ask him, and he asks what it is. She asks if he knows about force control, and he says yes, surprising her. He explains that it's a way to control the awakened powers, and he could do it since he was little, but he wasn't very good at it. She starts to understand, but she says that, as he said, force control is a way to control powers, but she's asking him something different. He asks what that different thing is, and she says that a long time ago, those who had awakened studied ways to use their powers more efficiently, and ways to become stronger and faster. They eventually achieved their goals not in one way, but in several, since the methods differed according to the awakened individual's power, and were studied using various techniques. Those who discovered these methods did not divulge them to the public, sharing them only with close friends and family to prevent leaks. This, and Jiwoo mentions a question asking why this was kept so secret, and it explains that the powers of those who have awakened vary greatly depending on whether the user knows the method or not. Even when spending the same amount of time, the user who knows the method can become much stronger and more efficient using their powers. Then she asks if he would share such a method with other people, and Prada begins to understand. She explains that at a certain point, force control became a method that allowed awakened beings to develop and use their powers more efficiently, rather than simply controlling power. She mentions that there are many battles among awakened beings to gain better force control, not only between individuals, but also within groups. He then asks if Shinhwa has her own force control, and she says yes, explaining that she has one that has been passed down through generations. Based on that force control, different versions have been created. She demonstrates this to him while manipulating the wind in her hand, explaining that Shinhwa's force control can be strongly differentiated by the characteristics of the wind. He then questions whether that's the reason Jiwoo and Ryo is accusing someone of having wind power, and she says yes, explaining that it's because they also learned force control from Shinhwa. And of course, it's not allowed for everyone there, and furthermore, depending on how important the person is, the level of force control varies. Then Jiwoo begins to notice what Kaden taught her. It was about force control, and she says he'd be surprised to know how much people strive to gain a high level of force control, and the higher the level, the stronger you become. She says they've reached a plateau now, but a while ago, there were endless battles of awakened beings through force control, showing how important it is. He then asks if she's asking him if he knows about this type of force control, and she says yes. The protagonist thinks that's why Kaden asked him to keep it a secret, because someone might come after his force control. She says she thinks he recently acquired it, and he notices. She's aware of it, questioning what to do, wondering if he should lie and pretend not to know, since he promised Kaden that. She tells Jiwoo that he doesn't need to be so nervous, as she's only there to ask him how he obtained this force control, and she's also there to tell him to keep it a secret that he knows about it. He questions. Regarding this, she says that if the others find out, he will be in danger, and he realizes that Jong is right, because it's exactly as she said. Strangers will approach him to learn more about the strength control he learned. He asks if she's leaving as she gets up, and she says she's done her job there, so she's leaving. He simply thanks her for coming to talk to him about it, and as she leaves, he thinks that he didn't know how important strength control was until she spoke. Meanwhile, Kaden is down there observing his own movements and says that considering a cat structure, this is an effective way to punch, and this explains why cats punch like that. Then Jiwoo arrives and talks to Kaden, asking him what's wrong. Jiwoo asks why he taught something so important, and Kaden asks the kid what the hell he's talking about. He then talks about strength control, and Kaden says he didn't expect him to use that word, asking if Jong told him. He says yes, saying it's something. It's very valuable, and Kaden says he already told him that, because there were many people who wanted to be his followers, and he says he did tell him that. But Kaden says that many of them wanted to learn this control of strength, but he refused them all, so Jiwoo asked why, and he says it was his choice, and it was also his choice to teach him. Then Jiwoo hugs Kaden all goofy, making him ask what the boy is doing. Then Jiwoo starts thanking him more and more, and Kaden starts saying that he's suffocating him, but he says it's nothing serious for him. But Jiwoo still continues thanking him from the bottom of his heart, leaving Kaden all flustered and not knowing what to do. And now with Win, he's training his skills, being observed by Onion, and Sabin is amazed by his power. Everyone wonders if he's an awakened being or non-affiliated, noting how easily he uses his powers, asking where he came from, and noting that the control he showed now is very good too. But he also passed the previous test with the flying colors, saying that it's no wonder Mr. Park and Sabin recommended him. They wonder if it wouldn't be better if they invited him to join the Union, and Park thinks that's enough, but also thinks that his and Sabin's approval would be more than enough, since he was publicly validated by his friends, so there wouldn't be any complaints later. But then he remembers talking to Hyoki when he found out that Shinhwa is taking Jiwoo to the school, so he asks if the boy will be okay, because if Jiwoo enters the school under Shinhwa's name just because they're protecting him, there will be complaints from within the group. Hyoki says they've already dealt with that, with the inferiors, and says that his jujitsu skills are already enough to justify their decision, and says that the president approved him, and obviously he approves as well. So Park was surprised, and now thinking about it, he was wondering if Jiwoo was really that good to deserve the two recognize each other, and Sabin talks to Win, telling him he did well. that they're going to eat with the others and that he should come too. However, Win says he can't, and she asks why not, since she planned this icebreaker lunch for him. He says he has to go to school, so they're both surprised. At school, the teacher announces that summer vacation starts the next day and that if there's no school during the summer, everyone is dismissed. But then, Win enters the classroom just as everyone is being dismissed, and the teacher asks if he's just arriving, saying that class is already over. The boy apologizes, but the teacher says that for him, better late than never, and tells them to enjoy the summer. Meanwhile, Jiwoo talks to Win, not having thought he wouldn't come to school, and Win says that he did, but finished his commitments early. Jiwoo says that's good, and that they can go home together, saying they'll buy snacks for dinner. Then, while they're waiting, they talk to Jisik, asking if he wants to go out, since it's been ages since they last went out, like in the old days. But then the boy walks past those three totally shocked idiots, and they ask Jisik if he has time to hang out with the others, but not with them, asking if he really thought so because he didn't know he was hanging out with them. But Jisik asks what it's their business, and the three get upset, but they can't do much. After all, Jisik was the one who defended them from everyone, so it doesn't make sense for them to want to pick a fight, and Jisik asks if they have a problem with that. And since they don't have enough Korean to say anything, he simply says he's going to leave, telling them to enjoy their vacation. And so, with their friends, the three of them are shopping, and I can't handle a guy the size of Jisik in a shopping cart, asking Gil to drive calmly. Then Win says he's jealous of the two of them. They fill the cart with junk food, buying various things at the market, and inside the aisle they stop for some light meals. They grab some beans, and when they notice it's almost ready, their mouths water. As they leave, they carry several bags, and Jiwoo wonders if they bought too much. Jisik says it's okay, because if they don't eat everything that day, they can finish what's left next time. Jisik agrees, and when he looks ahead, he sees Sabin at his door. She says they always act like they're just friends, so he asks Sabin what he's bringing there. She tells Jisik to mind his own business, because he's not there for him. She talks to Win, asking if she left him hanging just to come to him. Jiwoo asks what she's talking about, and Sabin says he invited to members of the school and Win for lunch to break the ice. But Win left, and she says she thought he had something important to do, but he's just hanging around with the two of them. However, Win apologizes for refusing, saying he had plans with them, and Jiwoo says they had planned to spend the night at her house, and then go to school together with Hyuk the next morning. Sabin asks if he thinks that's a good excuse to refuse, asking if she knows how difficult it was to get those guys together the day before school starts. But Win says that's more important to him. She questions if he's just messing around, saying that she gave him a chance to get along with the other members, and he has the audacity to do that. However, Jiwoo tells Win that Sabin is trying to do her a favor, saying that it makes sense for her to be disappointed, and she trembles with anger and says that she's not doing anyone a favor, and asks who said she's disappointed, and says that if he doesn't know anything he should shut up. But then Jisik simply throws his phone in her face with the Mr. Park's connection is active, and when the girl sees that, he asks if Mr. Park heard that, saying that Sabin is causing trouble again, and he can't stand it anymore. Furthermore, she asks him to go there and take her away, please. Then she yells at Jisik, asking how he dares to call Mr. Park again. He says that now she's using a weapon, but she questions when she used it, saying she was trying to kick him. He says the weapon is her leg, and she starts chasing after him, all upset. Then the protagonist asks Sabin if she wants to go with them, and she questions what he's talking about. The protagonist says that Win and Jisik are going to sleep at her house, and they're planning to go to school together the next morning, but she gets all upset, asking if he's crazy, questioning if he thinks she has time for that. He thinks she's busy, and she says of course she is, saying she has a lot to prepare before going to school. Jisik says she's not busy at all, saying even a cat would laugh at that. Then she tells him to shut up, all upset. However, some time later, everyone falls asleep. They were sleeping after eating a lot, with Sabin next to them. Man, Sabin is one of the few tsundere characters I like. There's something to say. The next morning, Jae Ryoki and Choi are going with Ryoki, so he gets annoyed because they're actually going to pick them up at his house, saying he should have been waiting for them before leaving. Choi says Jio's house is on the way, and Jisik says he'll be there too, but he thinks it's still a huge problem. However, Choi says they've arrived, and then the protagonist says good morning to everyone. Sabin says it's Jisuk's fault, saying it's too late for her to go back to Unio before school starts. But he asks how that could be their fault, saying it's her fault. They're both surprised by what's happening, and Jisik tells her to stop complaining, asking if she didn't have fun. She says she didn't have any fun, saying she was just pretending, and so the two again wonder why Sabin is there. And then Jio says that they had fun last night. Then the two misunderstand everything and almost swallow hard and ask what he said, asking if they were together all night. But Sabin starts denying having had fun, saying that she was going crazy because Jisik was so annoying, and he says that she was worse. But she says that she can't believe that she has to arrive with the Shinhwa group on the very first Day of school. Then the protagonist tells her to relax because Mr. Pak said that everything was fine if she went along, since everything is prepared. And she asks if he has a bad memory, saying that there is a lot of material to organize. But he says that he doesn't know and asks if she will organize it, saying that even if it were true, she shouldn't imply that she herself would do it, saying that she must have arranged for other people to do it for her. And she questions how he should shut his mouth, all upset, and he asks why, asking if the truth hurts. She says she'll punch his chatterbox, and he says that honestly, she could have left first thing in the morning, but she didn't, and she starts saying it's a lie, saying that if the toilet hadn't been clogged in the morning, she would have had time to get back to the Union. So Jiwoo didn't even know the toilet was clogged, being surprised, and she says yes, saying there was a storm inside and the plunger wasn't helping, and she had to use her awakened power to unclog it, saying that's disgusting. But Jiwoo asks what she's talking about, since it wasn't him, and she says it's a lie, saying it doesn't matter, asking him to learn to avoid giant messes in the future, and he says it wasn't him. But then Oin apologizes, saying that he probably went in while he went to look for the plunger. And then Clemeo gets all flustered, and the two of them are shocked, not believing that Sobin and that kid are close enough to spend the night together. And she even unclogged his toilet, asking who he is, the protagonist, and how he knows Sobin, and they ask if they're out of the loop, since Jisik and Sobin are talented awakened beings who proudly represent unity. Jisik asks what they're looking at, while Ryu urges them to hurry up and hit the road. As soon as they leave, Kaden starts licking, and Jiwoo says that 2 months won't last that long. It will be quick. Kaden says that Shinrai promised to send people to feed the cats every day, and they even promised to go to the places he indicated to feed the stray cats as well. So he doesn't need to worry so much, and Jiwoo feels more at ease. However, Kaden is thinking about what he said to that tabby cat, asking it to watch over the house while he's away, and also asking it not to attack the people who come to feed it. The cat notices everything he says, but pretends not to know anything, licking its paw. Kaden then questions if it's listening, saying that if some suspicious intruders enter, he shouldn't fight them. Instead, he should take the cats to a safe place, and he could die if he messes with the wrong alarm clock. The cat is surprised to notice that Kaden is taking care of him, so he asks if he's going to set the clock again, but then he just brushes past Kaden, implying that he knows very well what he was talking about. Kaden is convinced and remembers this while yawning, getting annoyed and unable to stop yawning, saying that those kids were talking all night and he barely slept. But he thinks it's still strange, because he never had trouble staying up all night before, but since he became a cat, he's always sleepy. When they finally arrive at the boat that will take them to school, they start to sleep, and Jiwook and Choi wonder if they aren't even a little nervous. Jiwook says he heard they stayed up all night, and Jiwook thinks they had a party right before school. The start of school is crazy enough, wondering if they think this is just a casual outing. Jiwook says there's no reason for them to be so nervous, understanding how they feel, but the Shinhwa students want all the awakened students at the school to interact with each other and learn from one another, so there's no need for them to be anxious or feel pressured to prove anything. Kaden finds it strange because he's sleepy but still wants to eat, and says he didn't expect them to take a boat there, as it's annoying and maybe it was a bad idea to go along. Then he remembers Jiwook asking if he's going with him, and he asked why he would go, but Jiwook says that if he doesn't go, they won't see each other for 2 months. Kaden says that 2 months isn't that long. However, Jiwook questions what he'll do if he gets lazy about training, and he says he knows the boy will try hard. Jiwook says that nobody knows what will happen if he's away from him for so long, and he questions what he'll do if he starts messing up the whole training method, saying that would be a huge problem. Then Kaden says he has a point, but still tries to avoid it, saying he doesn't even know if he can take a cat along. Jiwook says he asked Jiwook before, and he said it would be fine, and if he couldn't take him, he'd find a way, and says he'll escalate it when he sees him again. So Kaden has nothing to do but say he's kind of curious about the school, and ends up agreeing to go with the boy. In the present, Jiwook wakes everyone up clapping, saying they're arriving at the school, and they're surprised to see the island from afar. Meanwhile, at Shinhwa, Jong receives a notification on her cell phone. It's a photo of them saying they've finally arrived, and she's happy about it. Back on the island, the protagonist. The text says that the fact that it exists on an island is fascinating, and Kaden thinks they built it in an exclusive location on purpose. Meanwhile, Choi notices that the place is even bigger than in the photo, and 3 people approach Ryo, saying they've seen him from afar, but that this is the first time they've met him. He introduces himself as Soo Hankin from Baeko, and Ryo thinks he's Baeko's successor and has come to see him personally. While the two greet each other, Kaden thinks that this guy is also strong, but as he looks to the other side, he notices something there and thinks he can feel the energy of the powerful awakened ones in the building, even though they're trying to hide it. They really put in the effort at that school. Suhan says that now that they've verified everyone's identity, they'll guide the students to the dormitory site, and tells Ryo that the principal is waiting for him and asks him to accompany him. Suhan then speaks to Jiwoo and Ween, saying that he can follow them. Another surly looking guy asks him to go with them, and so the protagonist tells Sabin and Jisoo that he'll see them later. While walking around the school, the protagonist says that the dormitory is really cool, looking around all the facilities and all. Then the guy says that the rooms on the right and left are theirs, telling them to choose the room they want and start reading the information in the brochure there. The school schedule starts the next day, so it would be a good idea for them to start preparing from that moment on. They agree and go inside the room. The protagonist thinks it's incredible, lying down and throwing himself onto the bed, while Kaden observes the whole place. Then he talks to Kaden, asking if this place isn't fantastic. But Kaden says it's nothing fantastic, since the main purpose of that place is training. He asks why they spent so much money on those rooms and tells him to think about it, asking how he's going to overcome his limits being so comfortable, saying they're just throwing money away. Then Jiwoo says that he's talking nonsense. That's sensible. Meanwhile, Suhan takes Ryo to the director, and as he passes by, he comes face to face with that white-haired director who looks pretty badass. He tells Ryo that he's seen him for a while, and Ryo asks how he's going to introduce himself to a geek. Han says that he was once known as the strongest awakened being in the country. He then says that he was doing well until recently, and would have continued to do well if he hadn't taken this job. He says he didn't expect a task like this at his age, and Ryo says that he kept a low profile after retiring. He's probably not happy about being involved in this. Then he calls Ryo over to sit and talk while he thinks about whether Han only got involved because other people suggested it, and when he finally leaves the conversation, he closes the door and feels more at ease, because even a short conversation with him leaves him exhausted. Then he sees Park nearby, saying that he's acting like an instructor just from spending a few days there. And Park says he heard that he did Subin a favor. He says it was nothing, but Park asks him to follow him, as he's going to take him to the supervisor's dormitory. He says he noticed that the children from the other groups arrived well before them, so they've been adapting for at least half a month now. Ryo asks if they didn't say that school starts the next day, and that day is orientation day. Park says they did, but they explain that they couldn't prevent students who wanted to arrive early to adapt. And Ryo notes that this means all the groups were there except theirs, but Park says that he already knew this was inevitable, since Manhwa and the Union have become very influential in recent years. So, Ryo says he's only worried about the children. Meanwhile, the protagonist sees someone ringing the doorbell and says he's leaving. A guy arrives at his door asking why he took so long, and the protagonist doesn't quite understand, saying he was changing. Then he notices that the guy is tall. He looks at the boy and says that the kid seems weak too, and he definitely stands out among the unaffiliated awakened beings. He says his name is Jong-soo Lee, and he was assigned to the same floor as him. Then the protagonist introduces himself, and Jong-soo asks what the protagonist awakened power is. However, Win appears, asking if he hasn't learned that you can't ask about other people's awakened power. Then Jong-soo says he didn't like Win's tone, questioning who said he didn't know, and also questioning who the boy is, saying he just arrived. Then Jiwoo asks him to wait, asking why. Jong-soo is asking this, so he starts cursing him, saying that unaffiliated awakened ones have to stick together. Jiwoo asks what he means, questioning why unaffiliated awakened ones have to stick together. And Jong-soo tells him to use his head, asking if he really thinks the people there care about unaffiliated awakened ones like them. He says that's why they have to unite, and for that, they need to get to know each other better. However, Kaden thinks this is a surprise, looking at it sideways. And Win says he understands what he meant, but he doesn't think they have to tell him anything now. And eventually he'll get to know them as they spend time together. However, Jong-soo says that's a lie, and says that it's not him who decides this, and that this decision was made with the other unaffiliated awakened ones before they arrived, saying that they won't be an exception. However, Win says he simply doesn't want to, and questions what the boy is talking about. Jiwoo says he doesn't want to either, and says it's good that the awakened ones don't. The affiliates are trying hard to get to know each other, but he questions why they have to break the rules to do so, saying that they can still get along this way. However, Jong-soo says he was trying to be polite, and asks the boy if he looks like he's joking, asking if they're looking to die. However, the two remain calm in the face of this coward. Meanwhile, Ryo calls Ji-young, saying that he met with Director Han a little while ago, and she is surprised that it was true that Mr. Han was there. He confirms it, and it seems he plans to stay, saying that he couldn't find out why he accepted the position of director, since he always refused to participate in external activities. He says that, as expected, the other groups are keeping the children under control. He says that he understands that the students from all the other groups that grew up with Manhwa and the Union arrived there about half a month ago. He says he'll keep an eye on everyone and tells them not to worry too much. He also says that communication with the outside world will be limited for security reasons, starting the next day, so he fears it won't be easy to connect with her. He tells her to take care of herself, and she's left a little sad behind. Meanwhile, Jong-soo asks if they're going to continue this conversation. The two don't say much and question if they're scared now, saying they should have spoken up when he was being polite. The other tells Jong-soo that's enough, saying they already understand. Jong-soo replies that it's pointless because those those guys learn the hard way. However, the other says he doesn't want to cause trouble over such a mess. Jong-soo thinks he's right, saying they were lucky that if they weren't there, they'd already be dead. He says they should also stop being so stubborn and just tell him about their powers. However, Jiwoo says he said no and asked why he keeps asking. They're both shocked, and Jong-soo punches his friend, telling him to get out of the way, saying that he doesn't need bastards like those two, saying he's going to beat them up before they leave. But then his friend talks to Jong-soo, asking him not to do that. However, someone questions who that is, and Ji-suk arrives, once again hitting someone's ribs, almost breaking them. Not satisfied, he questions who's going to beat whom up, hitting Jong-soo again, saying he'll ask again who he's going to beat up, and starts beating the boy, throwing him to the ground. Ji-suk asks who he is and why he's threatening them. Then he tries to do something, but Ji-suk gets angry, saying he was going easy on him, but now he's dead. Then Jiwoo yells for Ji-suk to stop, and Jong-soo is surprised that he's talking about Ji-suk, thinking it can't be Ji-suk or he'll let it go. Jiwoo says he can't hit someone like that, but Ji-suk says that what irritated him first, and he was even trying to use his powers. But then Jiwoo says that even so he can't do that. However, Ji-suk starts to become more controlled, saying that it doesn't matter, but it was his fault, as if he were answering his mother. And Jong-soo notices that that guy knows Ji-suk, and thinks that it's no coincidence that he acts that way, asking if there's anyone to defend him, and Ji-suk asks again what he's looking at, asking if he wants to get beaten up again. Then he apologizes, saying that he didn't know he was from Jinhwa, and Jiwoo apologizes in Ji-suk's place, asking if Jong-soo is okay, and he gets very angry, asking who he thinks he is to feel sorry for him, and says that he's fine, simply walking past the boy, calling his friend to leave, the same one he threw aside like a crumpled piece of paper. Then Ji-suk asks who that damn guy is, but Jiwoo changes the subject, asking if Ji-suk saw his room and said yes, and that he went straight there, but the rooms are much farther away than he thought. Jiwoo asked if he was serious, and Sobin replied that it was incredibly far, asking why the other rooms were so far apart. Then they noticed she had arrived, and she questioned why he continued acting as if they were friends. Kylie got angry because they were arriving again, and Jiwoo spoke to Ji-suk after they sat down, mentioning that he said the dormitories were far away, asking how far it was. He said they were in different buildings, and the boy questioned if he was serious. So, Bin said that they separate affiliated and unaffiliated members into different dormitories, and Jiwoo was surprised by this, thinking that this must be why Jong-soo said that unaffiliated members should unite. Then he asked who it was, and he said it was the guy they met and who he hit earlier. The protagonist says that he is Jong-soo Lee, an unaffiliated person like himself and Owen, and Ji-suk asks if that guy said something like that. Then the protagonist confirms. Sobin arrives, more lost than usual in a shootout, questioning what they're talking about. Ji-suk says it's about the guy who was picking fights with them, and she asked why. Owen says he asked what their powers were, saying that the unaffiliated should unite, and when they refused to tell him, he threatened them. She gets really upset, thinking that guy is crazy, but then Ji-suk and she look at each other, and he tells her not to copy him, starting this little bickering between them again. Sometime later, he thinks that those people won't stop talking, and then he starts stretching when he's alone with Jiwoo. Jiwoo talks to him, saying that he couldn't tell So-suk and So-bin, but he didn't quite understand why the unaffiliated should unite. He remembers that Jong-soo said they wouldn't care about the unaffiliated at the school, but Kaden says it's a common problem, saying that the Awakened think they're special just because they have powers that ordinary humans don't have. And then the protagonist asks if he's serious, and Kaden says that even people with a little more money or authority, they already consider themselves better than others. But they are speaking of special powers. Some people think they are more evolved than ordinary people, while others say they are a different species. Jiwoo is bothered by this, while Kaden explains that awakened beings are divided into rankings based on the strength of their powers. This is why they believe affiliates and groups like Shinhwa are different from non-affiliates. Jiwoo asked if it's because they learn power control in these groups and become more powerful. Kaden says that's one reason, explaining that not everyone can. But once you're recognized by the group, you learn at least some low-level power control. He also mentions that having an affiliation means you're part of the influential group, but this doesn't apply to non-affiliates. Jiwoo begins to understand, and Kaishun, Sid-suk, and Subin also think this way when they're with him, asking if they believe they are superior or more special than him. However, Kaden asks if he thinks they are people like that, and Jiwoo quickly denies it, saying he doesn't think they're like that. Then Kaden says he doesn't think so either, because they're actually quite unique to him, and says that if they despised him, he wonders if they would spend so much time with Jiwoo, and he starts smiling happily, and Kaden asks why he's laughing like an idiot, and the boy just says he can't help it, so Kaden just lets it go. The very next morning, Kaden is peacefully sleeping and wondering when Jiwoo left. Since he didn't even see him, he notices that school must have started, and he thinks he'll be fine alone. Whatever, he's sleepy in this body, and he thinks he'll take a look around that place. And it doesn't matter if he takes a nap. Meanwhile, with Jiwoo, the whole group of non-affiliated students is upset with him and Owen, saying that they refuse to reveal their powers, and that Subin and Kaishun should just let it go. Covering for them, the redhead wonders if it's serious, saying he doesn't doubt it, because they wouldn't have acted tough if there wasn't someone so fluent to cover for them. They start gossiping about the affiliated students having a party, saying it's until curfew, and they really get special treatment, getting angry and envious of them. Jiwoo asks about this party, saying he didn't know about it, because it's strange that Jisoo wants Subin to spend the night with him and Owen in the room until curfew. And while he's thinking about that, the instructor comes over, introducing himself as Jiwook Jang, and saying he'll be their instructor at the school. He then tells them that before they begin, they should keep something in mind. While they're on the island, his word is law, and they shouldn't think they're special. As they're at the bottom of the pyramid, everyone recoils listening to this. And he says that now each of them will tell him what their awakened power is. And the redhead starts by saying he can enhance his strength, and he can lift up to about 100 kilograms with one hand. And the blonde says her power is telekinesis, and she can move an adult with ease. While Jangsu says he can enhance his strength and make his body rigid enough to withstand external attacks, and he can also lift 100 kilograms with one hand and doesn't get hurt much when a car hits him. And that shy boy says he can understand and analyze the situation quickly, but starts laughing at that power, wondering what kind of power it is. And then Jangsu asks the person who laughed what they're laughing at, and tells them that this type of power is more advantageous in a group than mediocre combat powers. And he says that the awakened nowadays don't just fight in combat, but also have a strong influence on society and manage various businesses, and Jangsu thinks that even so, the awakened beings representing each group possess combat powers, and they are even ranked. Jang then passes the ball to Jiwoo, but the boy apologizes, saying he can't. Jangsu tells him what his power is, and then Jangsu asks if the kid is crazy, asking if he's still obsessed with it even in this situation. Jangsu thinks about it, and Jiwoo says he was told he can't tell others about his powers. Jangsu says he knows the rules, saying he doesn't need to be reminded, but questions what difference it makes if he tells him what his power is. Jangsu thinks his power is so special compared to the others in Leah, but Jiwoo doesn't have anything to say. Jangsu asks him to listen, saying it's better to tell him what his power is and learn it than to hide it. Besides, people will eventually discover his power during high school, but he says he knows that too. He doesn't consider his power better than others, but he doesn't want to disappoint the person who taught him to hide his powers as much as possible. And he thinks to himself that he doesn't want to disappoint Ryo, who falls for it even for his own convenience. Jangsu is. Quietly, Jangsu thinks he's an idiot, saying he's on Jang's blacklist for being stubborn, and that it serves him right. However, Jang says it's not so bad, saying he's an awakened one after all, and that he respects his decision, but says he refused to do something he ordered, and tells him to run 20 times. The protagonist is simply happy with this, agreeing to the order. However, while Gil leaves, Oin prepares to run too, and Jang asks what he's doing. Oin says he can't tell either, and so the two start running. Meanwhile, Kaden continues sleeping, saying he can't stop yawning and is always sleepy, saying he really has to go out, but he's still sunbathing by the window until Ryo comes over, asking if he scared him, saying he forgot to bring the snacks, and says Gil said he could come in, so he shouldn't be angry, and throws a bunch of snacks. Over there, he says that eating too much can upset his stomach, so he should take it easy on the food, saying he'll see later. However, while he leaves, Kaden wonders what's wrong with that crazy guy, but he keeps the food. Sometime later, the two finish their 20 laps, and Jang says that this is their first day, so they're going to train with each other and see how good they are. Then the shy boy talks to Jang, saying that his power isn't for combat, and Jang says he understands that, but says that otherwise he'd be useless in combat. As an awakened being, it's important that he prepares for this kind of situation, and he can't escape it. The boy just agrees, and he asks who goes first. Jangsu says he will, taking the lead, and says it's his chance to get attention, saying he'll defeat everyone and show them what he's capable of. Then they ask him who his opponent will be, and when steps forward, Jangsu thinks it's great that he's his first opponent, saying that this guy was making him angry, and he's going to beat him up. Jang says there's a treatment center inside the school, so they shouldn't worry about getting hurt. He tells them to start when they hear the signal. Ju cheers for Win to go on the offensive. Jangsu gathers his power in his hand and starts doing some crazy pyrotechnics, and Win calmly watches him. The boy lunges at him, saying he's dead, but Win simply hits Jangsu's chin, throwing him far away with a single attack, and continues hitting him while he's still in the air, inflicting numerous injuries. All the kids are surprised by what's happening, and Jangsu falls to the ground. Ju celebrates with Win, saying it was incredible, and Jang wonders if that kid is really unaffiliated. Ju says he thought so. Very strong and very happy.